Train Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51. Training the Old Capitalist. 1998, 23 days before Halloween in the United States. Just when Feiyang was frantically revising the script of Paranormal Activity, he unexpectedly received a call from Toy in Chinatown. Toy said on the phone that he had found a place to open a film company. Chinatown itself is not a big place, and Feiyang always thought that it would be good to find an office building of 200 to 300 square meters here to run a company. But he never expected that Toy would be so generous. Number 13, Chinatown. This unlucky number that Westerners don't like very much, but today brought good luck to Feiyang. Standing in front of the 3-story building, looking around, the huge company is like an old castle, which is shocking. How about it, Yang? This place is not bad, right? Toy said with a smile. Not only is it good, it's amazing. Feiyang exclaimed sincerely. I didn't expect you would find such a big place. The area is as large as 3,000 square meters, right? More than that. If the area of the 3 floors is calculated together, it is about 10,000 square meters. Grandpa Tuo said. Originally this was a factory, but unfortunately the efficiency was not good and the products produced could not be sold at all. The boss was ruthless and directly declared bankruptcy. Now all the machines and equipment inside have been sold, leaving only this empty shell. I think the place is big, and it is suitable for you to run a film company, so I found it here. What was this place used to do? It makes socks. The boss is an American named Henry Miller. He is an old capitalist in the Los Angeles area. I heard that he is very cunning and profit driven. Many people don't like him. I just don't understand why he would open such a factory in Chinatown. Selling socks doesn't make money unless it is their Christmas. This time the old guy has really fallen into the gutter. Grandpa Tuo rarely made a Western humorous statement. But when he capsized, it was a bargain for us. I called him and visited him. The old man was very cautious at first and insisted on $800,000 for a 3-year lease. In the end, I bargained down to $600,000. What do you think? $600,000 for a 3-year lease. Although Feiyang didn't know much about American real estate, he knew that this was definitely a very cost-effective deal. However, he was born cautious and never believed that pie would fall from the sky, especially after hearing from Grandpa Tuo that this person was very cunning. How could such a person be easily taken advantage of? Exclamation mark. Grandpa Tuo, if possible, I would like to meet this Mr. Henry. Of course, after all, you are the boss. Grandpa Tuo said very straightforwardly. Well, how about 2 hours later? So urgent? No way, I'm racing against time now. Feiyang smiled bitterly. Don't worry, I will try my best to arrange it. Grandpa Tuo didn't understand that Feiyang's request to meet within 2 hours actually had a deeper meaning. If the other party is not in a hurry to rent the factory, then he will refuse such a hasty date, because according to the tradition of Westerners, appointments must be made in advance. They have a very planned and regular schedule for time arrangement, which is different from the Chinese doing business, impromptu communication, and going directly to the wine table. On the other hand, if the other party agrees to such an impolite impromptu date, it means that the other party is very eager to rent the factory, so there must be something wrong. How can an old capitalist not put on airs and be so eager to rent the factory quickly? You can tell with your ass that there is something fishy. Toy dialed the phone very quickly, and it took less than 3 minutes to say to Feiyang, okay, Yang, Mr. Henry Miller, I promise to meet you as soon as possible within 2 hours. Feiyang smiled. It seems that this boss Henry is more anxious than himself. Since it has been agreed, then before meeting with that boss Henry, Feiyang must do some preparation. So he picked up the phone, hesitated for a while, and finally dialed the number of Gustav, the boss of Lionsgate Films. If the estimate is correct, Gustav is a banker, and he knows the details of those old capitalists in Los Angeles very well. As for the relationship between Gustav and himself, Yi Feiyang didn't think too much about it. After all, the two sides have always been in a mutually beneficial relationship. Friends? In a place like Hollywood, the word friend seems to be very cheap. It was 11 o'clock that morning. Yi Feiyang is a very punctual person, but the boss Henry is not so punctual. In an exquisite coffee shop in Los Angeles, from 8:30 to 11 o'clock, Yi Feiyang has been waiting for 2.5 hours. When he looked at the watch again, the camel sitting opposite him suddenly said, "Mr. Henry is here." Yi Feiyang turned around and saw a man in a striped suit coming over. The man was about 50 years old, with a pair of bulging goldfish eyes and shiny hair. When he came to his seat, he greeted the camel and Yi Feiyang enthusiastically, and then apologized, saying that he was too busy at work and was late. It must be said that this old capitalist looking guy is very sociable. At least he is smiling and gives people a harmless feeling. "I don't have much time, so let's get down to business," said Henry with goldfish eyes. "I guess you have seen my factory, 600,000 for a 3-year lease. I think this is a very good price. You can't find a cheaper place than mine, even if you run all over Los Angeles." "Yes, I have seen your factory, but the place seems a little shabby," Yi Feiyang said. "Shabby? Oh, really? So you noticed it too, haha. But then again, if it wasn't for the fact that the place was too shabby, I wouldn't have rented it so cheaply, right?" Henry crossed his legs, his goldfish eyes narrowed into a slit. "But what I want to know is," Yi Feiyang said firmly, "can we use your factory without any worries in the next 3 years, or will it be taken away directly by a bank and we will lose all our money?" Boss Henry seemed to be poked in the spine. "Oh god, how can you say that? I'm an honest businessman. How can I do such a double-edged thing? Besides, go out and ask around. How many companies want to rent this factory? If it weren't for the old hunchback, I wouldn't rent it to you so cheaply." Henry with goldfish eyes seemed very angry, so much so that his words were a little unpleasant to the ear. Grandpa who was called old hunchback by him, and he felt very depressed. "I have a hunchback, but my front is straight, and it's as straight as a javelin. So I'm not an old hunchback, I'm just a hunchback. Your mother's head." Yi Feiyang smiled at Boss Henry, who seemed to be furious, and said, "Please be patient, dear Mr. Henry. I don't like to talk nonsense, nor do I like to doubt others without reason, but..." Yi Feiyang paused, then picked up the coffee cup and took a sip. "But this deal really makes me suspicious." "Suspicious? Oh god, what do you have to be suspicious about? 600,000 is a big bargain. If it were me, I would have been grinning from ear to ear. Well, since you are so insincere, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm leaving. Yes, I'm really leaving. Damn it, I don't know how much business you have delayed for me by this date." Looking at the angry boss Henry, Tuo Yi tried his best to retain him. He is a young man and doesn't know how to talk much. "Mr. Henry, please stay." But Henry with goldfish eyes didn't give Tuo Yi any face. He made a gesture of leaving and looked at Yi Feiyang arrogantly, waiting for him to give in. Yi Feiyang smiled, picked up the coffee, and said to Henry with goldfish eyes, "Boss Henry, why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you sit down and have a drink first?" "Sorry, Mr. Yi, I don't like the coffee here very much, it's too bitter," Henry said with his nose turned up. "That's because you haven't tasted the real good coffee, such as the cappuccino here. It's absolutely sweet and delicious." HMPH, no thanks. I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. Goodbye, my Mr. Yi. Henry turned around and was about to leave. "I wonder what kind of treatment Lemon Bank will give to your bankruptcy application, and whether Mr. Henry can successfully immigrate to Canada," Yi Feiyang said slowly. Henry Miller, who was about to turn around and leave, was stunned. "What are you talking about? Dear Yi, I don't quite understand." Henry Miller turned his head, his face became a little ugly, and looked at Yi Feiyang with his bulging goldfish eyes and said, "You should know better than me what I'm talking about, don't you, dear boss Henry?" Yi Feiyang took a sip of coffee and then continued, "As far as I know, your immigration procedures to Canada have been completed, and your bankruptcy application procedures will be completed before you immigrate. Is that right? By then, many of your industries will be confiscated by the lending bank, such as this sock factory that should not have been opened in Chinatown. It is estimated that it will be taken away directly by the bank, and we poor lessees will have no choice but to beg for help. This is the favorite trick of old capitalists, but it has cheated many people. Enough. Do you think enough? Boss Henry was furious. The reason why I came to meet you today is that I think highly of you. Yes, I think highly of you. Do you understand? If it weren't for the dear old hunchback standing in the middle, I would not see you at all. You actually insulted me without any basis. You have damaged the reputation of a gentleman, and even the heart of a businessman. I strongly demand that you apologize to me. Apologize? Feiyang smiled, then drank the coffee in the cup and stood up. What do you want to do? Henry took a step back cautiously. Are you going to use force? Damn Chinese. Feiyang did not use force, but directly threw out a fax document from his briefcase. Here, take a look, my dear boss Henry. Didn't you say you wanted evidence? Here is the evidence. What? Henry Miller picked up the document suspiciously and was dumbfounded when he saw it. It turned out to be the information about his loan with the bank and the bankruptcy application. Damn it, how can you have these things? This is a crime, you know. Henry was angry. American business is very strict about data confidentiality. Such acts of obtaining private loan information through improper means are serious violations of the law and unfair competition. The government will crack down on them severely. What about you, Mr. Henry? You intend to defraud. Isn't this a crime? Feiyang did not show any weakness. If I hand these materials to the police, I wonder if you can successfully immigrate, Mr. Henry. Oh damn, what do you want? Henry was like a snake being strangled. He never thought that his perfect plan would be discovered by the other party, and they took out these evidences to threaten him. Damn Chinese. It's very simple. I don't care what you want to do. I'm going to rent this factory for 300,000 for 3 years. Impossible. 300,000 for 3 years. 600,000 is already the lowest. It can't be any lower. Yes, impossible. Nothing is impossible. You've already eaten so much. Now I just want you to spit out a little bit. Otherwise, you stay in the United States, wipe your ass, and prepare to go to the police station to drink coffee. I think the coffee there must be more bitter than here, Mr. Henry. I wonder if you are used to it? Are you threatening me? Don't say such harsh words around me. We are discussing the problem. You can refuse, right? Feiyang sat down again with a smile. The old man next to him was confused by this dazzling confrontation. What happened? Exclamation mark. Could it be that Henry is a liar? But it seems that Feiyang has taken him in. Yes, boss Henry is very cunning. He originally opened a factory in Chinatown and did a socks business. His plan was to wait for bankruptcy. The reason is that many of his companies owed a large sum of money to the bank and had long been insolvent. Boss Henry's plan was simple. He would use legal tricks to secretly immigrate to Canada with his wife and children. On the other hand, he would sell all the factories and companies that would be confiscated by the bank after bankruptcy, put the money into his own pocket, and wait for his own people to fly away. As for who was unlucky, he would not care about himself. But now, Feiyang, a Chinese guy, has dug out his secrets and threatened him to rent out the factory at a low price. Of course, the premise must be that the factory building cannot be confiscated by the bank. Now, what should I do? Exclamation mark. Taking a deep breath, as an old capitalist, boss Henry, who has experienced countless storms, tried to calm himself down, then forced a smile on his face and sat down in front of Feiyang again. Oh dear Yi, is that so? How about we be friends? I have a very good relationship with Mr. Tuo. We often drink tea and wine together. Haha. How about this? 500,000. You only need to give me 500,000 and I will rent this damn factory to you for 3 years and guarantee that the bank will not confiscate it and will never come to your door. I guarantee it in the name of God. I'm sorry dear boss Henry. First, I never believe in God, so I don't need you to make any promises to God. Second, I only have 300,000 on hand, not a penny more. Third, I also want to be friends with you, but only after you rent the factory to me first. Yi Feiyang's words made Boss Henry's eyes bulge even more. Damn it. Is there really no room for negotiation? Yes, no negotiation. Yi Feiyang nodded with a smile. But I don't like forcing people the most. You can choose to sign or leave. Then he pushed a document that had been prepared long ago. Louis Carl, the young lawyer Yi Feiyang had just made friends with, was really good. He made a lease contract that was very in line with the interests of Party B in just 1 hour. Of course, Yi Feiyang was the Party B in the contract. Damn it, you were prepared. The muscles on Boss Henry's face were twitching. For a man like him who loves money like his life, or 3-year lease of 300,000 yuan would not only make him lose 300,000 yuan, but he would also have to withdraw the proposal to file for bankruptcy of the factory, which would directly affect the millions of dollars he borrowed from the bank. This was a big loss. But now, as Yi Feiyang said, he had no choice. For the first time, our dear Boss Henry understood a truth. The Chinese are smarter than those damn Jews. He took a deep breath. Yi, I need my private lawyer to take a careful look at this contract. I hope you can understand. Of course, I will also send my lawyer friend to go with you. To be honest, I'm really in a hurry to lease this factory. Well, now is 11:25 in the morning of October 7th, 1998. Well, let's say it's 12 o'clock. I hope that Mr. Henry can get this done before 3 o'clock this afternoon. I'll give you a full 3 hours. What do you think, dear Mr. Henry Miller? 3 o'clock this afternoon? 3 hours? Oh damn god, this is too tight. I need time. I know this is difficult, but I really don't have time. Yi Feiyang smiled, then took out something and handed it to Boss Henry, saying, I'll give you a gift before I leave. I hope you'll like it. What? Oh damn. Henry took a look and saw that it was a newly published American business law in California, USA. I hope you can take a look at the contents, especially those about the lease contract. But your American laws are really interesting. The laws of each state are different. Jarlete, Illinois stipulates that if a clothing store allows a woman to try on more than 6 pieces of clothing, the store is illegal and the woman will be arrested. Alabama law prohibits women from entering casinos. If they are found, the casino can arrest the woman and search all the cash and accessories on her. Pennsylvania law stipulates that when a woman buys a sewing machine, she must. Boss Henry couldn't listen anymore. This Chinese is not only cunning, but also very insidious. Yes, very insidious. I will humbly accept the questions and suggestions raised by book friends and make modifications based on the good suggestions. I'm especially grateful to those friends who point out the shortcomings of Binti's writing. After all, bystanders see clearly, and I, as an insider, need your reminders. Thank you. Today is still 2 chapters in 1, 5,000 words. Chapter 52. Dream Pictures. It was supposed to cost $600,000 to rent, but it only cost $300,000, and it also gave Mr. Henry Miller a headache. Such a huge change made the old man toy unable to turn around for a long time. Feiyang, I really doubt whether you are a magician. How did you do it? Actually, it's nothing. I just did a little more homework when I met this Boss Henry. Yi Feiyang smiled and said, but where did you get those materials in your hand? I bought them. I bought them from the bank and spent almost $30,000. Great, I spent $30,000, but saved you $300,000. The most important thing is that I didn't get cheated by that old fox. Toy is very good at calculating in this regard. Yi Feiyang couldn't help but smile, thinking of Gustav, the lion, who really refused to let go of any scraps of meat and even refused to do a favor of $30,000. In fact, for businessmen like Gustav, Yi Feiyang can only admire them. Because such people are the ones who really do big things and will not look down on every penny. In their eyes, capital is accumulated penny by penny. The principle of accumulating little to make a lot is an eternal truth. When you have one more penny than others, you are the owner of this penny. Although I got a bargain, I'm really penniless now, Yi Feiyang said. After buying the factory, I need to renovate it. I plan to use the first floor as an office, the second floor as a conference room and projection room, and the third floor as a copy factory. But all these require money, and I don't know when I can cash in the damn $24 million bonus. Seeing Yi Feiyang's headache, Tuo Yi smiled. With me here, what are you worried about? I don't have much, but I have some coffins. With the 400,000 you gave me, take it and use it. You can pay me back when you have money. But Tuo Yi, is this okay? Yi Feiyang's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Tuo Yi to be so righteous. Why not? Unless you don't regard me as a partner. Haha, I'm still waiting for you, the fortune bringing boy, to take care of me and make money. Grandpa Tuo laughed happily. Originally, he thought that he had helped Yi Feiyang by finding a factory, but he didn't expect that he almost cheated him. Grandpa Tuo, who was very loyal to the underworld, felt guilty deep in his heart. Now he could help Yi Feiyang a little, just as a compensation. Besides, Yi Feiyang regarded him as a partner. If he was still guarding the coffin, how could he expect others to take care of him and give him benefits in the future? Exclamation mark. Grandpa Tuo was a man who had experienced many ups and downs and was familiar with the ways of the world. He had a give and take, and he did this well. Grandpa Tuo, since you have spoken, it would not be appropriate for me to refuse, but there is one thing I want to ask clearly. Is this not usury? Grandpa Tuo was stunned. In a moment, you are taller than me. What kind of person do you think I am? I just want to be righteous for once, and I don't want any interest. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, in the office of Henry Miller, Yi Feiyang, as the lessee, signed his name on the lease contract under the guidance of his private lawyer Louis Carl. Yes, just sign here. Well, the specific content of the agreement is similar to what I made for you before. Mr. Henry Miller also respects your opinion. Carl explained the process of signing the contract to Yi Feiyang very carefully. Henry Miller's face was very ugly, as if his parents had just died, without a smile. Next to him, the guy who was his private lawyer had to comfort him with words, roughly saying that he would drink a bottle of good red wine later, and forget about this damn thing. Okay, Mr. Henry, I'm very satisfied with our cooperation this time. I hope that next time we meet, I can invite you to have a drink. I just heard that you like Bordeaux red wine very much. Yi Feiyang smiled and extended his friendship hand to Mr. Henry. Boss Henry was so angry that his teeth itched, but he had to squeeze out a smile from his dead parents' faces and said, "It's really fate to meet you. It seems that I have to greet God's mother very well. Haha, I really hope that God's mother agrees with your short and sharp greeting." Yi Feiyang shook hands with him with a smile. "Okay, I'm leaving, and you don't have to see me off. We Chinese have a saying that there will always be a farewell after sending you 1,000 miles away. Goodbye, Mr. Henry Miller." After saying this, Yi Feiyang, hand in hand with the young lawyer Louis Carl, went straight out of Boss Henry's office. Behind him, there was a roar, "Go to hell, bastard. Damn Chinese. Damn God." With a snap, it seemed that the cup was broken on the ground. Walking out of Mr. Henry Miller's company, looking at the bright sun at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun shines on the tall buildings around, and Yi Feiyang shields the dazzling sunlight with his hands, and then says to Carl, "Thank you for helping me, Carl. There will be more such things in the future, and I will trouble you more at that time. Dear Yi, since I decided to follow you, I have made a choice. I will serve you and your company wholeheartedly in the future. Of course, this is not only for you, but also for myself." Carl smiled. "You know, I'm taking a gamble on the future. You are the dark horse in Hollywood that I'm optimistic about, so no matter how many difficulties and setbacks there are ahead, you must overcome them, and I will work hard to support you behind the scenes." Yi Feiyang's heart was warmed by Carl's sincere words. "I will remember your words, Carl. When one day I stand on the top of Hollywood, I promise you that I will let you accompany me to see the most dazzling sun." Standing on the top. October 7th, 1998, 4:30 p.m. Number 13, Chinatown. 3-building factory. Empty rooms. Dilapidated rooms, unpainted walls, dusty floors, spiders everywhere in the corners. "Look, this is the film company we are about to establish." Yi Feiyang led the fat man Gao Jiabao, Rabbit Bill and a group of people to visit and said, "Don't look at this building as it is shabby now. It will be very luxurious after decoration. Now, please ignore the dirty floors, shabby doors, and these hateful spiders. Try to use your imagination. Yes, imagination. Think about what it will look like in the future. Feiyang said in a hypnotic tone. First of all, this floor you see is also the first floor of the entire building. I plan to renovate it into an office area. The ground will be covered with high quality Italian marble tiles, which are smooth and bright, just like an ice skating rink full of mercury, making it difficult for you to slide and even stand steadily. The walls and roof will all be painted olive green, which is the most pleasing and protective color to the eyes. As for the walls, various exquisite movie posters will be hung. Of course, these movies will be classic works shot by our company. And here, yes, it is here, I will set up the company's movie display cabinet, and all the trophies and honors you win in the future will be displayed here. The second floor is the company's meeting area, which is equipped with comfortable chairs, supporting audio equipment, and soft Persian hand-sewn carpets. Here I will set up a large conference room, a screening room, a leisure area, and a gym. When you are tired, you can rest and exercise in it, drink coffee and listen to music. If possible, I will also hire top masseurs to do physical massage therapy for everyone. You should know that sitting and working for a long time will cause cervical spondylosis. Haha. In short, this is your paradise for rest. My slogan is, combine work and rest every day, and be happy every year. The third floor is the copy factory. We will make copies of each of our movies by ourselves. The quantity and quality of the copies must be guaranteed. After all, we are not a shell company. We want to create our own golden brand and must not lose the big picture for the small. As for the copying equipment and personnel, they will all be the best and the most outstanding, because I will treat every member of our big family equally. It can be said that here, in the United States, except you, I have no relatives. So I will treat you like my relatives, and I hope you can join hands with me and fight together. Okay, I'm thirsty after talking so much. The above is my general design for our company. As for the specific decoration and other issues, we have to wait for the funds to be in place before they can be implemented. What do you think of this? I have an opinion. Fatty Gao Jiabao raised his hand first and said, I want to know, what do I do in the company? Feiyang smiled. Of course it's your specialty, managing finances. Oh yeah. The fat man jumped up. I knew you were a good friend. I like counting money the most. But before the fat man could finish being happy, Feiyang said again, but there is no money for you to count now. On the contrary, there are a few IOUs that require you to communicate with Mr. Tuo to see if he can squeeze out some more money to customize the tables, chairs, and benches here. What? Negotiate with that loan shark? The fat man was stunned and said very seriously, can I apply for resignation? Dear boss, what about us? What do we do? Bill Rabbit and Fatty Jack said happily. Don't worry, you will all have suitable positions. For example, Bill Rabbit, you are very good at filming and production, and you will be the head of the production department in the future. Fatty Jack, you are good at communication, and I will leave you a good position between the distribution department and the publicity department in the future. In short, although you are all alone now, you must believe me and believe in yourself. In the future, this place will be decorated luxuriously, our company will definitely be very popular, and you will also be able to soar to the sky. Everyone was excited by Feiyang's words, and they had long forgotten where they were. They were full of pride in their hearts. Yes, we will succeed. We will. Yawn. Damn dust. There are many big name film companies in Hollywood, such as the old MGM, Paramount, Disney, and the up-and-coming DreamWorks and Lionsgate. It can be said that the brand value of these film companies in the future will be equivalent to Coca-Cola and Microsoft, and they have huge power. It can be seen from this that, if you want to set up a film company, you must think of an appropriate company name, so that it is catchy and shocking. Toy belongs to the old tradition. As the saying goes, 1 is fate, 2 is luck, 3 is feng shui, 4 is accumulating good deeds, 5 is reading, 6 is reputation, 7 is appearance, and 8 is respecting gods. Toy believes in feng shui and names, and immediately found a fortune teller in Chinatown to name the new company. The fortune teller wore sunglasses and looked like a blind man. He pinched his fingers and picked up a pen and then used the 5 element and 8 trigrams to open the earth. He worked hard for most of the day to come up with 3 names and gave them to Toy, saying, "Take these 3, the meaning is good and it will definitely be auspicious." Toy gave the names he had asked for to Feiyang. Feiyang took a look and found that the first name was which had a very straightforward meaning, making Feiyang doubt whether the fortune-telling skills of this old blind man were street level and had not yet left the original ecology. The second name was Shenzhou, which scared Feiyang. Fortunately, there was no 1 or no 2 at the end, otherwise how would the spacecraft be mixed in the future? The last name was Panlang. Feiyang's brain froze immediately. He highly suspected that this old blind man was a time traveler? Feiyang was not very satisfied with the 3 names given by the fortune teller, which made Toy very frustrated. As for Fatty Gao Jiabao, Rabbit Bill and others, they all offered suggestions. Fatty Gao Jiabao said, "Why not name it Hang Fu Films? Hang Fu Kishan, how beautiful it sounds." Another fat man Jack said, "I've thought about it. It must be very shitty and bloody, very close to God, so this name is OMG. What do you mean? Oh, by hi." Rabbit Bill shook his head. "No, you are all wrong. What kind of world is it now? It's a competitive world. I think our film company should be different, special, and attractive, so the name should be Beauty Nest. Essence. Someone can't get away from the essence of making porn movies." Feiyang felt very miserable. What kind of people are these? Even the name of the company is so messy. Finally, Feiyang had to stand up and announced, "Okay, everyone, stop arguing. In my opinion, movies are just a dream, a tragicomedy that is like a dream. So our company that makes dreams should be called Dream Pictures." Dream Pictures? It sounds pretty nice. Yes, it has a lot of artistic taste. This name is well chosen. I like it. Boss is wise. Boss is mighty. Boss is talented. Boss is so angry that Shakespeare will die. Flattery is everywhere. Now that the name of the company has been determined, the next step is to determine the company's brand logo and the factory logo for the opening screen. For example, MGM, it is a roaring lion sticking out of a circle. 21st Century Fox, it is a century logo hanging on the roof, and Paramount is a snowy mountain with a snow-capped peak. A goddess holding a torch, a child sitting on the moon fishing, a skull through the crack of the door, etc. It can be said that the factory logos of various companies are all kinds of strange, but there is a common feature, that is, people remember it vividly, and it is hard to forget. Now Dream Pictures also needs such a distinctive sign to attract the audience, so that the audience can remember the company Dream Pictures after watching it. In order to achieve this goal, everyone began to brainstorm, and finally after a brainstorming that was more sharp than brainstorming, they finally came up with an idea. Unfortunately, due to the limited computer special effects technology on Feiyang's side, the idea could only be handed over to a newly established Hollywood computer special effects company, Thunder Special Effects, to make it by hand, and told to make it as quickly as possible. The other party replied that, if you give enough money, the speed can fly. So, the factory logo came out in just one day. DV shooting. The first shot, the coconut breeze is gentle, and the blue ocean is endless. The second shot, from static to dynamic, suddenly a beautiful fishtail emerges from the sea, slapping the sea surface, and transforming into countless colorful bubbles. The third shot, the bubbles rise up, and a mermaid immediately jumps out of the sea, hooking her tail, turning into a curvy and exquisite mermaid logo, with 2 big letters below, DM, the abbreviation of dream. Looking at the mermaid logo created by everyone, Feiyang was stunned. Beautiful and dreamy, isn't this exactly what he needs? Look, within 10 years at the latest, I want my mermaid to be comparable to the lion of MGM and the snow-capped mountains of Paramount. Just when someone was swearing and proud of his company's bright and beautiful logo, a fat man clenched his fists and said, "Damn this logo, it cost $6,000. Woohoo, I have to pay an IOU again." Chapter 53, Poaching Av Girls. The United States has a prosperous business environment, and the efficiency of handling and registering companies is even more astonishing. Of course, the speed of companies declaring bankruptcy and bankruptcy at the same time is also astonishing. In fact, according to the U.S. Company Registration Act, the registration fees charged by state governments vary, ranging from tens of dollars to hundreds of dollars. Take the registration of a limited liability company in Utah as an example. The initial registration fee is $52. The annual renewal fee is $12. The name verification fee is $22. And the trademark registration fee is $22. Adding other miscellaneous expenses, the total cost is about $150. The registration agency issues a business license, which marks the establishment of the company. It usually takes 2 or 3 weeks from application to registration. In California, if you pay an expedited fee of $75, all registration procedures can be completed within a week. You can also buy a pre-registered shell company from a lawyer. The purchase cost is relatively expensive, but it can be delivered and used immediately. After the company is registered, it needs to obtain a commercial sign license from the city's Building and Housing Management Department before it can publicly hang or display the company's sign. Neon lights or light boxes used as signs generally require a license to apply for one. Of course, for Feiyang, who was in a time crunch, in order to quickly enter the actual combat and shoot the horror film he was warming up in his hands, no matter what method was used, as long as the company could be started as soon as possible, this was the first issue to consider. So, Louis Carl, an American lawyer, stepped in. He first spent more than $50,000 to buy a shell entertainment company that had already been registered from the lawyer, and then spent another $3,000 to directly obtain a commercial sign license from the city's Building and Housing Management Department. In total, the amount spent was nearly $60,000, but it only took 2 days. Time is money. For Feiyang, although he spent an extra $50,000, he saved himself more than half a month, which was worth it. October 10th, 1998. On this double 10-day, the Dream Pictures company created by Feiyang was announced to be established after obtaining the official license issued by the United States. It is necessary to set off red firecrackers hanging all over the ground. It is also necessary to gather some popularity by dancing dragons and lions. After all, it is in Chinatown, and these customs and habits should be inherited. Big Bird Lukey and others came to congratulate and sent wreaths. Don't tell the difference between circular flower baskets. Fortunately, Feiyang was alert when he learned about the situation and changed to a large flower basket before the wreath was delivered. The old man toy also sent a kumquat tree, which means gold and silver are everywhere. According to the rules of the underworld, if someone sends you kumquats, you should give a red envelope, but Feiyang's wallet is very poor, so he had no choice but to write an IOU. It is said that during this period of time, Toy has become a professional IOU. The registration fee, listing fee, and daily expenses of Dream Pictures, etc., amounted to nearly $100,000, almost all of which were borrowed from him by the tall fat man in charge of finance. Although Toy had already made up his mind to board Feiyang's pirate ship, someone's lavish spending made Toy burst into tears. It was just the beginning, and he had wasted more than $100,000 in just 7 or 8 days. What if this meat bun hits the dog? Ignoring Toy's full of worries, the establishment of this small film company, Dream Pictures, did not stir up any waves in Hollywood. Hollywood was so calm, like a smooth and calm lake, without even a trace of wind. Of course, it was not accurate to say this. At least under the premise that Feiyang did not hype it at all. A small entertainment newspaper still published a small news in the cracks. China established Dream Pictures, and its future development is worrying. A short sentence, but it explains a lot of problems. The first problem is that this small film company was actually founded by a Chinese, which gives people a very ridiculous and funny feeling. You know, in the impression of Americans, the best business of Chinese people is to open restaurants or help people wash dishes. Making movies? Who else do you have besides Bruce Lee? Exclamation mark. The second question is that the name of Dream Picture sounds so fairy tale and unreal. You are an avaricious Chinese who made some money through speculation. Instead of staying at home, marrying a wife, and having a child, you run out to start a company. Isn't this daydreaming? Isn't this dreamy enough? Exclamation mark. The third question is that the reason why this small company is worrying is that Hollywood is a famous crocodile pond where there are many cruel and brutal crocodiles who eat people alive. It is rare for someone like Feiyang to rashly make a fortune and set up a company without experience, strong capital, or backing. Aren't you looking for death? Exclamation mark. Anyway, this little news in the gap was spread out with the wind, and in return it was sneered at and ridiculed by the Chinese. Of course, most people are waiting to watch the fun and laugh at the joke. I heard that this China Yi established the company to make movies, and the movies were made to compete with Lionsgate's The Witch 2. Haha, there's something interesting to watch. Didn't China Yi cooperate with Lionsgate? Why did they break up? It's because Lionsgate wants to make the authentic The Witch, and China Yi, the second-hand dealer, has to step down. I heard that the upstart China Yi is going to shoot 3 horror movies in one go to express its dissatisfaction with Lionsgate. 3. If he can successfully shoot one, I will twist my head off and let him kick it like a ball. He really thinks that making movies is playing tarot cards, and he can brag about it as he wants. All kinds of comments, all kinds of discussions, disdain, contempt, disbelief, and ridicule of Chinese people making movies, all expressed the pessimism of these Hollywood people towards dream pictures. Even if the whole United States is not optimistic about the newly established dream pictures, the company still has to open as usual. There was no huge crowd to congratulate, no enthusiastic media coverage, no enthusiastic fans, and no cheering audiences. Just like that, Dream Pictures opened in an atmosphere of beating drums and gongs and entertaining themselves. In any case, under the management of Yi Feiyang and others, the rough shape of Dream Pictures has been formed. Roughly speaking, there are still days to Halloween. And within this day, Yi Feiyang, who is described as stupid and bold and upstarts by Hollywood people, must recruit people and start filming Ghost Ship, buried in the grudge version of Paranormal Activity that he has tampered with. In other words, with a company, the next step is to have people. Without people, who will work for you? Who will shoot the movie? Who will take charge of the company's affairs, big and small? Exclamation mark. Of course, the management personnel can be ignored for the time being, but filming requires a crew, and the crew includes photographers, lighting technicians, makeup artists, and script supervisors, etc. These people must be there. Fortunately, Yi Feiyang has a friend who started out as an underground filmmaker in Hollywood, Bill Rabbit. Hollywood, the world's film capital, the cornerstone of the film empire. Many years ago, this place was originally a large farm purchased by a businessman named Harvey. When his wife was traveling, she heard a woman next to her say that she was from a place called Hollywood in Ohio, so she thought the name Hollywood was a good one. After returning home, she brought a large number of holly trees from Scotland to plant on her husband's farm and named it Hollywood. In fact, this word originally means holly in English. In 1887, Harvey took advantage of the government's loopholes and planned to build a small town here and officially registered the name Hollywood with the regional government. By 1900, this place had already taken shape. Hollywood already had a post office, a newspaper, a hotel and 2 markets, with 500 residents. In 1903, this place was upgraded to a city. In 1907, director Bergs led his film crew to shoot The Count of Monte Cristo. They found that the bright sunshine and varied terrain here were very suitable for filming movies. In 1910, the great director Griffith also came here. This workaholic immediately fell in love with this place. Under his influence, more and more filmmakers flocked to Hollywood, and soon those big film companies also moved here. In 1911, the first film studio officially opened. In the same year, a total of 15 studios settled here. In 1923, 75 years ago, the line of white characters that later became the symbol of Hollywood, Hollywood was erected on the hillside behind Hollywood. This originally dilapidated town became popular because of movies. Paramount, MGM and other big film companies are located on both sides of Hollywood Boulevard, which is the most prosperous place in Hollywood, with many celebrities, luxury cars, bright lights and wine, and a life of drunkenness and dreams. Those poor actors who tried their best to squeeze in but couldn't, could only choose another way near Hollywood, shooting underground honest movies, in order to buy bread and beer, and to make ends meet. These people live in the underground world of Hollywood. For the sake of their dreams, some of them buried themselves, and for the sake of their dreams, some, like mackerels, strive to get to the top, even if they are hungry. There are many who became famous later, such as the current Hollywood action star, Stallone. When Stallone was in his teens, in order to break into the film industry, he gritted his teeth, and had a real fight with the heroine in the film The Party at Kitty and Stud's Italian Stallion, performing uncensored scenes, and showing all kinds of outrageous postures. In the film, Sylvester Stallone plays Kitty's boyfriend Stud, who is the male lead with the heavier role. Except for him and another male star, most of the actors in the film are female. There is even a long lesbian sex scene, and Sylvester Stallone watched it from beginning to end. Of course, when everyone is in the camera, they are mostly naked. The audience can see Stallone's front and back, including the key points. When Stallone became famous for Rocky later, this porn film was immediately renamed Italian Stallion, and was released again. In fact, many big stars had a career of selling their bodies before they became famous. Steve McQueen was a call boy, Sean Connery was a nude model, but they did not leave any records. Only Sylvester Stallone's performance in the porn film can never be erased. When he took on this film, he was still a 23-year-old young man waiting for a career breakthrough in the slums of Hollywood. He worked several jobs during the day, such as a movie ticket collector, and only had time to shoot at night. His salary was only $0. Rabbit Bill's experience is similar to that of the big star Stallone, except that his dream is to become a great director, not an actor. It's a pity that Rabbit Bill is unlucky, and can only show his artistic talent in the underground Chengren film market. His artistic talent is too artistic, and he frequently loses money. Until he got lucky, and met Yi Feiyang who was chasing him, he began his real artistic life. Rabbit Bill is grateful to Yi Feiyang. The main reason is that everything Yi Feiyang does is so incredible, like a magician, giving people miracles. For Rabbit Bill, Yi Feiyang is no longer just a buddy or friend. There is already admiration and worship in it, so he respectfully calls Yi Feiyang boss. Now Boss Yi has told him to make some friends from the underground Chengren film market to help with the filming, and explained that at least 3 filming crews should be set up to film the Grim Reaper, Buried Alive and Paranormal Activity, and the staff requirements may be more. After receiving the order, Rabbit Bill immediately called his best friends without saying a word. In fact, Rabbit Bill's staff is very good, especially when he was working on small films. He met many friends who made apps, including photographers, lighting technicians, makeup artists, etc. Those AV photographers, lighting technicians, makeup artists, etc. usually just make a small movie. To be honest, people like them are on the edge of Hollywood. Although they are talented, they are submerged underground and belong to the people living at the bottom of Hollywood. The prosperity of Hollywood in people's eyes has nothing to do with them. Their biggest hope is to have a bit of luck, be noticed by a big director, and then make a lot of money from this place that creates dreams, and live a glorious life. But such an ideal is very difficult to achieve. The reason is that there are too many people working underground in Hollywood. Too many people and too little porridge. Overcrowded. This group of people just live like zombies, and gradually, their dreams become numb, and they no longer believe that they will have any shit luck. Therefore, after getting the news about Rabbit Bill, a very surprising scene immediately appeared. And Yi Feiyang's move of letting Rabbit Bill poach people also caused turmoil in the Hollywood underground honest film market, so that the guys who will make a fortune in small movies in the future said, Yi Feiyang spoiled the whole pot of soup. Chapter 54, Super Actor. Yi Feiyang asked his friend Bill Rabbit to call the technicians who were working on the Chengren film, hoping that they would come to help. This call was a big deal, and it immediately caused a stir. Hollywood, underground Chengren film market. The crew of Mary's ass. The heroine Mary was not very famous in the Hollywood Chengren film market, but she had the airs of a superstar. She directed the skinny makeup artist and said, "Damn it, why don't you work hard at all? Don't you know who I am and what I'm filming? Do you understand Mary's ass? The key is the ass. My ass must be beautiful, shiny, and three-dimensional. How do I say it? Like a peach. Yes, it must be like a damn peach. Let those damn men get excited when they see it, and they will be super excited like a Spanish bull. This is the effect I want." Miss Mary shamelessly pointed at her naked and smooth butt and said loudly, "Remember this, as a makeup artist, you have to make up my butt instead of just messing with my face. Got it?" The skinny makeup artist was named Mickey and looked like Mickey Mouse. In response to Miss Mary's question, he carefully answered, "Yes, dear Miss Mary, I seem to understand what you mean. That is, you want me to pay more attention to your butt. Shameless, right? Damn it, why can't you understand? Peaches. I want peaches." Mary was a little furious. This bastard didn't pay attention to what she said. "Oh, I know. But, is it peaches? Or peaches?" Miss Mary wondered if this guy's head was filled with shit. "Oh, you damn bastard. Don't you want to do this? Ha, I'll ask the director to fire you. Yes, I will." Just when Miss Mary was furious and waiting for this shitty makeup artist to kneel down and beg for mercy, makeup artist Mickey's phone rang. "Oh, it's Brother Bill. You're rich now. How come you still have time to call us poor guys? What, you have something good to do for me? Oh god, please don't play tricks on me anymore. Since my gambling addicted father was hit and killed by a car, I haven't had any shitty luck." "What? You want to invite me to your company to be a makeup artist? Really? Oh dear man. Today is not April Fool's Day. Please don't joke with me, okay?" Mickey couldn't believe that he would be so lucky. After confirming on the phone that what Bill the Rabbit said was true, Mickey was a little excited. "What did you say? You really want me to shoot a horror movie? Oh god, you don't have to doubt my ability. I can definitely do the makeup for horror movies. We are all human beings. Even ghosts are transformed from human beings. As for the remuneration, can it be calculated by the day? The old rules, $100 a day. This is no problem. Haha, it seems that your boss is easy to talk to, and he agreed so readily. No way. It turns out that your boss is the magical Chinese who created the myth of the witch with more than 200 million. What? After the movie is successfully released, if the effect is good, there may be movie dividends in the future? Mickey began to get so excited that his lips trembled when he spoke. "God, I promise you, I will go there immediately." "Oh god, you finally opened your eyes." Mickey hung up the phone and then smiled at the angry Miss Mary. "In fact, from my professional point of view, your beautiful butt is like a peach. It will be more sexy." After that, he casually slapped the prop beard on Miss Mary's delicate and smooth butt. At the same time, at the filming site of Chengren's movie Napoleon's Spring Dream, the actor who plays Napoleon is a short actor from France, and at this moment he is chatting with the lighting technician of the crew. "Hey, man, can you do me a favor?" said the short man. "My little brother down there hasn't been very good recently, and he looks listless. You know, guys like us rely on it to make a living, but alas, it's so disappointing. Oh, I admit that I made a new girlfriend today recently, and I have no self-control in that aspect. She is so hungry every night. As a boyfriend and a man, how can I watch her not be satisfied? I'm a good man, so I will try my best to treat every woman who loves me. Love is the most elusive thing, making you willing and exhausted. Yes, just like me now, I have lost my former majesty and ambition, so I'm a little powerless. But to be honest, I really didn't mean it, and I didn't want to mess up the filming. God, please believe me this time. I dare not let the director know about my embarrassing thing, so I hope you can light it a little, just a little. Dear, can you help me light it a little brighter, so that my little brother can become bright and shiny? Oh yes, it looks great. The lighting engineer in charge of this Chengren movie was named Charlie. He rubbed his fingers and said, "It's very simple, as long as you understand this." "Oh, I understand, I understand." The little man quickly took out $10 from his pocket and stuffed it in. "Do you think this is okay? Oh man, please help me." Charlie didn't expect the other party to be so stingy. $10? Oh man, do you really think I'm a beggar on the street? Even if I am, they can earn hundreds of dollars a day, and I, your friend, helped you so much, but you only paid me a pitiful $10. You are insulting me, do you know? Charlie said, a little unhappy. People in this industry know that asking for help costs at least $30. What can you do with $10? Buy a pack of cigarettes or watch a movie? Exclamation mark. The short man's face changed. Shit. I'm talking to you nicely, but you really think you're some great guy. You know, I give you money because I respect you. I don't know how many crappy lighting technicians like you I've met. To be honest, I came to the United States from France and met a lot of people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Do you know how hard it is for me to make money by relying on the guys below? Don't think that you can fill your pockets by just having sex with women for a few times in bed. Wrong. I'm also short of money, so I don't mind your blackmailing me like this. I will accept it. Damn it, $10 is not enough. How much more do you want? $10, $30, or even $50? Exclamation mark. To put it bluntly, if I give you so much money, do you have the ability to take it? Exclamation mark. A small lighting technician not only does not learn from others, but also learns blackmail. Damn it, even if my little brother down there is in a slump, he will not be blackmailed by you. So, just take the $10 and stop talking nonsense. You really think you are a human being? The little man cursed and cursed the lighting technician Charlie from beginning to end. Charlie was about to retort when the phone rang. It was Bill Rabbit calling, and he said on the phone, "Hey, man, would you like to make a horror movie with me?" In a moment, Charlie, the lighting engineer, hung up the phone, threw the lighting props in his hand into the hands of the little man, and said confidently, "Here, man, now you light yourself. But take it easy, don't light it too hard, otherwise you will have an extra burnt hot dog." The shooting scene of Cleopatra of Chengren. The photographer in charge of photography is named Cindy. At this moment, he is holding a DV camera in his hand and shooting mechanically, while yawning boredly. On a soft big bed full of white feathers, the actress who plays Cleopatra is making love with the actor who plays Anthony. The moves without any novelty, the plot without any creativity, the dull and boring rhythm, all of this makes Cindy feel extremely depressed. As a photographer, Cindy has ideals. His idol is Janusz Kaminski, a famous Hollywood photographer today. Janusz was unknown before, but he soared to the sky because of Schindler's List. Since then, he and Spielberg have hit it off. Spielberg abandoned his longtime brother Dean Caddy, and he shot all of Spielberg's subsequent films. The recent Saving Private Ryan is his masterpiece. Even a big star like Tom Hanks has to manipulate him when he is in front of his camera. Those familiar faces, once he is painted, immediately present a completely new look. His images are very beautiful. He will definitely be a master in the future. Cindy envied Janusz very much. She envied him for having such a good opportunity to meet his mentor Spielberg. As for herself, she thought she was talented, but she could only carry a camera and shoot women's buttocks and men's buttocks every day. Oh damn, is this my future? Exclamation mark. Just when Cindy was extremely depressed, the phone rang. Whose phone is it? Don't you know that you should turn off your phone when filming? Oh god, Cindy, can you be more professional? The bearded director was very dissatisfied with Cindy. Cindy handed the DV camera to the bearded director indifferently. Actually, a movie like this doesn't need a professional photographer like me. Maybe a pig can shoot it well. Of course, you can also save some photography fees. Seeing that Cindy was about to go out, the bearded director roared, "Oh, bastard. If you go out now, don't come back." Cindy shrugged, ignoring the roar behind her, walked out of the studio, answered the phone and said, "Hey, man. You should congratulate me because of your damn phone call. I'm unemployed again." Rabbit Bill smiled on the other end. "That's great, man. Come to my side. There's a serious horror movie that needs your help." Cindy smiled. "Okay then, man. If what you said is true, I'll buy you a drink tonight. If you're just joking, then wait. I'll kick your ass hard." Cindy, Mickey, and Charlie, plus the other 10 underground film staff, were all summoned to Dream Pictures by a phone call from Rabbit Bill. The 13 people looked curiously at this original film company that had not yet been renovated. Although it had been cleaned, the concrete floor was still rough, as well as the surrounding mottled walls, old doors and windows. Just as these people were thinking about their own things, footsteps were heard. Then a tall Chinese man walked in. When he saw them, he smiled and nodded. Then he took the initiative to introduce himself and said, "Hello, everyone. My name is Feiyang, and I'm also the boss of this newly established company. This time I'm very happy to invite you to join our company and help me shoot 3 movies. Yes, it is 3 movies, and the themes are all horror movies. You can see that this is what our company looks like now. Perhaps you will say in your heart, damn, what kind of broken company is this? Can you give me money? Can you give me a good salary?" To be honest, I'm not too sure about this issue, because our company is very short of money now. I don't like to force others, and I don't like to see someone take up a position in my crew because of friendship. So I told Bill the Rabbit a long time ago that, if you still feel dissatisfied after listening to my introduction below, then fine, you can leave very casually. I will never force you. After all, we are all in Hollywood, and we will meet each other every day. Maybe there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Okay, now I will introduce the problems you will face. First of all, in terms of salary, calculated on a daily basis, according to different types of work, the average daily salary is $100. If I remember correctly, the US government stipulates that the minimum wage level is $7.25 per hour. If calculated based on a 40-hour work week, the minimum wage for full-time employees in the United States is $0.0 per week. The salary level I offer now is definitely not low. Secondly, your filming time will not be too long. It is now October 11th, and our movie must be released on November 1st, which is before Halloween, so you will work for at most half a month. If possible, each of you can get a reward of $1,500 by then. Finally, if our movie has a good box office reputation after its release, then you may also get corresponding bonuses. Yes, bonuses. In the words of us Chinese, each of you will be given a super big red envelope. The above is your basic treatment issue. If anyone has any questions, you can raise them now. Feiyang looked around and asked. 13 people looked at each other, and finally Cindy raised her hand and said, "Mr. Yi, we can basically accept the treatment you just mentioned, because even if we make a small movie, the highest income is only $1,000. But I'm curious, how to solve the problem of food and accommodation during this period? Yes, filming is very time consuming. Sometimes we can't go back at all. What about food and accommodation? Should we order McDonald's ourselves?" Charlie also asked. Feiyang smiled and said, "I can solve the problem of food. Boxed lunches are no problem. Although they are not too rich, they will definitely fill you up. As for the problem of accommodation, I hope you can treat the crew as your own home, and it's best to be patient and take things as they come. After all, this is work, not vacation. So our cooperation with your company this time is temporary, right? Do we need to sign a contract?" Someone asked. Yes, this cooperation is just a temporary one. If you don't trust Bill, I can sign a legally binding employment contract with each of you, but this requires some formalities, and some money needs to be deducted from your salary as a guarantee fee, which is very troublesome. If you trust Rabbit Bill, then I hope you can trust me too. I, Feiyang, promise that every word and every promise I say today will be absolutely fulfilled. Damn, it's troublesome to sign a contract, and we need that shitty lawyer. Yeah, it's very time consuming. I choose to believe Bill. If he cheats us, we'll blow his ass up. Haha, he'll be so happy that he'll scream. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. A group of bitches who want to save money roared in a very lewd way. Okay, now that this problem has been solved, who has any questions? Feiyang was very satisfied with everyone's reactions. I have another question. Cindy continued to raise her hand. What if our technology doesn't satisfy you? Easy. Feiyang smiled. I will give you enough money for the trip, so you can take a taxi home. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Okay. Feiyang clapped his hands. I hope you can all unite from now on and work together for our new drama. I, Feiyang, promise you that when these 3 dramas are successfully released, it will be the time for me to express my gratitude to you. At that time, we will drink as much as we want and dance as much as we want. Let's have a party together. Great. Let's have a party together. To welcome the victory, work hard. Come on. Damn, who stepped on my foot? Ha ha ha. For Feiyang's poaching of Chengren Film's technical staff, many people who don't know the truth may think that Feiyang is using these people to fill in the gaps. In fact, Feiyang is a man of careful calculation. When Rabbit Bill gave him the list of these people, Feiyang sent people to collect their information. It's not that Feiyang didn't believe Rabbit Bill's personal recommendation, but because he was always very cautious and would never easily trust anyone around him. These materials include the family background, personal experience, and most importantly, the works of these people. Don't underestimate Chengren Films. This is also an art. Whether it is photography, makeup, or lighting, it also requires very profound attainments. As a senior fan in his previous life, Feiyang gave scores and judgments on these people's photography skills, makeup skills, and lighting creation skills. In the end, Feiyang confirmed which ones he needed, which ones he could cultivate, and which ones he could abandon, and then made a decision to let them come to Dream Pictures, and did a very inflammatory ideological work on them. In a way, Feiyang is definitely a guy who is more cunning than a fox. He is sharp, alert, and occasionally hypocritical. Most importantly, he never does things that he is not sure of. Of course, to use Feiyang's own words to explain, Hollywood is like this. Actors are very much like politicians, and politicians are very much like actors. Now, I'm an actor, and the role I have to play is the boss. The big chapter has been updated. Please vote. Please recommend. My health is still very bad recently. I have been on an 4th drip for almost a week, and my cold is still not healed. It seems that sitting and typing has ruined my health. It's not easy to make a living. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55. Actor Recruitment. After solving the technical personnel problem of the filming crew, the next thing Feiyang has to face is the actor problem, and this problem is the most critical point of the 3 dramas. You know, whether a drama is good or not, in addition to the script, the most important thing is the actor's acting skills. In the past life, a famous Hong Kong actor once said, "There are no bad scripts, only bad actors." Especially the 3 dramas that Feiyang is about to shoot have certain requirements for actors. For example, the play Buried Alive is simply a one-act play of the male protagonist. From beginning to end, he needs to conquer the audience with superb acting skills, so that there are highlights and no boring points. Therefore, except for Natasha and Big Bird Lucci, Feiyang directly gave up hiring other AV actors. He needs some unique or professional actors, not some male and female actors who can only roll around in bed. It is easy to find actors in Hollywood, and it is also easy to find formal actors with acting skills, because you only need to find the Actors Union in Los Angeles. The American Screen Actors Guild was founded in 1933 and now has more than 100,000 members. There are all kinds of talents in film and television. As long as you go to the American Screen Actors Guild to fill out a form and pay a certain fee, you can find the actors and actresses you need through the Actors Guild. Among them, there are those who are good at shooting comedies, romances, suspense dramas, and of course thrillers. However, the Actors Guild protects the interests of actors. If you want to find suitable actors here, you must sign a series of labor contracts and pay a salary that cannot be less than the market value. More importantly, if any accident occurs on the set, as a producer, you must bear full responsibility. In other words, the Actors Guild fully protects the legitimate interests of the actors. As a producer, the responsibilities you have to bear are beyond your imagination. Feiyang learned more about the Actors Guild from his private lawyer, Louis Carl. According to Carl, all film and television industry workers who have signed a contract with the American Screen Actors Guild are members of the association. In the membership contract, there are many provisions to ensure the safety of members on the set. For example, when shooting shots involving stunts, the set will be equipped with qualified medical personnel and mobile nursing vehicles throughout the process. At the beginning, in order to start shooting the 3 dramas smoothly, as soon as possible, Feiyang went to the American Screen Actors Guild in Los Angeles to inquire about the employment. But he immediately backed off. It was not that he couldn't find good actors here, but the problem was that the labor costs offered by the local union were ridiculously high. Apart from other things, the labor costs offered by the Actors Guild alone were ridiculously high. An actor was charged $40 an hour, $3 a day, and double the overtime for more than 8 hours. Such labor costs are definitely very high in the United States, and it is even more sky high for Feiyang, who is seriously short of funds. One person is about more than 100 Hong Kong dollars a day. Feiyang negotiated with the fat woman in charge of the negotiations, saying that his company had just been established and had problems with funds. He hoped to be flexible and give himself and those actors some opportunities. After all, they don't have dramas to shoot every day. In addition, his script is great. As long as the actors read it, they will like it. Maybe they are willing to perform for free. After his drama is released, it will receive a good effect, which can be regarded as a publicity for the union. Finally, everyone gave in to each other. If they had a good relationship this time, it would be easier to cooperate in the future. Frequent visits were the most important thing. No matter what she said, the fat woman was not moved or shaken, just like her weight. She said that, no matter who you are, or which company you are from, as long as you want to use people from our actors union to film, you must abide by our contract. Not a penny less. Feiyang asked her, what if we are not satisfied with the actors? The fat woman said, please believe in our actors, they are all professionals. If you are really not satisfied, you can change them until you are satisfied. Seeing the fat woman's firm attitude, Feiyang understood that this guy would not be persuaded by soft or hard tactics. In the end, Feiyang understood why the actors union had such a tough attitude. The reason is simple, this guy took kickbacks. It turns out that after the actors signed an employment agreement with the actors union, the actors' wages were not all their own. A part of it had to be handed over to the union. In name, it was consulting fees, but in fact, in Feiyang's view, it was simply his mother protection fee. Since he couldn't get the actors he needed from the formal channels like the Actors Guild, Feiyang thought of another way. This is Hollywood, can't he find actors who want to act? Exclamation mark. Maybe some of them are willing to appear on camera without spending money. So Feiyang made up his mind and published a more conspicuous actor recruitment order directly on an entertainment newspaper in Los Angeles. Are you still complaining that God doesn't give you a chance? Are you still lamenting that you have superb acting skills but are not appreciated? Are you still worried about not being able to find a suitable role? Are you a talent in the entertainment industry? Our Dream Pictures company is open to welcome you. Come on, we need those excellent actors who have dreams, but find it difficult to realize them. Dream recruitment, effective immediately. The bigger your heart is, the bigger the stage is. Choose Dream Pictures, you and I, together to create a golden future. As soon as this recruitment notice was sent out, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. After all, this is Los Angeles, and the representative holy land of Los Angeles is Hollywood. There are very few people here who don't want to be actors or step into the entertainment industry. On the contrary, many outsiders even traveled thousands of miles to come here without any trouble. Some of them have achieved success, such as the muscle man Jean-Claude Van Damme from Brussels and the tough guy superstar Arnold Schwarzenegger from Austria. These two predecessors are the best among many successful people. Of course, compared with those successful people, more people are drowned in the vast ocean of Hollywood without even a chance to bubble up and are drowned. Therefore, as soon as everyone saw the opportunity, they flocked to number 13 Chinatown, Dream Pictures. The whole Chinatown was boiling. October 12, 1998. There are still 18 days until Halloween. Dream Pictures. When those amateur actors with dreams and struggles in their hearts came to the 3-story building of Dream Pictures, they were collectively dumbfounded when they saw the undecorated, dilapidated and mottled film company in front of them. mottled buildings, rough ground, and all kinds of miscellaneous items piled up in the yard, such as broken sofas, broken tables and chairs, and even some newspapers, magazines, and wine bottles. Damn. Is this a film company? Or a scrap collection station? A gust of wind blew, and the withered yellow leaves on the ground in the yard floated coldly like the hearts of these job applicants. What should I do? Is it a shell company? Or a shell company? Or is it a prank? How can this dilapidated place be as beautiful and magnificent as the recruitment advertisement? Countless thoughts were churning. Forget it, since we are here, let's take a look first. Some people made up their minds and waited for the so-called miracle. The reason is actually very simple. I heard that the person in charge of the recruitment this time was Feiyang, a Chinese filmmaker who had produced a box office of 200 million and set a new dark horse record. Everyone was very curious about this magical Chinese who turned stones into gold. You know, a few days ago, the whole Hollywood was spreading news about him. In addition, this group of people had another reason. As marginal people in the Hollywood film industry, they had few opportunities to act. Amateur actors like them who had no conditions to join the union basically had to work from one place to another. They were well fed today and hungry tomorrow. Therefore, it was not easy to make a living. If it was an opportunity, they should not let it go. So, in the originally empty factory yard, a long black queue formed in a short time. There were black girls, white girls, hip-hop groups, punk men, metal guys, and all kinds of people. Some of them lined up to chat, talking about some shitty news and celebrity gossip. Some dressed up by themselves, either with nail polish or with makeup, and fiddling with their hair. What's more, two male and female stars had a good chat, fell in love, hugged and kissed passionately on the spot, causing the long queue to scream. Looking at this group of interviewers who had no highlights, no rules, free and undisciplined, and looked like they were on a tour, Bill Rabbit felt cold. Are these the future talents of Hollywood? Why are they all here? Look at the men and women around us. Is this really like a garbage recycling station? Is it all garbage stuffed here? Chapter 56. Interview Part 1. Dream Pictures. Interview Site. Okay, next Mr. Billy, please go in for the interview. Bill Rabbit shouted, holding the information. A white man with a handsome hairstyle came out. Hi, buddy, I'm Billy. Can you tell me what questions you will ask later? Bill Rabbit, the questions are random. Just answer them seriously. Oh, damn, it's useless to ask. Billy shrugged and walked in. In the interview area. Your name is Billy, right? Feiyang asked. Yes, man, my name is Billy, but you can also call me Billy the Kid, which is a cool cowboy name. The white guy said proudly. What are you applying for? Actor. Man. Don't you know my outstanding appearance? Look at me. I look like Elaine Delon when I frown, like Sylvester Stallone when I crook my mouth, like Al Pacino when I'm thinking, like Robert De Niro when I'm angry, and my girlfriend said that when I hold my chin with my hand and look forward, I look most like the movie star Marlon Brando. The white guy kept changing his posture and expression, looking like a superstar. Feiyang felt that this guy was born decades earlier and would be a perfect candidate for the funny show America's Got Talent. Thinking of this, he immediately ticked a box on his profile. Ahem. You're right. You have good appearance. So I want to know why you came for an interview? Feiyang asked, holding the information in his hand. Need I say that? Of course I want to become famous. The white guy was very frank. I read your introduction. Man, aren't you going to open 3 plays? 3 plays. At least one will be very suitable for me. How should I put it? I think this is an opportunity, so I came. So you mean, you want to be the male lead in these 3 plays? Of course. The white guy shrugged. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Similarly, an actor who doesn't want to be the protagonist is definitely not a good actor. Choosing me is right. Very confident. Feiyang ticked the corresponding blank in the information. Haha, it's right to be confident. But it's not easy to be the male lead. After all, there are many people competing for this position. I want to know, compared with them, what are your strengths? Feiyang asked. Me. Haven't you seen it yet, buddy? I'm handsome enough. This is my strength. If being handsome is also a strength, then being fat is also an advantage. Feiyang smiled and glanced at the fat man Jack next to him. Jack Black rolled his eyes at him. This joke is not funny at all. So besides being handsome, what else can you do? Feiyang couldn't help laughing. I can also, well, I hosted a talk show when I was in college. I think I'm good at talking. Yes, I think this is my advantage. At least as an actor, you must be eloquent, right? Feiyang nodded. You are right, friend. Okay, let me ask you one last question. If you are asked to play a supporting role, would you be willing? Supporting role? Oh, God, although I'm eager to be the protagonist, but if it is really a supporting role, I'm willing to accept it. The white guy thought for a while, and acted very sincerely. Well, congratulations, Billy the Kid, you are selected. Oh, God, thank you so much. What is your name? Feiyang asked the next interviewee. The interviewer was a rude looking guy, with a broad back, and a big waist. He rubbed his nose hard and said, you can call me Quinn. Quinn, huh? What are your specialties? Specialties? Quinn pursed his lips and spit. Feiyang frowned and crossed out the information. Well, I'm very good in bed, does that count? Oh, sorry, I think you may have come to the wrong door. We want DV male protagonists, not AV male actors. What do you mean? I mean you can leave. Oh, shit. Don't regret it. When I become famous, even if you invite me, I won't come. Quinn roared. Hi, your name is Katie, right? Feiyang looked at the personal file in his hand and asked a black girl. Yes, my name is Katie Alice. The black girl had many small braids on her hair, hanging on her forehead, which was very distinctive. Your profile says you graduated from the Department of Drama and Performance at the University of California, but why are you applying here? Feiyang looked at the black girl in front of him with doubts. She looked very good in both appearance and conditions. In Feiyang's opinion, a professional like her could find roles in other film companies. The black girl shrugged. See, dear sir, it's because I'm black. Feiyang didn't understand for a while, and the rabbit bill next to him whispered, Hollywood still discriminates against black actors. Feiyang was stunned. This was not the impression he had. It seemed that many Hollywood blockbusters had black actors in them. Choose her. It will only benefit us, and not harm us. Bill suggested. Feiyang didn't have time to think about why. After simply asking some necessary questions, Feiyang carefully ticked the form. The black girl was hired. Time passed quickly. After a busy morning, Feiyang only selected 2 or 3 relatively suitable actors from the long queue of male and female actors, and the rest were all passed on the spot. During the break, Feiyang was sorting out the interview materials in his hand. Bill Rabbit brought him a cup of coffee and handed it to him, saying, have a cup to refresh yourself. Feiyang smiled and suddenly asked, why did you suggest me to choose that black girl? Bill smiled. Don't you understand Hollywood yet? How do you Chinese say it? You want to be a whore and also want to be a saint. Yes, that's what I mean. Hollywood looks glamorous and has equal opportunities, but the treatment and gap between white stars and black stars are more obvious than the black spots on Marilyn Monroe's face. Yes, man. This is how Hollywood is. It's hard for black actors to make a name for themselves unless they kiss the toes of the goddess of luck or want to become the next Eddie Murphy, Denzel Washington, or Will Smith, which is harder than exploring Mars. Then, Bill Rabbit told Feiyang in great detail about the history of black actors in Hollywood. Due to identity issues, most people of color in early American movies played villains in the films. In the 1930s, black characters began to break away from the single negative face, and some loyal servant characters appeared. In the 1960s, with the rise of the American Civil Rights Movement, the number of films reflecting social themes gradually increased. Racial issues, as a chronic disease of American society, began to be noticed by filmmakers and were repeatedly put on the screen. In 1980, Ronald W. Reagan defeated Carter by an absolute advantage and was elected President of the United States. This president had been an actor for 28 years. Perhaps it was the good luck he brought that brought Hollywood into a more glorious period of prosperity than the 1930s. This period was a period when Hollywood hero blockbusters were rampant, giving rise to a group of super action stars such as Harrison Ford, Bruce Willis, Sylvester Stallone, and Arnold Schwarzenegger. Most of their films have a very clear opposition between good and evil. The heroes in the films are full of righteousness, wisdom, and courage. The final result is often that the American heroes defeat the bastards of foreign races, or even that the United States saves the world, with a full flavor of great power chauvinism. Like previous action stars, these men were all white. Of course, American filmmakers also noticed the racist tendencies in the film, so they took a rather clumsy remedy, letting white and black action actors play together. The pioneer in this regard was the 1982 film 48 Hours, in which white actor Nick Nolte and black actor Eddie Murphy had a mutually beneficial cooperation. After that, this black and white pairing almost became the standard paradigm of action movies. In later films such as The New York Heist, people saw the combination of black and white action stars. After listening to Bill Rabbitt's narration, Feiyang finally understood that Hollywood is really a bitch. Although black actors have gradually gained some status on the big screen, it is still difficult for most black people to get a role. Feiyang seemed to hear the voice of the black girl again. Why did I come here? To apply for a job instead of going to those big movie companies? Because I'm black. Now my dear boss, do you understand why I suggest you keep that black girl? Black people account for 12.4% of the total population in the United States, about 36 million. In the future, if our movies want to occupy the box office in North America, black audiences must be attracted. So, having more black people in the movie will only benefit us, not harm us. Rabbit Bill said cunningly. Feiyang couldn't deny it, because he suddenly thought of another question at this time. Since it is so difficult for black people to get along in Hollywood, what about Chinese people? Exclamation mark. I remember well that this year happened to be the year when Hong Kong superstars Chen Long and Li Lianjie entered Hollywood at the same time. One of them filmed Rush Hour and the other filmed Lethal Weapon 4. Especially Li Lianjie, who is known as the Kung Fu Emperor, can only play a sinister and vicious drug dealer in the play, who is finally killed by a white hero. Isn't the sadness of black people in Hollywood the sadness of Chinese people in Hollywood? Exclamation mark. Feiyang was silent. Because the backend is locked, the update is a little late. I'm very sorry. 2 updates today. The first one is here. Chapter 57. Interview Part 2. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, the actor interviews continued. Feiyang and others, who were already exhausted, still served as interviewers, and gave very serious screening and judgment to every man and woman who came to apply for a role. But unfortunately, there were too few outstanding ones. Oh, damn, you will regret it. You don't even accept a beauty like me. A black girl with freckles on her face shouted loudly. Go to hell, what a shitty company. I curse you for not being able to recruit anyone. A middle-aged lady shouted loudly. If I'm not considered a beauty, then all the beauties in the world will die. A lady who was dressed up as Marilyn Monroe in a red dress, but looked like a prehistoric dinosaur roared. As the recruitment was halfway through, there was not a single suitable male and female actor. Feiyang was a little sleepy. Failure. It was really a failure. Who would have thought that recruiting actors would be so difficult? Next, Feiyang rubbed his temple and shouted. The door of the interview room opened. Then a girl walked in. The moment the girl walked in, everyone's eyes were brightened, as if a beam of light suddenly appeared in the darkness, making it impossible to open their eyes. She was wearing a very cool strapless off-shoulder dress, revealing her round and smooth pearl shoulders, which set off her hanger-like figure. She was wearing a steel bra with transparent glass straps, and her petite and firm outline was looming. Her 2 arms were exposed, like tender lotus roots, and naturally hung on her thin waist like a water snake. Her waist was tied with an exaggeratedly wide black snakeskin belt, which was covered with silver sequins. The most amazing thing was her 2 beautiful and dazzling long legs, which were completely exposed outside, because she was wearing a miniskirt that could not be shorter, making people thirsty at the sight. Hello, my name is Jessica Alba, and I'm here to apply for the female lead, the girl said confidently under the gaze of everyone. Jessica Alba? Exclamation mark. Feiyang was stunned. Fatty Jack and Rabbit Bill were also stunned. However, the reason they were stunned was different from Feiyang's. After saying this, Jessica subconsciously reached down and pulled her skirt down, trying to cover her beautiful legs a little more. Unexpectedly, when she pulled it down, her navel was exposed. The pink waist and the flat belly without a trace of fat almost made the fat man Jack and the Rabbit Bill present bleed from their noses. There was no way. The fabric of the skirt was too little. Ordinary miniskirts were only 20 centimeters above the knee, and the one she was wearing was not much longer than ordinary briefs. With a slight movement, the safety boxer briefs inside were faintly visible. Such a small thing could naturally cover the top, but not the bottom. Only after seeing this kind of girl, you will know what a natural beauty is, and she is the most beautiful of all beauties. She is the kind of woman that makes men's eyes bloodshot at first sight, and they wish their eyes would pop out and stick to her. Most people will ignore her appearance when they see her for the first time because her figure is so hot and eye-catching. Boss, I think this girl is pretty good, Rabbit Bill said in a flattering manner. Yes, I think she is pretty good, especially in terms of appearance, which is very rare. Fatty Jack gestured with his hand to make a Coke bottle curve. Feiyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is this a beauty pageant or an actor selection? Exclamation mark. Just when Feiyang was about to speak, Jessica Alba suddenly said, I know you. This sentence scared Feiyang, and he thought with a guilty conscience, did she know that he was pretending to be a priest? Exclamation mark. Seeing Feiyang's ridiculous expression of astonishment at the interview table, Jessica chuckled. I saw you in the newspaper. Are you the Chinese who can turn stones into gold? You are much more handsome than the photo in the newspaper. It turned out that she had seen it in the newspaper, but Feiyang remembered that she didn't like to show up in public and had never taken photos on her own initiative. But it didn't matter. After all, there were many paparazzi who took pictures secretly in the United States. Seeing that Feiyang was still in a daze, Rabbit Bill smiled and said, Miss Jessica, is it? You are very sweet and sexy. I support you as the heroine. Haha, Jessica smiled again, but it seems that what you said doesn't count, right? She looked at Feiyang, the chief examiner. Feiyang coughed. Indeed, because we are recruiting actors, not Miss Universe. I knew you would say that. But your voice seems familiar. I think I have heard it somewhere. Oh no, is she starting to doubt? Feiyang interrupted Jessica hurriedly. Please pay attention. Miss Jessica, we are about to enter the main topic of the interview. I hope you can concentrate. No, I promise. Your voice is really familiar. How to say it? A little bit of magnetism, and it doesn't sound very authentic American, which is hard to imitate. Oh damn, where did I hear this voice? Jessica frowned, as if recalling. Ahem. Miss Jessica, I'm sorry to interrupt you. It seems that you are here to interview an actor today, not to play Sherlock Holmes. Seeing that Jessica was about to find out, Feiyang had to stop her. Oh, sorry dear examiner, you see, I'm like this. I tend to overdo everything. Yes, I'm here to interview the heroine. I think I may be able to help you. Jessica had to return to reality under Feiyang's reminder. Well, let's get down to business. Feiyang had long wanted to flirt with this chocolate beauty, but he still had to be reserved on the surface, not letting her surrender with just one move. Miss Jessica, what are your specialties? What? Jessica thought for a moment. Well, I have many specialties. I wonder which one you want to ask? That's right, beauties like this are usually good at singing and dancing, said Bill Rabbit. If hot girls don't have specialties, God will be crazy. Fatty Jack praised. Feiyang ignored the two guys with colorful eyes. Of course it's related to acting, such as playing the piano, dancing ballet. Playing the piano? I practiced when I was a child, but it was too boring, so I didn't touch it again. As for dancing ballet, I don't like too serious dances. I like the ones that are more popular and dynamic, such as breakdancing, tap dancing, and of course, I also like Brazilian samba. If you like, I can perform it on the spot. Performing dance? Feiyang looked at Jessica's clothes that barely covered her buttocks and still shook his head. I guess she'll have a nosebleed when she dances. Besides these, what else can you do? Oh, whistle. Does it count if I can whistle? What? Whistle? Feiyang couldn't help laughing. It seemed a bit ridiculous for a girl to say she could whistle. Rabbit Bill and Fatty Jack shouted in their hearts, a hot chick who can whistle is super sexy. Seeing Feiyang looking at her with a smile on his face, Jessica whistled at him loudly and imitated the bad girls in the movie and said playfully, "Pretty girl, look here, will you go out with me tonight?" Feiyang was startled. It was teasing. Naked teasing. Haha, I like this whistle. Boss, I didn't expect you to blush. Rabbit Bill laughed. Yes, our dear boss he was teased. Fatty Jack also laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. No matter how thick-skinned Feiyang was, he blushed. Chapter 58. Interview Part 3. During the interview, Feiyang didn't expect Jessica Alba to do this. She dared to whistle to tease him. In order to save his poor face, he had to say, in fact, filming mainly tests your acting skills, not some singing and dancing performance. Of course, you don't need to know how to whistle. Although you whistle really well. Well, let's get more formal. If you see a ghost, what is your first reaction? First reaction? Jessica blinked. Scream loudly, ghost. Is that right? Feiyang shook his head. That is to open your mouth in fear and then point at the ghost and be speechless or collapse to the ground directly. Jessica added. Feiyang still shook his head. Damn it. It's neither this nor that. So what do you think it is? I don't know, because I've never seen a ghost. Jessica. Next question. What do you think is the most important thing about acting in a horror movie? The most important thing is to scare the audience so much that they jump up. I mean the technical aspect. That's the eyes. For example, a frightened expression like mine is expressed with my eyes. Jessica widened her eyes, trying to be terrified. Then I have another question. Do you like Dawn of the Dead directed by the originator of zombies George Romero, or Overwatch by the godfather of gore Peter Jackson, or The Evil Dead directed by cult director Sam Raimi? Which one do you choose among the three movies? Jessica was stunned. Oh my god, what kind of question is this? If I really have to choose, I will choose. Oh, sorry, these three movies are too disgusting, either with blood and flesh flying everywhere, or blood plasma bursting. They are not my favorite types. Feiyang smiled. Congratulations, at least you answered this question correctly, because the horror movies we shoot do not belong to this type. Jessica. Okay, the last question. Now we have three movies that need to find suitable roles. You choose one. Greek Freak, Buried, and Paranormal Activity. Which one do you choose? I choose. Jessica bit her lip. Greek Freak. Okay then, I'll find a line from this movie and you can perform it for us on the spot. Okay. Jessica nodded. Feiyang immediately selected a line and gave it to Jessica, saying, "This line shows a mother who lost her son in a car accident and was heartbroken. Can you do it?" Jessica was stunned for a moment. Damn it, what's so difficult to act? Why did she ask me to act a crying scene? Why, you can't act. Feiyang smiled. He didn't have too many bad intentions. He just thought that this girl was a little too naughty. No, I can act, but I need someone to cooperate with me. Cooperation? Yes, I want someone to play my son and lie in my arms so that I can feel involved. Jessica said seriously. This? Feiyang was a little embarrassed. Play your son? Lying in your arms? Oh, God, I'm most suitable for such a role. Rabbit Bill looked at the other's delicate chest, swallowed his saliva, and said impatiently, "No, this role is most suitable for me." Fatty Jack jumped out. "Son, I'm best at playing a son, even a grandson is fine." "Bitch. This is a bitch." "No, I'll do it. I think Miss Jessica must think so too." Feiyang had seen through the girl's tricks. Sure enough, Jessica clapped her hands and laughed. That couldn't be better. "Oh, dear Mr. Yi, is that so? Then please come over here. I will show you my extraordinary acting skills." "Boss, why don't you let me do it?" The rabbit Bill next to him looked like he had no choice but to do it. Feiyang smiled and shook his head, left the interview table, walked up to Jessica and said, "How do you say, how do you act?" Jessica glanced at him. He looked quite handsome. Well, the last time the priest said that I would be favored by the Orientals and become famous, he wouldn't be talking about him, right? Unable to help, Jessica looked at Yi Feiyang again. The more she looked, the more she felt that this was possible. After all, there are very few Orientals working hard in the entertainment industry, and they can be compared to their pandas. It's very simple. Just as you said, I play the role of a mother. My son died on the spot in a car accident. I hugged you lying on the ground and cried bitterly. This is really the plot in the ship. Yi Feiyang has nothing to say. Okay, that's it. Yi Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at the not so clean ground. This time, Fatty Jack said, "Boss, I think it's better to forget it. The ground is dirty, and it might dirty your clothes." Yi Feiyang said, "I'm just curious, how can Miss Jessica cry?" Then he lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. Jessica rolled her eyes in anger. "Damn it, do you really think I can't cry?" When she got angry, she also knelt on the ground and hugged Yi Feiyang's head tightly in her arms. Yi Feiyang didn't expect this girl to have such a hot temper. Before he was mentally prepared, he felt a burst of virgin fragrance coming to his nose, and then his head touched the soft and delicate jade peaks. His head was squeezed between the peaks, and Yi Feiyang could vaguely feel the trembling of the breasts on his cheeks. What is this? Yi Feiyang felt dizzy. Oh my god, I'm really going to die. Jessica had no idea of someone's bad intentions, and she started the show while holding Yi Feiyang, who was pretending to be dead. "Oh, baby, dear baby. Don't die, don't die. God, please help me. Save him, save him." Jessica howled. There was no way. Crying scenes were the most difficult of all performances, especially this kind of howling, which was more difficult than the sobbing with wet eyes. Many famous Hollywood actors and actresses were not easy to perform crying scenes, and most of them even liked to use eye drops to help. For example, when Julia Roberts, a famous Hollywood actress, was starring in the movie Sleeping with the Enemy, she had many scenes where she cried after being abused and beaten by her husband. In order to achieve the corresponding effect, she had to use eye drops to get into the role, so that after the movie was released, it was criticized. In fact, even the best movie actors can't cry as soon as they are in the role. The tear glands are made like faucets. If there is such a person, then he must be from Mars. Seeing that she couldn't cry, Jessica looked at Yi Feiyang in her arms again. Someone had forgotten everything and was happily enjoying the comfort brought by the squeeze of the two peaks. The bosom of a young girl is good, not too big or small, but passionate. "Oh, God, you treat me too well." Yi Feiyang's comfortable look became snickering in Jessica's eyes. If he didn't smile secretly, why would the corners of his mouth curl up? "Damn guy, is this what you want to see?" Exclamation mark. Jessica, who misunderstood Yi Feiyang's gloating, was annoyed and couldn't help but change her words. "Oh, dear baby, although you are naughty and like to play some pranks, I still love you very much. I absolutely love you to death." She pinched the flesh on Yi Feiyang's face with her hands. Where did the line "Bill the Rabbit and Jack the Fat Man look at each other" come from? Yi Feiyang was depressed. Damn it. This girl directly treated his face as a gummy, pinching and pinching. But she couldn't move. Pinching Yi Feiyang's face fiercely, Jessica suddenly remembered a puppy she had raised. This puppy was Jessica's childhood playmate and the love of her life. Unfortunately, it died in the end because it ate something poisonous. Compared with people, such dog friends are the most loyal. At least it won't lie. Thinking of her dead puppy, Jessica suddenly felt sour in her heart. After a twitch, tears fell down. "Hey, is it raining?" Yi Feiyang quietly opened one eye in her arms, only to see that Jessica was already in tears. "Baby, I really don't want you to leave me. Do you still remember the happy days we spent together? You loved the pizza I made, riding your bike on the green path, and hiding behind the sheets to scare your mother." Jessica stroked Yi Feiyang's hair, as if she had returned to yesterday, stroking the fur of her lovely dog. The more she spoke, the more emotional Jessica's tears flowed, and Yi Feiyang, lying in her arms, could not bear it. "Okay, stop." Yi Feiyang jumped up from Jessica's arms. "You passed the crying scene." "Oh, really? That means you are willing to ask me to be the heroine of the play The Ship?" No, although you cry very well, you are too young, and it seems unconvincing to play the role of a mother. Then I can play the heroine of the other two plays. Jessica always felt that she was a talent. It was good enough for a small company like this to be willing to apply for a job. I'm sorry, the roles in the other two plays are not suitable for you, Feiyang said very straightforwardly. Ah, what do you mean? Jessica didn't expect Feiyang to say that. I mean, if you are willing, I can arrange a supporting role for you in the ship. What do you think? Let me be a supporting role? Oh, damn. Are you mistaken? I'm here to be the protagonist, not a supporting role. Whatever you want. Anyway, you are a pretty good actor in our recruitment this time. Feiyang shrugged, expressing helplessness. Bill the rabbit and Jack the fat man next to them were almost going crazy. Oh my god, I finally met a hot girl with a good figure, good looks, acting skills and wisdom. Are we going to let her go just like that? Exclamation mark. In fact, the reason why Feiyang did this was to dampen Jessica's spirit. Don't think that it would be such a big loss for Dream Pictures to lose her. I need a good horse, but I need this good horse to be obedient. Jessica Alba didn't expect Feiyang to be so disrespectful to her. Damn guy, you really think your company is a big company? If you weren't an Oriental, I wouldn't stay. Thinking of the priest's prophecy that there would be a mysterious Oriental man who could make you famous in the future, Jessica gave in, gritted her teeth, and said, okay, I promise you. Great. Feiyang applauded. I like your decision, so welcome to join our Dream Pictures. Also, your salary can only be paid after the film is released. Is this okay? What is getting more and more demanding? Exclamation mark. Jessica's beautiful eyes are about to spit fire. Chapter 59. Carpenter Star. No one could have imagined that an actor recruitment meeting would make the future sexy goddess Jessica Alba throw herself in. In Feiyang's view, this is a good sign. The next recruitment work should be smoother and he can find the talents he needs immediately. But Feiyang misjudged the current situation. His Dream Pictures is too inconspicuous. Compared with those big film companies, it is simply a small company of the 9th rate level. This makes the next recruitment work very funny and ridiculous. Those who originally tried hard to find a good job in the entertainment industry, after seeing the real situation of Dream Pictures, the company has not been renovated, and it is a shabby factory. The salary issue is pending, and it is said that the salary may not be paid in the first few weeks. Immediately turned around and left. As for those who want to come to be the male and female protagonists, they are as arrogant as turkeys. When they hear that there is no chance of being the protagonist, they no longer care about the so-called shitty interview and just pat their butts and leave. They leave very coolly, leaving someone very embarrassed. Number 13 Chinatown, which was once very lively, suddenly became deserted. People came and went quickly, and the speed was absolutely shocking. As interviewers, Feiyang and Rabbit Bill had previously worked hard to explain the company's current situation, employee salary issues, and tried to outline a beautiful blueprint for the future to those applicants, such as the sky is blue, the sea is blue, and joining the dream is absolutely great. Now they are thirsty and bored. Looking around, there is not even a bird in the huge interview area. Outline a blueprint? Who can't do that? Exclamation mark. The guys don't buy it. As realists, they think very straightforwardly. The company hasn't been renovated yet. It's nothing. If the salary can't be paid, it's shit. Are there any other people out there who want to apply for the job? Feiyang asked Rabbit Bill weakly, thinking that even if there are no high quality stocks like Jessica, it is feasible to have one or two potential stocks. Bill, do you want to have it or not? Nonsense. Then there is no more. Really no more. Oh, by the way, a carpenter came and said he was going to make office desks and chairs for our company. Does he count? You count as a head. Then should we let him in? Carpenter? Come in. There is nothing to do now anyway. Feiyang sighed. It seemed that the money he spent on advertising was wasted. Just when Feiyang was a little discouraged, a beautiful whistle rang out in the empty office. Ha, look, your place is really big, you must need a lot of beautiful tables and chairs. A young man with a canvas bag on his shoulder and dressed like a cowboy walked in. He chewed gum in his mouth and looked around, as if measuring the area of the office. You found me, and you found the right person. Really, man, I can assure you that the furniture I make is absolutely first class, both in style and quality. Well, let me see what you need first. The cowboy threw the tool bag on Yi Feiyang's interview table, then looked at Yi Feiyang and Rabbit Bill. Excuse me, who is the boss? Can I talk to him? Yi Feiyang looked at the guy in front of him who was a little familiar, or unrestrained. He was very young, about 10 years old, with a pair of brown eyes full of intelligence. His playful expression could not hide his calmness and restraint. He was inconsistent in appearance and inner feelings, and his intelligence was exposed. This is a potential actor, and Yi Feiyang suddenly had such a strange thought. I'm the boss. You can tell me anything. You are the boss? You are so young, man. The cowboy was a little unnatural when he was stared at by Yi Feiyang. Damn, why does this guy always stare at me? Do you smoke? Do you want one? Yi Feiyang took out a cigarette and asked. Oh no, smoking is harmful to health. If you need it, you might as well have a piece of chewing gum. Like me, chewing it every day will make you feel much more comfortable. The young man laughed. Yi Feiyang did not comment, but still lit up the cigarette and took a puff. The young man felt bored, so he said again, when I came here, I saw many people here. You are recruiting actors, right? Yes, we are recruiting actors. What, are you interested? Oh, no, I just asked casually. The young man hurriedly changed his words, but Yi Feiyang seemed to guess something from his evasive words. By the way, I don't know what your name is, dear Mr. Cowboy. No matter how he looked at it, Yi Feiyang felt that this guy was quite familiar. Cowboy. The young man looked at his outfit and smiled. Just call me Jack. Jack Gyllenhaal. Jack Gyllenhaal. Yi Feiyang's eyebrows jumped. The actor who starred in a series of classic movies such as Brokeback Mountain, Source Code, and Donnie Darko, the most popular and powerful actor in Hollywood in the future. No way. God, you treat me so well! Exclamation mark. Yi Feiyang, who originally thought that the recruitment work had been completed, was so happy that he almost forgot that the other party was here to make tables, chairs, and benches, not to apply for an interview. Jack Gyllenhaal reminded him, Sir, I don't want to waste too much of your time. I just want to know how many desks, conference tables, and other items you need to order. One sentence told Yi Feiyang that I'm a carpenter, not an actor. Oh, this question. Fatty, come here and give him the pictures we need. Gao Jiabao was so excited that he handed the prepared materials to Jack Gyllenhaal. Look, these are the graphics we need, and the required quantity is marked below. Can you make all of these? Of course, man. I can guarantee that the furniture made by my hands will definitely be great. I believe in Jesus, and our great Jesus was also a carpenter when he was alive, right? Huh? Jesus is a carpenter? I always thought he was a shepherd. The fat man scratched his head. Gyllenhaal held the sketch in his hand, concentrating on the furniture style on it, and didn't notice that someone was watching him carefully. Yi Feiyang really couldn't understand. How could such an actor become a carpenter? Exclamation mark. Whether in terms of appearance or temperament, Gyllenhaal has a chameleon flavor, which is a trait that many actors don't have. Such people are born to be actors, and the future has proved that Gyllenhaal is a very successful actor. Whether it is a positive role or a negative role, he can grasp it just right, and even a role like homosexuality can be played to perfection. Having said that, to stand out in the hot Hollywood acting school, you must have 2 brushes. That is absolutely impossible. Okay, Gyllenhaal, I'm going to pick you. At least let you show your face in the play Buried Alive. Who said that this play needs an acting school? Exclamation mark. Someone has officially set his sights on this young carpenter at this moment. Gyllenhaal's identity as a carpenter is not just for show. His ideal is to be a carpenter. Westerners' ideals are always varied, such as lifeguards, pastry chefs, farmers, and even bricklayers. Most of them are motivated by interest, unlike the Chinese who are too ambitious and do it for money. Chapter 60. I can't live without you. By the way, Yi Feiyang took a fancy to Gyllenhaal and thought he was a rare acting talent, just right for him to star in his film Buried. The young Gyllenhaal didn't know that he had been spotted by the young movie boss. After carefully looking through the furniture sketches, He smiled and said, okay, I've seen them all. The styles of these tables and chairs are easy to customize. Give me a week, and I promise to send them all here. But I have a question. Why do you want to customize these instead of directly purchasing ready-made furniture? You know, that will save a lot of time. Feiyang smiled. The question you raised is very interesting, but I can answer you. I like things that are full of life, whether it is flowers, plants, trees, or tables, chairs, and benches. As long as they are designed and built by human hands, they will condense life. Things with life will have vitality. If we get along with vibrant things for a long time, we will have a strong motivation to do our work. So, this is a kind of energy motivation and conversion. Faced with Feiyang's profound answer, Gyllenhaal had to sigh. Your answer is very interesting and philosophical. Gao Jiabao, who was in charge of finances next to him, whispered, what philosophy is there? It's because we can't afford branded goods, and custom-made ones are cheaper. Feiyang heard it clearly, and kicked the fat man in private. The fat man immediately shut up. Gyllenhaal saw the little movements of the two, but thought they were flirting, especially the fat man, who looked shy, and looked like a gay. Gyllenhaal felt a chill in his heart and said, let's do it. Dear gentleman, you can pay a deposit of $300 first, and I will complete the furniture you need in the shortest time. Well, yes, I promise you again, that your choice of me is definitely worth it. Seeing that Gyllenhaal was about to leave, Feiyang couldn't help it anymore and suddenly asked, hey, friend, do you want to be an actor? What? Gyllenhaal was stunned. I mean, do you want to act? Be a real actor? Feiyang said solemnly. Gyllenhaal picked up the canvas bag containing tools. No, I don't want to. He turned and left. Behind him, Feiyang said loudly, although you say this, you can't fool my eyes. You like acting, just like you like making furniture. I don't know why you are avoiding this fact, but I hope you can see your true heart clearly. Will you act or be a carpenter in the future? Well, go ahead. The door of our dream pictures will always be open to you. Just like you said just now, choosing you is definitely worth it. Feiyang's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally no more could be heard. Jack Gyllenhaal was relieved. But Feiyang's words just now had already taken root in his heart. Yes, he loves acting, so can he really give up so easily? Exclamation mark. Gyllenhaal was born into a performing arts family. His father is a director, his mother is a producer, and his sister is a Hollywood actor. In such an environment, Gyllenhaal has a strong interest in acting and extraordinary talent. When he was 11 years old, he began to play small roles in some TV series and was praised by his father. Gyllenhaal has always regarded his father as his idol. He tried hard to be an excellent son and show his most glorious side to him. Gyllenhaal's father has always been proud of this and hoped that his son would inherit his father's career and make a name for himself in Hollywood. But once, when his father was shooting a short film, he was furious because of Gyllenhaal's continuous mistakes. Stupid. Stupid. You don't have any acting talent at all. You are not my son. I don't have a son as stupid as you. Damn, such a simple scene. You acted so badly. At that moment, Gyllenhaal burst into tears. He wanted to say that it was not that he couldn't play the role well, but that it was because you, father, put too much pressure on me. But he didn't say these words, but just shed tears silently. When his father saw him like this, he not only didn't pity him, but laughed at him. Look, my son turned out to be a woman. Yes, a woman who can cry. At that moment, Gyllenhaal collapsed. He didn't understand, in the eyes of his dear father, which was more important, his play or himself as his son? Exclamation mark. Gyllenhaal took a deep breath, put the unpleasant past behind him, started the car, and drove to where he lived. Gyllenhaal lived in a very interesting cabin, with 3 or 4 tents built around the cabin. The cabin was where he worked, and the tent was where he rested. Gyllenhaal didn't like to sleep in the same place, or in a stuffy house. He liked to look at the stars in the sky, liked to lie in different tents, and look at the sky from different angles. Then he connected the stars one by one with his hands to draw different patterns. Sometimes these patterns were running horses, deer, or eagles with spread wings, or clumsy elephants. In short, the changing sky was the manuscript paper for Gyllenhaal to draw his dreams, and here he could find his own spiritual name. After unloading the messy tools and heavy materials from the car, Gyllenhaal began to make furniture. Gyllenhaal has always liked manual work, especially as a carpenter, which can better reflect his special understanding of the structure of objects. If he can't be an artist, he may be a carpenter. This is his idea. But today, what the Chinese boss said made his heart surge again. Yes, what should I choose? He asked himself. Putting down the chainsaw at hand, he sat silently on the cut tree trunk, looking at everything familiar around him, but he felt so strange. Is this the life he wants? Exclamation mark. Is he giving up acting to avenge his father? Or is he avenging himself? Exclamation mark. A sigh. At this moment, a motorcycle sounded, and a courier came over with a package in his hand. Excuse me, are you Mr. Jack Gyllenhaal? Yes, I am. Oh, this is your package. My package? Gyllenhaal was stunned. I didn't want the package. Then are you Jack Gyllenhaal? I said, I am. That's right, please sign for it. I'm in a hurry to go back. The courier seemed very impatient. Gyllenhaal signed for the package and curiously opened it. It turned out to be a script with the name buried alive. Just when Gyllenhaal was surprised, the phone rang. Hi, this is Jack. Did you receive the script, Mr. Jack? Are you Mr. Yi from before? I didn't expect you to recognize my voice, haha. But this script. Are you willing to be buried alive by me? What? Take a good look at it. I think this role of being buried alive is very suitable for you. Really? If you think you are suitable, then call me. If you don't think you are suitable, then just throw the script into the fire and burn it. Without you, this play has no meaning to exist. Feiyang said very confidently, which made Gyllenhaal feel very pressured. The other party actually trusted him so much. But I know you have concerns, but what I want to say is, put your concerns aside for the time being, and pick up your dreams. I still want to say. Click, the phone was hung up. It took Jack Gyllenhaal a long time to come back to his senses. This Mr. Yi was too interesting. After looking at the script, he couldn't help but flip through it. Everyone in this world has hobbies. Some people like to smoke, some like to drink, some like to pick up girls, and some like to act. Jack Gyllenhaal is definitely a drama addict. Why do I say that? Since he was a child, he put on makeup and played a little girl in front of his sister. He has fallen in love with this exciting thing. But acting requires a good script. Why are Shakespeare's plays so popular, and so many people perform them over and over again? It's because the script is good, the lines are great, the plot is sensational, and there is enough room for you to show your acting skills. Now, looking at the script of Buried Alive, Gyllenhaal was immediately attracted by the content of this single-person role. The whole story is smooth and not dragged out. What is particularly valuable is that the male protagonist is required to use expressions, emotions and other skills in the coffin to run through the beginning and end of the whole play. This is definitely a great challenge for an actor. And Gyllenhaal also understood the meaning of Feiyang's words. Without you, this play has no meaning to exist. A good script needs a good actor. Mr. Yi thinks so much of me, but am I a good actor? Exclamation mark. Gyllenhaal took a deep breath and was a little confused. At this moment, the spirit of challenge hidden in his heart had already been boiling. Gyllenhaal is one of the few Hollywood stars that Banty likes. The reason why he likes him is that he always regards acting as a noble art, rather than an opportunity to gain glory and huge profits. Compared with those worldly stars, he is too naive and cute. Chapter 61. Goodbye Hathaway. Writing scripts, opening companies, recruiting actors, back and forth has delayed 4 or 5 days. After counting on my fingers, there are only more than 20 days left until Halloween, which means that within this period of time, the 3 dramas must be filmed and released smoothly. Time waits for no one, and filming is about to start. In the simple conference room, around the old conference table that was temporarily borrowed, old chairs were placed side by side. Feiyang, Fatty Gao Jiabao, Bill Rabbit, Jack Black, Big Bird Lucci, actress Natasha, and Jessica Alba. who has just joined Dream Pictures, sat around the table and started the first round table meeting since the establishment of Dream Pictures. Should we start the meeting? It's almost 8 o'clock. Bill reminded Yi Feiyang. Wait a minute, man, I believe he will come back. The he Yi Feiyang mentioned is Carpenter Jack Gyllenhaal. Okay, let's wait and see. Bill didn't understand why Yi Feiyang valued the cowboy so much just because he was a child star and had acted in many dramas? Exclamation mark. The clock on the wall was ticking. Time passed by minute. Bill and others began to look anxious. Just as Yi Feiyang was getting impatient and was about to announce the start of the meeting, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Hey, guys, I hope I'm not late. As he spoke, Jack Gyllenhaal walked in with a script. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Gyllenhaal walked up to Yi Feiyang and said solemnly, "Dear Yi, this script is really good. It's the best script I've ever seen. I've decided to star in this play." Yi Feiyang smiled, then stretched out his hand and said, "Welcome to join our team. Okay, guys, I guess you already know that the purpose of my calling everyone here this time is very simple, to fight on Halloween and fire the first shot of our Dream Pictures." As he spoke, Yi Feiyang signaled Gao Jiabao to hand out the 3 prepared scripts. What you have in your hands are the scripts of the movies we are about to start shooting. There are 3 parts in total, namely Ghost Ship, Buried and Paranormal Activity. Bill Rabbit, you are responsible for filming Ghost Ship. The heroine is Natasha, and Roxy and Jessica are supporting roles. Remember, don't play tricks on this movie, especially don't do your crappy art. What I want is efficiency and results. The efficiency requirement is about 10 days to finish filming, and the effect must be shocking enough. Jack Black, don't say that I'm here to abuse you. Now I'm giving you a chance to show your talent. You will be the big director of Buried. The male lead is Mr. Jack Gyllenhaal. He has rich acting experience. If you have any questions, try to communicate with him. You are both called Jack, and I hope you, this pair of double J, can bring me a miracle. Finally, I will be the director of Paranormal Activity. As for the actress, it has not been decided yet, but time is running out. I hope you can take action now. Bill, go find the cruise ship you are looking for. Jack, go move the coffin you need. As for the filming equipment, you should try to solve them by yourselves. If you need money to buy, ask Fatty Gao for it. If he doesn't give it to you, kick his ass. Okay, the meeting is over. Adjourn. No one expected that Yi Feiyang would hold a meeting so neatly. Before anyone could speak, the meeting was over. But as Yi Feiyang said, Fatty Gao Jiabao became a celebrity afterwards. A bunch of people surrounded him and began to ask for funds for filming. In fact, I already have a cruise ship for filming. It's called Eris 1. It's very beautiful, but I need to pay $1,000 as a guarantee fee, said Bill the Rabbit. The problem of coffins is easy to solve. We can just get some from a nearby church. But we need travel expenses to shoot in the desert. I'm not as greedy as Bill. Just give me $800 first. Fatty Jack said. Filming on a cruise ship requires the camera to be fixed on the deck, so I need a stable camera, said Rabbit Bill. Filming coffins requires enough light to illuminate. This is a very profound subject, so I need all kinds of high quality lighting equipment. Fatty Jack said. I've tightened my belt and prepared to do a big job, but my actors can't skip meals. I need meal money. Rabbit Bill yelled. Although we don't have many people here and there is only one actor, you should still give me some money for daily expenses. Fatty Jack muttered. Gao Jiabao was going crazy. Shit, why did he end up with such a job? Financial manager? I think the scapegoat manager is more like that. Just when Gao Jiabao was yelling about looking for Yi Feiyang to resign, Yi Feiyang started looking for the heroine. In the ballet training room. Annie, the title of your dance is Mendelssohn's Scottish Symphony. The lyrical piano accompaniment sounded again, and Anne Hathaway with charming lines responded. Anne was not in a very good condition today. Although her grandmother had been discharged from the hospital, her heart was still not calm. In particular, there seemed to be a vague shadow in her heart. Yes, a shadow, to be precise, a man's shadow. thinking of her first meeting with Yi Feiyang, the ambiguous scene in the screening room, how Yi Feiyang drove away the bad guys and saved her, and how she cried on his shoulder in the hospital. Anne, while dancing gracefully, could not help but recall Yi Feiyang's face, which was sometimes brilliant, sometimes hesitant, and full of oriental charm. Annie, there is no hurdle in this world that cannot be overcome. You just need to face it with a smile. Yes, that's it, with the corners of your mouth turned up. Look, how beautiful, girl. A turn on the spot. The rapid rotation made her a little overwhelmed. And accidentally fell on the smooth floor. Stop. The ballet teacher's tone was unusually stern. Annie, are you dancing? Or are you just coping? Are you worthy of this music? Anne, who was sitting on the ground, blushed all of a sudden, and her ankle seemed to be twisted. She rubbed her ankle and said hurriedly, I'm sorry, can I do it again? Please give me another chance. The female teacher did not expect that Anne, who was always as proud as a swan, would say such pitiful words. She was a little surprised. The other female students beside her also looked at Hathaway in surprise. Usually, Hathaway was very noble and arrogant, and she would not easily say such submissive words. You can't even handle a small spin. Do you still want to stand on the big stage and perform in front of thousands of audiences? That's embarrassing. Embarrassing for us, the people of the Santarana Ballet. The female teacher was stunned for a moment and then immediately regained her seriousness. When teaching students, you must not be soft-hearted. This is all for their good. I didn't mean it. I will try hard. Anne shook her head and said, still talking back to me. Okay, today's training ends here. Disband. Anne's eyes were red. She really couldn't go home to face her mother's expectant eyes, holding on to the last hope. I was wrong. Can I dance again? Whatever you want. The female teacher said coldly and left. The other female students also left one after another. Only a few people came forward to comfort Annie and said, let's go, Annie, we'll dance next time. Annie shook her head. No, I want to dance to this song. Okay, good luck. Her friends also left. In the huge dance studio, Annie was the only one left, and it seemed empty. In the center of the venue, Annie took a deep breath and saw that the large mirror covering the wall reflected the bright and spacious dance studio. She was the only one using it, and it seemed particularly empty. She felt a little moved with fear in her heart. Thinking back to when she was practicing before, sometimes she had to fight with her classmates for the venue and the pole. Because there was not enough space, many movements could not be stretched. Now I'm the only one left. Even so, I must practice this dance well, Annie said to herself. Next, she practiced very seriously and attentively. Toe, leg stretching, waist stretching, hip opening, small jump, big jump, rotation. After a series of basic skills, the music also changed many times. Anna's forehead gradually seeped out sweat, and her black hair was stuck to her forehead in thin curves. The back of her clothes was gradually soaked by sweat. Bingning saw herself in the mirror. Her face was white and red, and she was panting. I can't fail. I have to continue. Dance. Dance. Time passed quickly, and an hour passed. Suddenly, a voice came from midair. You dance very well, but you should take a break first. Annie was caught off guard and was surprised. It turned out that there was someone who had been silently watching her practice. This person was Yi Feiyang. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62. You must repay a favor sooner or later. At the door, Yi Feiyang leaned against the wall, hugged his shoulders, and looked at Anne Hathaway, who was surprised with a smile. Why, are you surprised to see me? No, how could you? Why are you here? Actually, I have been here for a long time, but you were too focused on dancing, and didn't notice it. Yi Feiyang said, and threw a towel over. Wipe your sweat, otherwise you will catch a cold easily. Hathaway took the towel, wiped it, and then said, do you have something to talk to me about? Haha, you know me well. I really have something to talk to you about. Is it urgent? Hathaway rarely smiled. Yes, it's urgent. Then wait a while, I'll go change clothes. You can listen to me first, then go change clothes. No, you should wait a while. Why? Because I like the way you are anxious. Hathaway finished speaking, smiling slyly. Because of him, she was criticized by the teacher, and making him anxious for a while was a small revenge. How could Feiyang understand the little girl's thoughts? He could only stand there stupidly and wait. But, looking at the mirrors around him, Feiyang couldn't help but get excited, so he stretched his muscles, and then he took a step forward and punched out. At this moment, Feiyang was practicing his best collapsing fist. Collapsing fist, a kind of straight punch, is sent forward straight, and the fist is formed. It mainly relies on the wrist and forearm muscles to transmit power. It moves suddenly and coldly, and the short assault is fast and fierce. It penetrates the internal organs, and is a typical boxing method of penetrating strength. And Feiyang's steps gradually changed, from the original big stride to small steps, and his collapsing fist also turned into a more fierce half-step collapsing fist. I saw that the speed of his punches was getting faster and faster, and the speed of the following steps was getting faster and faster. When his body was like a ghost and his fists were like lightning, Feiyang roared with thunder, and then his whole body seemed to be full of energy, and he jumped up. Bang, bang, bang. Kick 3 times in a row in the air. Release all the condensed power. If someone was there at this time, they would be stunned by his agility. That's not all. When Feiyang landed, he did another series of somersaults, then a big split, a horizontal and vertical split, and nailed him firmly to the ground. Then he used his toes to exert force, and his whole body slowly stood up with the little force of his toes. Then, Thomas did a full spin, and stood on one arm. At the door, Anne Hathaway, who had just changed her clothes, was stunned. With a click, her clothes fell to the ground. Feiyang slid sideways, and picked up her clothes. The action was extremely chic. Your clothes. When Feiyang handed the clothes to Anne Hathaway, Hathaway was still in a stupid state. Are you, kung fu, or dancing? After a long time, Hathaway came back to her senses. Feiyang shrugged, just doing it for fun. It's nothing. Maybe it was a mistake for me to ask you to join the church before. You should join our dance academy, Hathaway said with emotion. Feiyang never thought that he would be able to astonish Anne by just showing off his skills. However, he did not take the opportunity to show off his masculine charm and seduce her. Instead, he said, "Can we talk now? I really have something urgent to talk to you about." "Tell me, what is it? If I can help you, I will." Anne Hathaway seemed very righteous. Since you said so, I won't be polite. You can be the heroine, and help me shoot the movie. Ah. Hathaway opened her mouth wide. You know my mind. Apart from acting, I can agree to any request you make. But I'm just short of a leading actress, and you're the best fit. I've said before that my ambition is to be a nun, and I won't show up easily. Go to that damn nun. Feiyang suddenly cursed. If you really don't like to show up, why did you learn this damn ballet? Oh god, please don't reject me again, okay? Hathaway didn't expect Feiyang to be so shameless, and was a little stunned for a moment. No, I want to keep my nun's purity, so I can't. Hathaway bit her red lips, and behaved in a reserved manner. Pure? What about this? Feiyang suddenly hugged Hathaway, and kissed her on the lips. Oh god. Time stopped instantly. Hathaway felt a bang in her head, as if she was in a hot furnace. Her skin was roasted hot, and then her mind went blank. He actually kissed her. Oh my god, he kissed me. Hathaway felt a tremor in her heart. A strange feeling flowed out from the depths of her heart. She couldn't tell whether she was afraid of this kiss, or enjoyed it, or was caught off guard. In fact, from the beginning, Feiyang had the intention of playing a prank on Hathaway, and he attacked her by surprise, and succeeded in stealing a kiss. In his opinion, you should stay pure. So what is pure now? Exclamation mark. Then he felt that something was wrong. Why was his face wet? He looked up, and it was terrible. Hathaway's eyes were hazy with tears. She was actually crying. No way. Damn god. Is this still America? How come a beautiful girl cried after being kissed? Exclamation mark. I have seen N movies and TV shows in my previous life, and the beauties in them were kissed casually, as if kissing was as simple as eating for the Americans. But now, Hathaway with tears in her eyes completely shattered Feiyang's value that Americans like to kiss. I'm sorry, Anne. I didn't mean it. I was just joking with you. I really shouldn't have. Feiyang was a little flustered. Originally, he was asking for help, but now, he should just go home and eat bananas. Anne Hathaway was originally in tears, but when she saw Feiyang being flustered and begging for mercy, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. This smile was dotted with tears, like a pear blossom in the rain, which was particularly moving. Bad guy. You are a bad guy. Hathaway said. Who asked you to kiss me? Oh, damn it. I just wanted to. Feiyang couldn't explain it. Okay, damn it. You are a bad guy. Okay, I'm a bad guy. Okay. Then, are you willing to help me? Someone was really thick-skinned, and he didn't forget his purpose at this time. Hathaway was eager to cover up the embarrassing scene just now and said, give me a reason. Why should I help you? One reason? Oh, I can give you 2 reasons. Feiyang said firmly. First, you once promised me that you owe me a favor. Now is the time for you to repay me. Second, your grandmother, Mrs. Lawrence, will also be in this movie. This time, Hathaway's mouth opened wider than before. Dear grandmother will star in you's movie? Is this possible? There is nothing impossible in this world. Everything originated from Feiyang's extensive revision of the script of Paranormal Activity. Mrs. Lawrence was very interested in the scripts of The Grudge and Paranormal Activity revised by Feiyang. Or to be more precise, she was very interested in being an actor and playing the role of Emma, a disabled old man in the movie. Every girl has a dream. Every old lady has a past. Mrs. Lawrence was also young and dreamed of being a star, an actress, like Marilyn Monroe, and being sought after by the whole United States. Unfortunately, this was just a dream she had. Like many girls, this dream was soon shattered, disappeared, and left no trace. But now, Feiyang's witty suggestion, Mrs. Lawrence, how about you play Emma in this movie? Mrs. Lawrence agreed immediately. You know, the role of Emma is disabled, and it was specially prepared for her. It would be a pity if I don't play it. Mrs. Lawrence said. Anne Hathaway never thought that her grandmother would agree to star in the play Paranormal Activity. What else can she do? Even if it is to take care of her grandmother, she has to take this play. What's more, Feiyang said that this play is to promote Christ, drive away demons, and welcome the true God. Although Hathaway still doesn't quite believe this guy's nonsense, but, do she have a choice? You always have to pay back the favors you owe. Chapter 63. Filming of Buried. As the saying goes, good things take time, especially when shooting 3 movies in 17 days. October 13th, 5 p.m. The shooting site of Buried. There are many cities in the desert in the United States, and the most famous one is the gambling city Las Vegas. However, the crew of Buried did not have the good luck to shoot in Las Vegas. They were in the desert area northwest of Los Angeles, where the climate is dry all year round. Looking around, whether it is houses or buildings, they are all very beautiful and neat, like an oasis in the desert. Of course, these are all built with money. As a first-time director, Jack Black, to be honest, was very uneasy. For him, it was not just a matter of shooting Buried in the shortest time, but using this movie to prove himself, which was the most important thing. As the Jew said, even a pig has its market price, let alone a person. Therefore, everyone has his own value. Fatty Jack has been the object of discrimination since college. People laughed at his fatness and ridiculed his clumsiness. He was inferior and had no confidence, so he had to use the indifferent smile on his face to pretend how unruly and careless he was. But in fact, fat people also have their spring, and fools also have ideals. Jack Black's ideal is to be a screenwriter and an actor, to be able to hold his head high on the stage and accept everyone's cheers. But this ideal is so far away. Because of his appearance, he can only hide behind the scenes to do some fragmentary dubbing work, or sadly play some clowns, fools, or idiots. Why am I like this? Jack Black asked himself countless times. I'm not dumber or stupider than others. If there is a sin, I'm just a little fatter than others. God, is this a punishment for me? Exclamation mark. I don't accept it. Fatty Jack said to himself. I want to prove myself that my big belly is not a straw bag, but a talent. Now, dear Yi Feiyang has given me a chance. I must grasp it. Yes, I must grasp it. The more Fatty Jack reminded himself solemnly, the more nervous he became during filming, and couldn't let go. Jack Gyllenhaal, the leading actor of this play, soon discovered this problem. Gyllenhaal was born into a performing arts family. His sister is an actress, his mother is a producer, and his father is a director. Therefore, he is basically familiar with the process and control of filming. Gyllenhaal didn't understand why Yi Feiyang asked this fat rookie who knew nothing to be the director of this play and told him privately to help him. Maybe Yi Feiyang and this fat man are very good friends. Chinese people always like to talk about friendship, don't they? Just like they like to give gifts and red envelopes during festivals. At the beginning, Gyllenhaal could still tolerate the fat director's clumsiness. After all, everyone had just cooperated, so they still had to give him some face. But soon, Gyllenhaal couldn't stand the fat man's shooting speed. Especially as the male lead of this play, many shots should be passed in one go in Gyllenhaal's opinion, but they were called out by this panda fat man. Damn it. Do it again. Oh my god, does he know how to shoot? Please point the camera at me, man. We are making a movie, not doing a street interview. In Gyllenhaal's opinion, the reason why he kept shooting multiple cameras was not his fault at all. It was this damn fat guy who didn't know how to adjust the angle and process of shooting. Yes, he was just a fool. Poor China Yi. He actually chose such a bastard to direct this movie. Finally, halfway through the shooting, the young and energetic Gyllenhaal couldn't stand it anymore. Damn it, how do you direct? Can you be a director? What kind of head do you have? Gyllenhaal roared at director Jack Black on the spot. In an instant, everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. The male protagonist yelled at the director on the spot, which was unheard of. It was too unexpected. Seeing that the words had already been spoken, Gyllenhaal also let it go. He had been holding back a lot of anger for a long time, and now he roared it all out. Damn it. Do you know what a movie is? Do you know how to stand in front of the camera and direct the actors? Have you ever felt the excitement in your heart when there are countless pairs of eyes watching you? Have you ever imagined the thunderous applause and whistles coming from the cinema when your movie is successful? Do you know how to push, pull, pan, and edit the film? You don't know that you are just a fat guy who was pushed to the position of director. Being a director is not that simple. So, man, stop dreaming, go home and wipe your ass, and go to bed. Gyllenhaal roared a series of words, and then looked at the stunned Jack Black with disdain. Fatty Black was also confused by Gyllenhaal's on-the-spot roar. No matter how thick-skinned he was, no matter how hip-hop he was on weekdays, pretending to be indifferent, he was blushing at this moment, and he wanted to get into the crack of the ground. But it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Damn it, I'm a director. How could I be scolded by an actor? Exclamation mark. What did you say, bastard? Who are you, and what qualifications do you have to judge me? Damn, you're just an actor, you know? A guy who was invited back by our company to film. I can kick you out right away. Yes, bastard. The fat man cursed at Gyllenhaal like an angry calf. And what did you say just now? Yes, that's right. I'm a new director and I don't know what it feels like to stand in front of the camera. I don't have any experience in filming, and I'm not popular with the audience. But I ask you, is Spielberg born to make movies? Is Lucas born to be a director? Since I, Jack Black, have been pushed to this position today, I have the confidence to do my best. But what about you? What kind of a shitty actor are you? Has anyone ever seen a protagonist like you who disobeys orders and yells at the director? Oh, damn god, you make me so angry, you know? I want you to get out. Get out now. We don't need you anymore in the buried alive crew. Fatty Jack's voice got louder and louder, and he felt more and more confident. Yes, I'm a director. Who am I afraid of? Exclamation mark. Ha, you said it. From now on, man, I swear to God, I won't shoot this movie. Jack Gyllenhaal said, and was about to leave, but was stopped by several colleagues in the crew. Calm down. Everyone calm down. said the photographer in charge of the shooting. I see everyone is a little tired. Director, why don't you take a break first? The photographer asked Fatty Jack for his opinion. Jack Black waved his hand indifferently, and the crew temporarily disbanded. Seeing people dispersed, Fatty Jack finally let out a sigh of relief, and then sat down on the open space, thinking stupidly. Is it really that difficult to be a director? Damn, how can I not even control an actor? The fat man muttered. Then he remembered what Feiyang said when he appointed him as the director of the play Buried Alive. Your name is Jack, and his name is also Jack. I hope you double J can bring me miracles. These words are still fresh in my memory and still ring in my ears. But now, he actually quarreled with the guy with the same name as himself. Yes, they quarreled completely. In front of the whole crew, they were almost fighting. Fatty Jack felt sad. It seemed that he could not complete this play. Damn bastard, no sympathy at all. Don't you understand that this is his first time as a director? It is inevitable that there will be some problems. Why are you yelling so loudly? Damn bastard, damn it. Fatty was a little desperate. His first time as a director was going to fail in the womb! Exclamation mark. He dialed Feiyang's phone with some frustration. It was simple. He hoped that he could understand him and send another capable person to direct this play. In short, he was not going to make it. But when he dialed the phone and told Feiyang everything that happened, Feiyang simply said, you have to have a beginning and an end to everything you do. Even if you make a really bad movie, I won't blame you. Keep working hard. As long as you stick to it, you will defeat yourself. Feiyang's words were very plain and did not inspire much, but Fatty Jack's nose was sore and tears almost flowed out. It was because of Feiyang's unconditional trust in him. A man will die for his friend. Although Fatty Jack Black did not know this old Chinese saying, this abnormal thought came to his mind. Yes, I can't be negative. I can't admit failure. This is my first play. This is my first chance to prove myself as a director. I can't give up. Yes, absolutely not. Fatty clenched his fist and pounded it hard on the ground. In the California desert in October, the climate change is particularly obvious. It was scorching hot during the daytime, but at night, it suddenly became cold and windy. The desert, which was originally steaming with hot air, seemed to have turned into an ice field with a big appetite, swallowing up the heat in one breath, and what came in return was bone-chilling cold. Jalen Hill sat on the coffin, a prop used for acting, with his legs drooping, looking at the sand swept up by the cold wind not far away. The fine sand danced with the wind, and in the hazy night, it was like a yellow mist rising up, which was particularly conspicuous. Jalen Hill took a deep puff of his cigarette. He didn't quite understand why he hadn't left yet. Was he unwilling to leave the crew, or was he holding out hope for that annoying stupid director? Exclamation mark. Yes, I'm not a child anymore. Why am I still so impulsive? Jalen Hill asked himself. The cigarette butt disappeared in the night, like his fluctuating heart. At this moment, footsteps sounded behind him. The rustling sound was getting closer and closer. Hi, Jack. It turned out to be the voice of the fat director. Can I sit down? He said it very calmly, without any sign of quarreling. Jalen Hill nodded, and the fat man sat down on the coffin next to him, fiddling with a piece of dry grass in his hand. Neither of them spoke. The dry grass kept changing in the fat man's hands, and soon, it was woven into a grass-colored grasshopper. The fat man swung the grasshopper in his hand back and forth, looked at Jalen Hill who was smoking, sniffed, and then said, "Can I have one too?" Jalen Hill did not answer, and in a moment, he touched his body and took out a cigarette box. Fatty Jack took out a cigarette and seemed a little embarrassed to say to Jalen Hill, "Hey, buddy, can you lend me another light?" Jalen Hill handed him the cigarette butt. The fat man pinched the cigarette butt, lit his own cigarette, then returned the cigarette butt, took a deep puff of the cigarette, and said to the coffin under his bed with emotion, I didn't expect it to be so cold here. It would be nice to have one lying in this damn coffin." Jalen Hill ignored him and looked into the night sky. The fat man felt bored and said, "You look so handsome when you look up at the stars. You came here just to say that?" Jalen Hill finally spoke. "Oh no, I meant to say, we are not children anymore. Yes, that's what I wanted to say." The fat man laughed dryly. An. I'm sorry for today. Damn, for this play, the fat man went all out. You're right, I really don't have much experience as a director. Yes, like a fool, I'm unsure of many things. I need your help, man. I need you to come back. I need you to remind me, really. Gyllenhaal didn't expect the fat man's attitude to change so quickly and was stunned for a moment. The fat man took a deep puff of his cigarette and said, I really want to finish this movie, no matter whether it is good or bad. Although I still don't understand why Dear Yi gave such an important responsibility to me, a useless guy. From college to now, I have never done a single thing well. Don't laugh. I grew up in the ridicule of others. They laughed at me for being fat, clumsy, stupid, and stupid. I can endure all these, but now, I just want to seize my chance. Yes, man, my chance. The chance I have been waiting for so hard. The fat man's eyes were wet. Then, he fell headfirst into Gyllenhaal's arms. Gyllenhaal was completely stunned. The fat man's tears and snot were running down his face. Please, just help me. Let's work together to make this movie a good one, okay? Gyllenhaal came to his senses, and his first reaction was to immediately push the fat man away from his arms. Hey, man, don't do this. You're making it difficult for me. No, I won't get up if you don't agree to it. The fat man was shameless. Gyllenhaal pushed the fat man several times, but he couldn't push him away. He was too heavy. At this time, the voices of the crew members came from not far away. Gyllenhaal was afraid that this appearance would be seen by others. Okay, I promise you. Get up quickly, you damn guy. Haha, you said it. The fat man burst into laughter. Gyllenhaal was speechless. Since everyone was open, there was no need to hide anything. After all, they were able to continue sitting together after the quarrel, all for the filming. Gyllenhaal considered himself a good actor. The fat man considered himself to be a good director. Yes, since everyone has ideals, why not work together? Quarrels will only make people laugh, right? So in the following time, the two chatted with each other frankly. Fatty Jack said that he read Edgar Allan Poe's novels when filming this play. Edgar Allan Poe is the greatest American detective novelist and the king of horror novels. He is definitely the best in the world in the field of horror novels. Apart from other works, his works The Black Cat, The Telltale Heart, and The Pit and the Pendulum are simply the best horror novels. However, recently, Fatty is studying Poe's most well-known work The Fall of the House of Usher, because it is the first horror novel that describes people being buried alive. Fatty hopes that he can draw inspiration from this novel. How can the same buried alive have different feelings? After listening to Fatty's words, Gyllenhaal was stunned, because he was also reading this novel recently, and he is a real fan of Edgar Allan Poe. It's rare that the two of them actually found a common language. Especially this common prophecy is beneficial to filming. So the two began to chat about everything, such as the fall of the House of Usher, Hell or Not, the misery and mystery of Edgar Allan Poe, and how to shoot and process the play Buried Alive. As time passed, familiarity and tacit understanding began to blend together. Under the night, the desert here is no longer cold. I accompanied my mother to the hospital for treatment, so I updated late. Please forgive me. LT, AGT, LT, AGT, LT, AGT. Chapter 64. Filming of the Terror Ship. 1998, 4 p.m. The filming site of the Grim Reaper. Ares 1 is a very good old-fashioned cruise ship, with a wide and bright deck, a retro and deep shape, and a heavy taste when shooting horror movies. As the director of this movie, Bill Rabbit felt very depressed, because just before, the heroine Natasha had shot a simple shot 7 or 8 times. Dear Natasha, we are not shooting an AV movie now, we are shooting a horror movie, so please restrain your charming performance. Now, you are a mother who has lost her child and feels very depressed and painful. I want you to find that feeling, yes, that feeling, and then pick up an axe and start dealing with the unknown murderer on the cruise ship. Bill was talking with saliva flying, and Natasha listened to his teaching very humbly. Next to him, Jessica Alba, as a supporting actress, was already tired and wanted to doze off. If it weren't for the strong wind on the deck that made her skin numb, she might have been unable to help but close her eyes for a while. This is a stupid woman. Jessica made a judgment. Damn, she doesn't even have such simple acting skills. But that Chinese Yi let her be the heroine. I heard that she used to shoot Chengren movies. Is she having an affair with that Chinese Yi? Jessica speculated secretly, looking at Natasha's devilish figure, round buttocks, and breasts. Not to mention, for men, she is really a blonde beauty. It seems that this Chinese Yi has average taste, but he actually likes her, and let her be the heroine. Jessica complained about Yi Feiyang's lack of vision, and was even more angry that Natasha stole her role. Under the earnest guidance of director Bill, horror crews continued to shoot. This time, the heroine played by Natasha became lively, and it can be seen that she studied hard. This set of shots was shot, and about an hour had passed. The main story content of horror crews is actually very simple. In reality, the heroine is not such a good mother. She always loses her temper with her child because the child is disabled and she is a single parent, so her life is very hard. Once on the way out, the car overturned because of the heroine's fault. After her death, her soul was liberated. When she saw the tragic scene in front of her, she suddenly repented and felt guilty. The stories that happened next were all her fantasies. She struggled with herself and time in an attempt to go back to the past. From then on, she was trapped in infernal affairs. The soul kept reincarnating and redeeming itself. Okay, this set of shots is okay. Next, please be ready. We are going to shoot the emotional scenes in this play. Crying scenes. Yes, crying scenes. There are 3 parts to crying scenes: the beginning, the middle and the end. We are now shooting the middle part. The heroine realizes that her child is dead and she is panic stricken, and then she can't help but collapse on the ground and shed tears. Remember, this crying scene has layers. The first is fear and uncertainty. She doesn't think her child is dead or that a car accident has occurred. The second layer is that she finds that she is actually deceiving herself. Her heart is filled with sadness and fear, from panic to heartbreak. The third level, the whole person has lost the courage and will to live, and tears can no longer replace atonement. Do you understand? Natasha, you must be okay with this scene. Don't shoot again. We don't have too much film for you to waste. Dear friends, it's October now. The weather is already very cold. We have been shooting for 3 hours on this damn cruise ship with a cold sea breeze. I think everyone must want to finish work quickly, go back and have a cup of hot coffee, or drink a glass of whiskey, to warm up the body. So please be more careful, and pass it in one go, okay? Exclamation mark. Bill Rabbit was doing ideological work with a dry mouth. When shooting AV movies before, Bill Rabbit had always been looking forward to shooting a serious movie. Now that he finally had the opportunity to shoot, he realized how torturous it was to shoot such a movie. At this moment, Bill Rabbit really didn't know whether to thank Yi Feiyang, the boss, or to curse him. God, it's so tiring. Under Bill's mobilization, Natasha and others were ready. Director Bill took a deep breath and shouted, "Godike." Natasha cried in layers in the camera. Yes, she cried very well, very touchingly, and very movingly. Even Jessica Alba, who had secretly called her a fool before, had to admit that this Russian woman was very good at crying scenes, at least better than the crying scenes she performed during the interview. Damn, I didn't expect her to be so good. Jessica sniffed her nose, and the wind on the sea almost made her catch a cold. Cut. But, very good. Rabbit Bill was in a good mood. He didn't expect Natasha to perform so well in this scene. Everyone go to the cabin to rest first, and the men stay to pack up the equipment. We will take the cruise ship back later. Rabbit Bill breathed a sigh of relief. If he continued to shoot at this speed, he would be sure to finish shooting this scene within a week. Poor Fatty Jack. I don't know how he is doing over there. And Boss Yi, his scene probably hasn't started yet. Haha, maybe he is still the first place. When Bill Rabbit thought about how he would show off in front of everyone after the trick was finished, he felt very proud. Jessica went back to the cabin and found a thicker coat to put on. This hot girl who always liked to expose her beautiful figure and chocolate skin was wrapped up tightly for the first time. Achoo. She sneezed. Come on, drink some wine to drive away the cold. The one who spoke was Natasha, who Jessica had cursed countless times in her heart. As the Russian woman spoke, she handed the beautiful silver wine pot to Jessica. Jessica was not polite. After all, it was because of her that she caught a cold. Her acting was too bad, and she always delayed time. She took a big sip. Ah. Cough cough cough. Jessica coughed violently. What kind of wine is this? So spicy? Haha, this is a homemade local wine in our hometown. It's not available on the market. Natasha patted Jessica's back to make her feel more comfortable. You Russian women all drink such spicy liquor? Ahem. Yes, we Russian women can basically drink it. Natasha smiled because it's very cold over there. When it's October in the United States, it's basically covered with snow over there. The frozen Volga River is like a sleeping mother, very peaceful, without the roar and anger of the past. Natasha's tone seemed very sad. Do you miss your hometown? Jessica seemed to be infected by this sadness and couldn't help asking. Yeah. Natasha nodded, then took a big sip from the silver wine pot. I miss my hometown very much. You know, dear Jessica, my hometown is very famous. It raised our great Russian poet Pushkin. Yes, Pushkin is our pride, our eternal pride. Even if I'm deep in the United States, I have to say that he is the best poet in the world. Natasha seemed a little excited. If life deceives you, don't be sad, don't be anxious. You need to be calm in the days of depression. Believe it, happy days will come. The heart always yearns for the future, but now it is often depressed. Everything is fleeting, everything will pass, and what has passed will become a kind of nostalgia. Natasha suddenly chanted a poem in Russian. Although Jessica didn't understand the meaning, she could tell from Natasha's expression that she seemed to like the poem very much. In fact, the poem was If Life Deceives You by the great poet Pushkin. Jessica had heard of it when she was in college, but it was the first time she heard such an authentic poem. Is this poem beautiful? Natasha asked after taking a sip of wine. Jessica nodded. I think it is beautiful too, just like a portrait of myself. Natasha's tears flowed for some reason. She drank in big gulps. Jessica was scared. Look, let me have a sip too, please. She snatched the silver wine pot. It's a beautiful wine pot. Is it your own collection? No, it's my husband's. Your husband? Jessica was stunned. You've been married? Natasha smiled bitterly. Not only married, but also have children. Look, isn't she beautiful? She took out the pendant from her neck and opened it. Inside was a photo of a 2-year-old girl. She was delicate and lovely. She's very cute. Jessica said. Yes, not only cute, but also very well behaved. Poor baby, I haven't seen her for more than a year. Natasha kissed the photo, and tears flowed out of the corners of her eyes again. Jessica finally understood why Natasha could act so well in crying scenes. Look, like this, tears well up at any time, like a faucet. Who can compare? I don't quite understand. Since you have a family and children, why do you want to come to the United States? Why? It's all for money. Natasha stopped crying and said, my husband is an alcoholic, but he wasn't like this before. Ever since he lost his job, he started drinking. He always got himself drunk and then came home to beat me. Even so, I still love him very much because I know how much pain he is in. That damn political reform, those hateful bureaucrats, in the name of reform, stole everything from the country and the factory, including my poor husband's insurance and severance pay. God, how can there be such a group of terrible people in this world? Natasha sniffed. Later, he learned to do business with others, but was cheated by his best friend. Our family owed a large foreign debt, and was unable to repay it. There was really no way out. At that time, let alone drinking vodka, we didn't even have money to buy milk. Poor my little cutie, she could only eat breadcrumbs with us. Poverty made my warm and lovely home collapse in an instant. At this time, my husband said, Natasha, you should go to the United States. Many women can make a lot of money there. You should go too. Haha, Natasha laughed strangely. Make a lot of money? Everyone knows what they do in the United States. In addition to youth and beauty, what else do they have? Haha, my dear husband, let me go out to sell. A bitter smile, a big bitter smile. Looking at Natasha's appearance and listening to her story, Jessica suddenly felt a little sad. When I raised my objection, guess what he said? He said, the girl next door who is only 13 or 14 years old went to the United States and she also entertained those damn Americans and sent thousands of dollars back to her family every month. You are already in your 20s, can't you consider the overall situation? Besides, as long as I don't despise you, what is there to be afraid of? He is encouraging me as a wife and a mother, to go to the United States and sell myself with peace of mind. Haha, is it ridiculous? Natasha's face was filled with sadness. Dear Natasha, please stop talking, okay? I understand your suffering. Jessica consoled. All along, Jessica thought that her life was miserable enough. She couldn't find a suitable job, didn't have much pocket money, and couldn't buy her favorite clothes. But compared with Natasha's story, it was simply incomparable. No, today I want to finish telling the story in my heart. Please, let me tell it. I haven't told it so freely for a long time. Okay, but you can't drink anymore. Jessica screwed the lid of the silver wine bottle tightly and handed it back to Natasha. Natasha took the wine bottle. Here, this is the gift that the bastard gave me before I came to the United States. It's his favorite wine bottle. Haha, ironic. The drunkard I hate the most gave me a wine bottle, and now I like drinking. Yes, after coming to the United States, I had no one to rely on. So I had to endure the shame and shoot Chengren movies underground and go to bed with different men every day. In fact, Natasha's bust size is 30-60, firm and coveted, with a 25-inch waist and a 36-inch hips. It can be said that it is almost perfect. And this is why the underground av took a fancy to her. Compared with many Russian women who sneaked into the United States and ended up as street prostitutes and attic prostitutes, she is lucky enough to be an actress. Now that I think about it, there's nothing wrong with filming Chengren's movies. Natasha continued. At least I earned money to support my family with my own labor. But when I first started, I really couldn't adapt. I was often scolded by the director, who said that if I continued like this, I would be thrown back to the streets and be with those poor prostitutes. I was very scared. At this time, I met director Bill, who was a good man. You know, Jessica. Natasha, who was no longer crying, suddenly smiled. The smile with tears still on her face made people feel a little weird. What? Jessica didn't quite understand. In fact, there are some benefits to filming that kind of movie. At least I learned some skills. How should I put it? Skills to please men. It's ridiculous. Natasha smiled bitterly. But if you want, Jessica, I can teach you. Ah. In an instant, Jessica's whole pretty face turned red. Although Jessica has always dressed boldly and avant-garde, looking hot and charming, in fact, she is not the kind of girl who is very casual. What? Don't tell me you're still a virgin. Damn it, you already know, and you're still asking. Jessica couldn't hide her shyness anymore. Her face turned red. Oh god, it turns out our Jessica is so pure. Haha, how about this? You teach me how to act in the future, and I'll teach you how to please a man, such as using your hands, using your mouth. Jessica Alba felt hot all over, although she usually talked about similar topics with her sisters, such as how to kiss and hug boys, but none of them were as explicit and open as Natasha. Jessica was shy and didn't want to listen anymore, but she couldn't help being curious. After all, as a teenage girl, she was still very interested in this aspect. It is said that American teenagers have open minds, but that also depends on what kind of people they are. Jessica is a new immigrant, and she was discriminated against a lot when she first came to the United States. At that time, let alone having boyfriends of the same age, she was even teased by boys after school, and her drawer was either stuffed with frogs or cockroaches. It was not until she was 15 or 16 years old and had a hot and sexy appearance that she made some new friends in the residential area. However, most of these friends were girls. She was born with a fear or disgust for boys, which was the main reason why she broke up with her boyfriend. Most of the friends Jessica made were new immigrants like her, some from Mexico, some from Brazil. They were not influenced by the openness of the United States. Although they were not ignorant of love, they were not so casual. Of course, some of them were self-degrading, but they were not included. At this moment, Natasha's words were like an older sister chatting with a little girl next door, telling some secret boudoir whispers. This made Jessica suddenly feel a sense of intimacy. Only close people would say these to you, right? You know, if you can conquer that man in bed, then that man will listen to you all his life. Believe me, Jessica, I'm an experienced person, but it's a pity that when I understood this, it was too late. Natasha smiled reluctantly. Jessica understood what Natasha meant, but she really didn't want to dwell on this embarrassing topic. Didn't she see that Director Bill and those men had come in? It seemed that the filming equipment outside had been packed up, and the cruise ship was about to set off back. I promise you, Natasha, we can communicate with each other in acting. After all, I'm much younger than you, and I still have a lot to learn from you. Well, it's settled. Look, the director and Lucci are back. Jessica greeted Bill and others with a guilty conscience. How could Natasha not see the little girl's thoughts? She found it funny. She was also so innocent, but shitty life would torture innocence into sophistication, and torture innocence into scheming. It's more comfortable to be with such a little girl. At least, you don't have to play any tricks. Look at you, I know what you mean, Jessica. Don't worry, we will work together to make this movie well in the future. After all, dear Yi gave me this rare opportunity. I must repay him well. Yes, he is a good man. Natasha thought of Yi Feiyang and couldn't help but smile gratefully. That bad guy is a good man. Jessica also thought of Yi Feiyang, and then Yi Feiyang's smug smile naturally emerged in her mind, as if to say, see, I said I'm a good person. The reason why I made things difficult and teased you during the interview was that I thought you were fun. Damn, you are fun. Jessica cursed fiercely, and the smiling face of Yi Feiyang in her mind was immediately shattered. Ah, what did you say? Natasha was stunned. Oh, I didn't say anything. Well, maybe I said that we should go back. Jessica's cheeks, which had originally cooled down, became hot again. Humph, it's all because of that damn bastard. Our hot girl cursed again. Chapter 65. Filming of Paranormal Activity. 1998. Yi Feiyang, who was cursed by someone, sneezed unfortunately. He rubbed his nose and looked at the gloomy sky. Damn Los Angeles, it's so cold in October. Yi Feiyang shrank his head and continued to look at the haunted house in front of him. In the United States, there are many such haunted houses. To be more specific, there are many houses like this one that are deserted and shivering in the cold wind. This house is located in a remote area of Los Angeles. In common parlance, it is a place where no one lives. This house was introduced by the Black Daddy. The Black Daddy is the old guy who helped Yi Feiyang and rented 5 underground cinemas to him. When the Black Daddy heard that Yi Feiyang was going to make a ghost movie, he patted his chest and ran over to introduce the shooting location. To be honest, Yi Feiyang was worried about the shooting location at that time. Paranormal Activity seems to be easy to shoot, but there are still many requirements for the shooting environment. At least, the location you choose should have enough atmosphere. Mrs. Lawrence's original residence was not suitable. The space was narrow and overcrowded. For example, the Indians on the 3rd floor would come over to watch the fun. As soon as they saw that a movie was going to be filmed, Yi Feiyang was not in the mood to keep clearing the scene. In addition, for Yi Feiyang, this rented old building did not have any horror atmosphere at all. Who has ever seen such a mediocre old building with no characteristics being used to film a horror movie? Exclamation mark. Therefore, Yi Feiyang made up his mind to choose a filming location carefully and would never ruin his filming plan just to save a few dollars. The Black Dad happened to bump into him at this time and said, I have the filming location you need here, which directly fooled Yi Feiyang. Looking at the desolate, bleak building in front of him, where no one except ghosts wanted to live, Yi Feiyang was very satisfied in his heart, but he couldn't show it on the surface. He turned around and said to the Black Father, where is the landlord? I want to talk to him. The Black Father took the attitude of being a good person to the end and quickly found the landlord and said, this is the director of this house, Mr. Smith, you two can talk. Smith, like the Black Father, is a black man in his 50s, and his vicissitudes of life are engraved with twists and turns and injustices in his face. Hi, hello, friend, I'm Smith. The blacksmith seemed very friendly. Yi Feiyang shook hands with him. Nice to meet you, dear Mr. Smith. We are now shooting a movie in hope to rent your old building. Oh, I knew it a long time ago, man. No problem, I'm a warm-hearted person, but it still depends on how much you can pay for the rental. Mr. Smith winked at Yi Feiyang in a mercenary way. This Smith was born in the wrong body. He should be a prostitute. So seductive. Someone judged very impolitely. Well, if I remember correctly, the rental fee here won't be too high, right? Yi Feiyang looked at the desolate surroundings and said, "Ha, you are wrong." Mr. Smith said, "Don't look at this place as desolate. In fact, my building is the only one with a century-old history here. Yes, it is an antique. You can't judge its value with simple thinking. In addition, there are also very scary stories here. Yes, very scary. A father shot his wife and his daughter to death. The family of 3 was completely dead, and some people even said that the father's ghost howling could be heard in the middle of the night. So, such horror stories are rare. Many film crews wanted to come here to shoot, but I was too troublesome and refused one by one. Yes, I refused them. Oh god, for the sake of the black dad, how about this? How about $30 US? $30 a day, you can use my house." Yi Feiyang smiled, looked at Mr. Smith and the black dad, and said, "Isn't $30 a day too little?" Mr. Smith was stunned. The black father who secretly took kickbacks was also stunned. "What do you mean? Too little? I've never seen such a price." Yi Feiyang smiled and said, "In my opinion, your building not only has a long history, but also has many unexpected ghost stories, so the price can't be so cheap. 30 yuan is too little, it's better to go for 60 yuan. Blacksmith was stunned. The black father was completely stunned. Too twisted. Life values. Originally, I wanted to take kickbacks, but look at my dear Yi, how kind he is. Smith thought so too. This doesn't seem to be good. I've never seen someone raise the price for himself like this." Yi Feiyang smiled. "Why not? $60 is already very low. After calculation, you only need to pay me $5,000. I don't want to ask for more." Smith was stunned again. "What do you mean? You got it wrong. It's not me who gives you money, it's you who have to pay my rent." The black father was still alert. "No, dear Yi, it seems you have to pay the rent. How come Smith is the one giving you the money?" "Yes." Old man Smith was also very surprised, looking at Yi Feiyang in a daze. Yi Feiyang explained kindly, "Friends, have you read the recent newspapers?" "What newspapers? What do you mean?" "Oh, it's very simple." Yi Feiyang said, "Recently, the newspaper said that various haunted houses and castles in the United States are overcrowded, and people come to visit in an endless stream. Calculated at $10 per person, even the most ordinary haunted houses can earn $1,000 a day. Yes, $1,000. What are the horror haunted houses in our United States? Fox Sisters Cottage? Although Fox Sisters Cottage is not so famous compared to other haunted places, because of the haunted phenomenon here, it has even initiated a belief, so it should be the most famous of all haunted cottages. A rifle takes the evil spirit of life. A wizard suggested that she keep adding rooms to her apartment in San Jose, California, to confuse the ghosts who wanted to find her. I don't understand why ghosts, they should be able to walk through walls and be confused by the rooms. I guess only makes sense to her. She did this for 40 years, adding more than 100 new rooms and staircases, until she died in 1922. After her death, her own ghost was said to wander the maze-like apartment. Now, the apartment has become a tourist attraction and a strange monument to superstition and paranoia. Faced with Yi Feiyang's incredible idea, Mr. Smith and Black Dad were completely stunned. To be honest, in the United States, the Halloween industry has increased its annual revenue from $1 billion about $6 billion, in 1996 to $8 billion about $40 billion, today. Horror attractions have changed from seasonal activities to year-round activities. This is not only due to the promotion of horror movies, but also reflects the Americans' natural preference for horror series. Haha, so, you only need to pay me $5,000 to invite me to shoot a movie here. Yes, I can guarantee that this will definitely be a terrifying haunted house movie. When the time comes, your old building will become popular with the release of our movie. Yes, it will definitely be very popular. Everyone who sees it will ask where our movie was filmed. Oh, God, when the time comes, I will definitely publicize our cooperation with you. Yes, I'm an honest man, and I will definitely do this. Mr. Smith, as expected, was tempted. Bullshit, how much is a rental house worth? There is no guarantee of drought or flood, and it may lose money. But if it becomes a real haunted house, then I dare not imagine the golden road paved with US dollars in the future. Let alone other things. Just say that the curiosity of Americans can attract a large number of people to come for tourism, and when the time comes, just charging admission fees will make people's wrists weak. Although Smith is black, his mind is brighter than anyone else. In an instant, he sorted out the interests involved. You should know that in the United States, legends such as haunted houses are very popular. Take the Winchester Mystery House mentioned above. If nothing else, the tourism project alone can make hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. For a small businessman like Smith, this is a huge profit that he dare not even think about. Ahem. You are right dear Mr. Feiyang. Yes, this is a real haunted house. As long as you are willing to move in and shoot your paranormal activity, I believe it will become popular in the future. So what you mean is that you are willing to pay me 5,000 US dollars? Feiyang asked rather greedily. The Black Father was completely defeated by his shamelessness. He originally wanted to help his old friend, but he didn't expect his opponent was too cunning. Well, let's talk about this question after your movie is released. If your movie really has such a strong publicity, let alone 5,000 US dollars, even if it is 10,000 US dollars, I'm willing to pay. Yes, I promise to God that I will do what I say. Very good dear Mr. Smith. I believe in your sincerity. Please rest assured that I will definitely make your house the most influential haunted house in the history of the United States through my movie. Feiyang stretched out his hand. Smith hesitated for a moment and shook it. Behind him, the Black Father straightened his forehead. God, what a cunning fox. Originally came to help his old friend earn rent, but in the end he had to pay money. Feiyang sneezed again. He wondered if he really caught a cold, or if he was cursed by someone again. Alas, it's hard to be a good person now. Even if you do some good things casually, you will be regarded as a bad element. Feiyang wiped his nose with a handkerchief, and then called out to the people around him. Start moving things, prepare equipment, and start shooting at any time. Damn, it's already October 15th, and there's not much time left for me. Beside Feiyang, Cindy, the photographer, Charlie the lighting engineer, and Mickey the makeup artist, followed Feiyang's instructions to move all kinds of shooting equipment, cameras, lights, props and other sundries into the house. At the same time, they secretly looked at this two-story villa that was older than their grandmother. It was really amazing to have such a majestic villa in the wilderness, especially when crows stood on the nearby tree trunks and cried a few times from time to time. The atmosphere of horror and shock was even stronger. Let alone anything else, this Chinese boss is really capable. Look, man, what a great shooting location he found. As a photographer, Cindy gestured with her hands to indicate the shooting angle and praised. Yeah, horror movies need this kind of atmosphere. By the way, guys, have you seen Stephen King's Rose Manor? The haunted house there is almost as weird as this building. Makeup artist Mickey said. Ha, I've seen the movie you mentioned. It's based on the Winchester Mystery House. But then again, do you think there are really ghosts in this old building? Lighting engineer Charlie asked worriedly. Don't let your imagination run wild. We are here to film, not to catch ghosts. Also, when you meet the director, dear boss Yi, later, you must watch your mouth and don't talk nonsense. Cindy reminded. Don't you know, man? Those Chinese are the most superstitious. They like to worship gods during the new year, and they also like to worship Mr. Gwen when they have nothing to do. That's the red-faced god. God, I really don't understand them. Their beliefs are too chaotic. Anyway, I heard that this is their taboo. Don't mention ghosts, or anything like that. Okay, let's go in. Feiyang, who was visiting the room, sneezed again. Dust was rippling around. He covered his nose and coughed and said to the people around him, clean it up. How can people live here? It takes at least a week to shoot a movie. How can you stay in such a dusty place? This time, Feiyang prepared a small crew. The general situation is as follows. Director, screenwriter, Feiyang photographer, Cindy lighting technician, Charlie Macup artist, Mickey starring, Anne Hathaway, Mrs. Lawrence, Billy the Kid, Black Girl Katie, etc. In addition to some messy assistants, there are only 14 or 15 people. After cleaning, the whole old building looked much brighter. Standing on the balcony on the second floor, Feiyang looked down and saw the overgrown back garden. Wow, it's very good. It feels like the movie The Grudge. Feiyang said happily. After all, this paranormal activity is a pseudo-documentary, but the content of the filming is a story of the movie The Grudge. If I remember correctly, the scene selection of the previous movie was also a deserted building and a weed-covered residential area. In comparison, the place I chose is even more terrifying. Just as Feiyang was happily looking at the desolate scene around him, suddenly, with a cackle, a crow suddenly flew out from the tree branch, and the black shadow soared into the sky. Such a movement scared the director Yi. Oh my god, there won't be ghosts here? People say that seeing crows is unlucky. As Hong Kong people, they are generally more superstitious about ghosts and gods than mainlanders. Otherwise the Wan Tai Sin temple in Hong Kong and the incense of Brother Guan would not be so prosperous. Although Feiyang was not really afraid, he could not help but feel terrified in the face of this situation. I hope this shoot will be successful, he thought. Chapter 66. I'll make you become a demon. The Grudge, the first day of filming for the new horror movie, based on the body of Paranormal Activity. Mrs. Lawrence, you will be acting like this in a moment, unsmiling, with a stiff expression. How should I put it? It's like a vegetable, without any vitality. Feiyang carefully explained the play to Mrs. Lawrence. In the original book, Emma is a mentally ill, stiff and lonely old man, but in Feiyang's opinion, directly turning her into a zombie does not require the character to play too much acting skills. But, dear Yi, I'm just paralyzed, but I can still move. Haha, I said, from now on, you are an actor in this play, so you just need to do what I say. Feiyang said patiently. Oh, I understand. Now we start acting, right? Oh god, look at me, this old fool. Don't worry, Yi, I will do well. Isn't it just pretending to be disabled? I'm disabled without pretending. Mrs. Lawrence was proud for the first time that she was in a wheelchair and couldn't walk around casually. Feiyang nodded, turned around, and saw Anne Hathaway staring blankly at the script. What's wrong, Anne? Feiyang asked. This role doesn't seem to suit me, Anne said. Why? From the beginning to the end, it seems that this heroine doesn't believe in religion at all. If she is a devout believer, even if she doesn't pray, God will protect her from these evil spirits. Feiyang fainted. It seems that he needs to explain it to her in detail. I'm sorry, Anne. I hope you can understand that from now on, it's not about making this heroine look like you and slowly get closer to you, but about making you get closer to the heroine and gradually become her. Do you understand? Anne Hathaway blinked. I understand what you said, but... Okay, no buts. Feiyang thought to himself, you have already boarded my pirate ship, and you are still fickle, so unprofessional. This movie will start shooting soon. You should go put on Macup first. By the way, Mickey, touch up Mrs. Lawrence's Macup later. Make her look a little paler. Yes, it's better to look like a zombie in a horror movie. Mrs. Lawrence, who was excited about being an actress, touched her wrinkled face in surprise and complained, what zombie? She's a beauty. 4 hours later. Okay, this shot is okay. Let me see. The effect is very good. Feiyang praised the shots taken by Cindy. Although he had not been a director before, Feiyang had a unique advantage, that is, the understanding and mastery of various movies. Most importantly, Feiyang was a genius. When shooting, many unexpected inspirations would suddenly emerge, such as which shot to zoom in, which to zoom out, how to deal with close-ups, how to portray the character's eyes, etc. In the eyes of an old photographer like Cindy, almost all of them were professional. Therefore, during the filming process, Feiyang had already done a great job as a director. Most importantly, he was respected by Cindy, Charlie, Mickey and other crew members. Being a director requires control. To put it bluntly, you must be domineering. You must be able to subdue people. Therefore, some people say that the director is actually a general on the battlefield and the embodiment of the military. He can fight bravely, issue orders, and make plans to win thousands of miles away. Although the filming was going on very quickly, the sky outside was still dark. Everyone was very tired, but Feiyang did not call a halt. In his opinion, now is the time to race against time, not the time to be kind and let the horses and sheep go. Okay, everyone, get ready for the next set of shots. Annie, we are going to film you helping Mrs. Lawrence wash her hair. Yes, wash her hair. According to the script, you'll see evil spirits while washing your hair. First, the water in the pool turns a terrifying blood red, and you show panic and fear in your eyes. Then, dense hair comes out of the pool, and a pair of ghost eyes turn white at you, and you start to scream loudly. But we can't make evil spirits come out now. We need to ask a special effects company to help produce it later, so you need to use your imagination. Yes, just imagine. First, blood comes out, then hair comes out, and finally the evil eyes turn white. I need you to gradually express the levels of panic and fear, and really bring yourself into the role. You are now a helpless private carriage driver who comes to help the elderly. You are no longer Hathaway. You don't see the crew, the camera, or us. You are alone in this scary big house, and then you encounter a ghost. Do you understand? Feiyang's string of words made Anne Hathaway stunned. To be honest, she didn't expect acting to be so complicated. She used to think it was quite simple when watching movies, but now she knows that nothing is easy. Okay, after saying so much, I hope you can remember my words. Just one sentence. I will make you possessed. Yes, that's it. Okay, let's start shooting. Camera position, lights ready. God. Feiyang stared at the camera closely, and the shooting began. In the camera, the female nurse played by Anne Hathaway walked to the pool, stubbornly said, and turned on the faucet. Then the camera was aimed at the pool, close up. According to the script, the water flowing out of the faucet will slowly turn into blood, but it is not the time to do special effects at this moment, and this kind of horror shot has appeared in many horror movies, the most famous of which is the Nightmare on Elm Street series. The effect is amazing and shocking, just like Viagra in horror movies. It works every time. Anne Hathaway, I'm no longer myself now. I'm the heroine. I want to feel lonely and terrified. There is no one around, and there is no camera. Cut. Suddenly, Feiyang shouted to stop. Annie, what are you looking at? I told you not to look at the camera. Just pretend that nothing exists around you. Feiyang said loudly. Anne Hathaway felt ashamed. She had told herself to forget about the camera, but she couldn't help but glance at it. Habits are hard to change. Sorry, director, can I do it again? Okay, camera ready again. Actors back to their positions. Godike. After a while, Feiyang gave orders again, and the filming started again. This time, Anne remembered Feiyang's words and forgot everything. Strange music seemed to sound in her ears. The night wind blew, and the glass windows slammed. Turn on the faucet, and the water rushed. Silence. Suddenly, Anne saw that the pool water suddenly turned blood red, and the chilling blood water gurgled out of the pool, and rushed to her feet. Close up, Anne's expression was horrified, and her beautiful eyes were wide open. Great, this expression. Feiyang praised, while staring at the camera. Then, Annie, who had already immersed herself in the role, saw that a lot of black hair suddenly crawled out of the pool that was originally oozing blood. The hair spread out and quickly covered the entire pool like a spider. As the black hair gradually emerged upwards, a pair of creepy pale eyes suddenly appeared. Ah! Annie began to scream loudly. The scream was shrill, as if she had really seen a ghost. Okay, the shooting is over. Feiyang shouted. But in the camera, Annie, who had already immersed herself in the role, was still screaming, trembling all over, and constantly pointing her finger at the pool. There. Okay, Annie, you shot it very well. You don't have to act anymore. Feiyang said. But Annie seemed to have not heard what Feiyang said at all, and was still screaming loudly, looking terrified. Man, it doesn't look like she is pretending. Yeah, is she possessed by evil spirits? The people next to her discussed. Seeing this, Feiyang hurried over and hugged Annie. "Okay, we are done shooting. Don't be afraid." Patted Annie's shoulder. Anne Hathaway finally calmed down after being comforted by Feiyang, but the fear on her face had not yet dissipated. I saw a ghost, a real ghost. That was acting, Anne. You were too immersed in the role. No, I really saw it. Very scary eyes. It was looking at me, always looking at me. Anne's reaction directly scared the people around her. Oh god, I told you that this place is not clean. Yes, such a big old building. It's chilly. God, please bless me. Shut up. Feiyang was furious, and he almost kicked the guy who made the sign of the cross on his chest away. Under Feiyang's fierce gaze, everyone was silent, and it was the first time they realized how terrible this Chinese director was when he lost his temper. Today's filming is over. Go and have a rest. Don't talk nonsense. If I hear any of you gossiping, get out of here. Everyone kept silent under Feiyang's scolding. Although some newcomers didn't like Feiyang's domineering attitude, especially in the United States, where freedom of expression is the most advocated, they became timid when they met Feiyang's eyes. The crew members slowly dispersed. Feiyang comforted Hathaway for a while, and her condition improved a little. Go and have a rest. Today's scene will be filmed here. I'm sorry, Hathaway didn't understand why she was so fragile. Don't think about it. You're too involved in acting. Feiyang smiled. Hey, my baby Anne, can you stop chatting for a while? Can you push me to the bathroom? God, I've been holding it in for a long time. Mrs. Lawrence, who was in a hurry to pee, had to call her granddaughter. Anne Hathaway blushed. Okay, I'll be there. And ran over. The second day of filming for Paranormal Activity. Okay, we'll continue filming today, and it's pretty much the same as yesterday. After the heroine Jiayan screamed, she realized that everything she saw was an illusion, and then she gasped for air. Here I need the lighting technician to dim the surrounding light a little to bring out the heroine's fear. Then Jiayan stood up and prepared to push the old woman who was in a state of dementia to wash her hair, but when the old woman reached the door, she seemed to sense something and refused to go in. Yes, I want this kind of inexplicable weirdness, as if there was something scary inside that made the old woman afraid to go in. That's the general plot. If you have no objections, get ready quickly. After Feiyang announced the order, everyone started to get busy. Originally, the weather was pretty good today, and it was sunny outside, but in order to bring out the gloomy atmosphere here, Mickey, as the lighting technician, used plastic sheets outside to block the bright light, creating a lifeless dark grey atmosphere. Okay, everyone, get ready. Feiyang stared at the camera lens. Godike. With an order, the filming began. Anne Hathaway's performance this time was better than yesterday's. At least she was able to express good emotions between fear and terror, weirdness and shock. As for Mrs. Lawrence, I have to say that she really has the airs of an actor. Feiyang was afraid that her acting skills were too poor, so he restricted her from using too much body language and even deleted some of her lines, for fear that she would goof up when acting. But when the performance really started, Feiyang found that Mrs. Lawrence's acting skills were much better than Hathaway's. What's the reason? Exclamation mark. An old lady who has not received special training actually has such good acting skills. Could it be that I was wrong? In fact, the reason why Mrs. Lawrence can play the role of Emma, a nervous old woman, is entirely because she is old enough. As the saying goes, old people are smart and ghosts are smart. When people get old, they experience a lot, and they have encountered all kinds of human conditions. They are knowledgeable, and it is inevitable that their acting skills will be affected. In the academic terms of actors, it is life experience. Besides, the original background of the character Emma is similar to that of Mrs. Lawrence. She is used to loneliness, has a disability, needs to be taken care of, and occasionally is a bit nervous. Paranormal Activity, the third day of filming. The story continues. Jiayan lives in this old building full of weirdness and horror everywhere, and carefully takes care of the lonely old man with mental problems. Then she began to find something wrong. There were weird noises coming from upstairs from time to time. The bed would shake up and down in the middle of the night, and the door of the bathroom would creak. and all these supernatural scenes were captured by the camera installed in the corner of the old building. A very scary evil spirit seemed to be approaching her. According to the filming procedure, this day mainly filmed some supernatural events in the old house, captured by the DV camera. In other words, this play was transformed from The Grudge to Paranormal Activity. The difference in shooting techniques did not make much difference to Feiyang, who was directing for the first time. If there is a difference, it is that DV shooting is really cost effective. As a photographer, SYNOPSIS also recommended DV shooting techniques to Feiyang. In this regard, SYNOPSIS emphasized that the most important thing about DV shooting is the pre-shooting. If the pre-shooting is not good, not to mention the post-editing, it will definitely be terrible. After all, what kind of food can be made depends on what kind of materials you have. It would be a miracle if you can make a French meal with a pile of garbage. DV shooting requires flexibility and change. It is necessary to shoot the scene and take in the content. From the empty lens of the scene, pan to the character, let the character walk into the empty lens screen, and then pan out the scene from the character's appreciation line of sight or walking direction, or push the panoramic character to the scene to end the recording, so that people and objects are organically integrated. The video filmed in this way is more in line with viewing habits. Listening to SYNOPSIS' introduction of the tricks, Feiyang's mind emerged with many AV movies he had watched in his previous life. It is said that those actresses who look very happy, with their pink buttocks sticking out, lying on the bed, performing the what is pushed scene, are actually the poor male actors holding heavy DV cameras, working hard from below, while filming from top to bottom with their own sight lines and angles. According to this sightline and angle, the viewer can have a strong sense of substitution, as if the guy who is doing the push cut is himself. Now combined with the shooting technique mentioned by SYNOPSIS, shaking out the scenery from the character's appreciation line of sight or walking direction, it is simply the same truth. It seems that filming is really not that simple. Someone sighed. My mother is in the hospital. Things at home suddenly changed. Everything is a mess. The update is a bit slow, and Binti apologizes. LT, AGT, LT, AGT, LT, AGT. Chapter 67. Paranormal Events. The fourth day of shooting for Paranormal Activity. Perhaps there is something incredible at work. During this period, the crew encountered some incredible events. Photographer SYNOPSIS went to the bathroom to squat on the toilet. The toilet paper was placed there properly. When he reached out to take it, he suddenly found that it was gone. Makeup artist Mickey said that he saw a white shadow passing by the window, but he was on the second floor at that time. Lighting technician Charlie said that he always heard someone crying when he went to bed at night, which made him unable to sleep all night. Other crew members also said that they encountered strange things, and then everyone asked suspiciously, is there really a ghost here? The idea of there is a ghost spread like a virus throughout the crew. Everyone was scared, and some people even found Feiyang and were ready to quit. Feiyang's answer to this was, it's all nonsense. There are no ghosts in this world. Even so, some people couldn't help but slack off and explore the secrets of this deserted village old building. In fact, most of these so-called supernatural events are the subconscious effects of people themselves, not real ghosts. It's like self-hypnosis, making you suspicious. But many people don't understand this, so they have this misunderstanding. That night, after the filming was completed, everyone basically slept on the floor of this old building. As the heroine, Anne Hathaway, as a woman, was able to enjoy a nice private room alone. As for Mrs. Lawrence, according to the filming requirements, her scenes have been concentrated and filmed, so she has been sent back by Feiyang to rest. In the private room, looking at the simple bed, Hathaway couldn't help but smile bitterly. I really don't know if it was right or wrong to agree to Feiyang to come here to film. Forget it, let's take a bath first. I have been up all night for 3 nights for filming. I can take a bath and have a good sleep tonight. Hathaway thought while picking up her toiletries and was about to walk towards the bathroom. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door at the right time. As Hathaway asked, come in, Feiyang walked in with the script. Hi, Anne, did I disturb you? Hathaway shrugged. What do you think? Feiyang saw the towel and shampoo in her hand and said with a wry smile, It seems that I came at the wrong time. But I hope you can spare some time. This is the plot to be filmed tomorrow. There are a few points I would like to discuss with you. Hathaway was about to faint. Although she had experienced Feiyang's meticulous and desperate spirit since the beginning of filming, she still didn't expect that he would be so passionate about his work. God, is it so difficult to have a good rest? Hathaway had no choice but to sit down and said, please hurry up, I'm really tired. Feiyang was very embarrassed. It was already ambiguous enough to run to the actress room in the middle of the night to discuss the play, and now he was being urged. Ahem, it only delayed you for 4 or 5 minutes. I promise to God. Someone raised his hand and swore. It turns out that Feiyang's God is not up to standard. At least he didn't chop off the guy who swore. His so-called 4 or 5 minutes actually delayed 40 or 50 minutes. It was not until Hathaway kept yawning that someone realized that the time limit had been exceeded. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Even if Feiyang was thick-skinned, he couldn't help blushing when he looked at his watch. That's it. According to what we just said, we will shoot normally tomorrow. I really won't disturb you this time. I promise God. Hathaway rolled her eyes and almost blurted out, your God is worthless. Fortunately, she was determined to become a nun and shut up temporarily, and didn't say these words of contempt for God. Then it's settled. Dear director can I go in and take a shower now? Hathaway raised the bath towel in her hand mischievously. Yes, of course. You can go ahead. I'll clean up here. Feiyang began to clean up the script he had just revised, but accidentally knocked the pen on the table to the ground and rolled it to Hathaway's feet. Hathaway was about to take a shower, but saw the pen rolling down to her feet. Subconsciously, she glanced at Feiyang, then bent down. Her round and plump buttocks were raised high, and several attractive curves were also highlighted as Hathaway bent down. Feiyang felt a little dry in the mouth after just one look. He couldn't help but stretch his hands forward and hug Hathaway, who was about to straighten up. Her round buttocks were immediately tightly pressed against Feiyang's body. A burning and strange feeling came from her buttocks, and Hathaway's body slightly arched, and her heart seemed to be washed up to the clouds by the heat. If Hathaway was struck by lightning, and her brain was blank when she was kissed by Feiyang last time, then now, Hathaway was completely stunned when Feiyang hugged her waist from behind. Yes, she was completely stunned. As a beautiful girl who aspires to become a nun, Hathaway has never been close to a man. Feiyang's previous stolen kiss has already disturbed her mind, not to mention now. She felt hot and weak all over, like a puppet, at a loss. Feiyang did not expect that he would do such a domineering move. He felt the trembling of the delicate body in his arms and Hathaway's rapid heartbeat. Feiyang, who has always been fearless, suddenly became a little timid. Yes, he was really timid. In front of Hathaway, in front of a girl who was so pure that she could not be more pure, he felt that his rude behavior was simply an unspeakable blasphemy. So he immediately loosened his arms, released Hathaway from his arms, and then said with a cunning excuse, I see you are restless these days. How should I put it? It seems that you are frightened by this play. Forget about those damn rumors. I hope you don't pay attention to them. Shoot your own scenes tomorrow. Yes, I hope you can grasp it. Don't let me keep shooting. God, I don't have so much damn film. After saying this, Feiyang wanted to slap himself in the face. Hypocritical. Too hypocritical. But for Hathaway, this is the best excuse. Don't worry, I will play tomorrow's scene well, and you don't have to worry about the rest. After saying that, he hurried into the bathroom. Looking at Hathaway's ruthless back, Feiyang sighed secretly. It is said that American girls are open, but why is the one he met so reserved and restrained? Exclamation mark. As for Hathaway, she hurriedly closed the door after entering the bathroom, and then leaned against the door and gasped as if exhausted. God, please forgive me. She prayed silently. To be honest, Feiyang's behavior just now almost broke her psychological barrier. If Feiyang continued to be rude, she would have no consciousness or opportunity to resist. Taking a deep breath, Hathaway tried to calm herself down. The tragic scene of Jesus being crucified on the cross emerged in her mind, and her mind finally slowly regained its calm. God, Please help me. Don't be tempted by this hateful devil again. I'm willing to be your loyal servant and serve you for the rest of my life. I beg you to give me the power to resist the devil and let me survive this unbearable love tribulation. Hathaway prayed while opening the awning. Fine water sprayed down, and soon the mist filled the air. Outside the bathroom, Feiyang was packing up the revised scripts in a very failed manner. If he came here completely for work, then now, he was a little distracted. Hathaway's smiles, anger, and slight anger kept emerging in his mind. Damn it, what's wrong with me? Am I possessed? KO, she's just a woman. Feiyang said carelessly, but looking at the misty light coming out of the bathroom, Feiyang couldn't help imitating Hathaway's charming appearance of bathing and changing clothes in his mind. He shook his head violently. What's wrong with me? She's just a woman. How could she seduce me? In the bathroom, Hathaway gently took off her clothes, like an extremely beautiful sculpture, naked under the awning, her emotions surging, her cheeks flushed. Everyone has a devil in their heart. The more you want to stop him, the more he will jump out and go against you. At this moment, Hathaway encountered this situation. She has always been simple and pure, and her only purpose is to practice hard. Oh no, to practice, and then have the opportunity to become a nun in the church. But she never thought that she would encounter the devil in her life. Feiyang. From the moment she met Feiyang, Hathaway's whole heart was disturbed. To be honest, at first, Hathaway didn't think much of this man from Hong Kong, but just felt that he was a little different from ordinary Chinese. In college, Hathaway met many international students from China, but these students either wore thick glasses, buried their heads in study like machines, and pursued grades as the highest goal, or were lonely and inferior, and were not sociable, so that they were discriminated against and teased. Feiyang is different. It is said that he is introverted, but he is always sharp. It is said that he is tough, but sometimes he is so gentle. This is a man who is hard to understand, and he is also the man who attracts women the most. The water from the awning washed down, soaking Hathaway's beautiful long hair. She tilted her head back, and the rain dripped from her beautiful forehead to her delicate chin, and the thin stream of water, like a naughty little snake, followed her exquisite collarbone, and meandered to her firm and upright breasts. The crimson cardamom trembled slightly at the peak, like the ecstasy cardamom on the snow-white peak, quietly blooming. The rain flowed on her smooth and delicate abdomen, and then along the smooth abdomen to Li Xuan's belly button, made a swirl, and slid mischievously downwards. Hathaway gently stroked her skin with her hand, but what emerged in her mind was the shyness of Feiyang hugging her from behind just now. A hot current rose up from below involuntarily, and her face flushed, like a blooming rose in the hazy rain. Under the awning, Hathaway pursed her red lips, and prayed angrily a few times, but her heart was beating like a happy little rabbit. After a long time, Hathaway's shy thoughts gradually dissipated. Outside the bathroom, there were bursts of light water splashing. Feiyang, who was already feeling a little embarrassed, felt even more unnatural. Out of conditioned reflex, he couldn't help but think of the beauty bathing in his mind. Oh, damn. What's wrong with me? Exclamation mark. Feiyang patted his forehead and tried to calm down. It's better to leave first. He stuffed the script he had just revised into his briefcase, wondering whether he should say hello to Hathaway. Then he thought again. The girl was taking a bath, and it was obviously not gentlemanly for him to do this. Forget it. Just leave quietly. Thinking of this, Feiyang walked towards the door. Just as he walked to the door and was about to open the door to leave, with a snap, the lights went out. Why did the power go out suddenly? Exclamation mark. Feiyang was stunned for a moment. Before he could react, he heard a scream coming from the bathroom. What's wrong, Annie? Feiyang ran over and asked loudly. In the bathroom, Annie said in fear. Oh, God. It's dark here. Maybe there's a power outage. Wait a minute, I'll ask someone to check. Feiyang said through the door. No, don't go, I'm scared. Annie said inside. Yes, it was originally a ghost movie, and in this scary house, there was a sudden power outage. As a girl, there is no girl who is not afraid. It's really a power outage. I'll go and take a look. Don't be afraid. Feiyang comforted her. Then you come back quickly, okay? Anne Hathaway said timidly. Yi Feiyang left Hathaway's room and quickly sent someone to check the line, but after working for a long time, he still couldn't find the cause of the power outage. The crew members were like frightened birds, and they all became nervous about this strange and sudden power outage. Yi Feiyang cursed shit inwardly and had to appease these people while calling a nearby electrician. When the call was connected, the other party said it was too late and could only come tomorrow. Yi Feiyang couldn't wait until tomorrow and said he would give more money. The other party laughed and said, "Dude, it's my bedtime now. I won't get out of my warm bed for that little bit of money, understand?" Yi Feiyang was stunned. Awesome. This American plumber. After 3 trips to the hospital in one day, my mother's condition finally stabilized. Fortunately, my father was still able to hold on and stay with her. Now I finally understand the meaning of old age has someone to rely on. Sons and daughters are unreliable, although I'm also a son. Chapter 68. Damn rumors. In fact, after almost a year in the United States, Yi Feiyang still can't adapt to the American personality and working conditions. The traditional Chinese hard-working and capable, working hard to make money, to buy land and houses, all don't work here. Americans rent houses, and few people will spend so much money to buy them. Buying land is also to build farms, raise pigs, cattle and sheep. So American farmers are very awesome, unlike Chinese farmers who are very miserable. Americans work 8 hours a day, no matter what they do. As long as they get off work, it is difficult to hire them. Especially these plumbers, they are notoriously difficult in the United States. Generally speaking, even if you call to make an appointment, you have to wait 2 or 3 days to solve the problem. Not to mention that it's late at night now, and the other party has to run over. For Americans who enjoy life very much, it's terrible to get out of the warm bed in the middle of the night. Helplessly, Yi Feiyang had to hang up the phone, tell people to pay attention to safety, and then return to Hathaway's room. Knock on the door. A slightly panicked voice came from inside. "Who?" "It's me, Yi Feiyang." "Oh, God, please come in quickly." Yi Feiyang entered the room, only to see Hathaway find a half candle from somewhere. The candle light flickered. She was wearing pajamas, hiding in the quilt, and nervously poking her head out. "Just now I heard a sound from the window. It was very scary," Hathaway said timidly. "Oh, really?" Yi Feiyang walked to the window and looked out. The light outside was dim, except for the weeds and the howling night wind. There was nothing. "Maybe it was the wind. The wind blew the window open," Yi Feiyang said, closing the window tightly. Hathaway was still curled up in the quilt, looking at Yi Feiyang. "Really? Recently I always feel that something is wrong." "Yes, it's very wrong. God, could it be? Is there really that kind of thing here?" For Hathaway, who believes in God, she also believes in the opposite of God, the devil. "Don't think too much." Yi Feiyang didn't want to scare her. "This is just filming, and those ghost stories are all guesses. But everyone has encountered different supernatural events. Is this also fake?" "How do you say it?" Yi Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "These may all be psychological effects. For example, now, if you close your eyes and think of the wind, you can feel the wind blowing on your face, but in fact, there is nothing as before. This is called self-suggestion in psychology. You scare yourself, so don't get stuck in a dead end. Just treat the things around you with a normal mind." "Really?" Hathaway was half believing and half doubting. "Believe me, what happened in the crew was everyone looking for trouble and being suspicious. But here, there is nothing. Okay, you have a good rest. You will be very tired tomorrow." Yi Feiyang finally finished explaining and was about to step out. "No, don't." Hathaway behind him suddenly grabbed Yi Feiyang's hand. "I will be very scared alone, please. Stay, okay?" An expectant expression appeared on her pretty face. Looking at Hathaway's pitiful appearance, Yi Feiyang couldn't help laughing. It turns out that girls from all over the world are afraid of ghosts. "Don't worry, Anne, I won't leave. How about this? I'll watch you sleep, okay?" As a man, Yi Feiyang is still very responsible, not to mention that he pulled the other party into the crew. And Hathaway nodded and suddenly found herself kneeling on the bed, holding Yi Feiyang's hand tightly, with an ambiguous posture, like a girl who was secretly dating asking for sex from her beloved. Yi Feiyang also realized that the postures of both parties were wrong. Hathaway knelt on the bed, holding his hand, wearing a thin pajamas, with her breasts half exposed. From his top-down angle, he could just see the snow-white cleavage that was ecstatic. Her hair was a little messy, her red lips were slightly parted, her breath was as fragrant as orchid, and her cheeks seemed to be flushed because of shyness, making her look even more shy. Everyone says, when is a woman most attractive? Of course, in bed. For example, at this moment, seeing Yi Feiyang staring at her in a daze, Hathaway, whose cheeks were already burning, could no longer hold on. She slipped into the bed and panted. Yi Feiyang didn't expect that the other party would immediately get into the bed after revealing her beauty. He sighed secretly, thinking it was a pity to miss such a beautiful scene. What about me? I can't lift up the quilt to take another look, right? That's not what a gentleman does. Although Yi Feiyang never regarded himself as a gentleman, when the bed was almost quiet, Yi Feiyang leaned against her bed, took out the shooting report written by Fatty Jack and Rabbit Bill, and read it carefully. Filming in the United States is different from Hong Kong. The director system is implemented in the United States. The director is more powerful than the sky and can influence the progress of the whole play and control the selection and matching of the crew members. Even producers sometimes have to act according to the director's face, so the United States has produced many star-level directors, such as Lucas, Cameron, Tim Burton, and Sam Raimi, etc. These big directors, whether in terms of net worth or popularity, almost surpass those so-called Hollywood stars, such as Stallone, Tom Cruise, and Hanks. These people look awesome, but in the eyes of big directors, they must be obedient and good children. They must act the way they are told to act, otherwise, they will be out. Hong Kong is different. Hong Kong adheres to the producer system. The producer represents the investor and is responsible for the investor. The producer is more important than the sky. He can control the director's behavior and can deploy actors. In a crew, the producer is the most important. Now Yi Feiyang is filming in the United States, and he can't help but bring the habits of Hong Kong here. Whether this habit is good or bad, Yi Feiyang has to play the role of producer for Fatty Jack and Bill Rabbit to control and supervise the quality and progress of their filming. Fortunately, Bill the Rabbit and Jack the Fat Man also understood Yi Feiyang's painstaking efforts. The script was written by someone else, and the investment was made by someone else. It was understandable that someone else intervened in the filming of their own. Time passed by bit by bit. The candle slowly shed tears. Occasionally, the sound of the wind outside the window could be heard faintly through the glass, which made people feel scared. Yi Feiyang yawned a little sleepy and turned to look at Hathaway, only to see a pair of bright eyes looking at him. Caught off guard, Yi Feiyang was shocked. Why haven't you slept yet? After figuring out that it was Hathaway, Yi Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief. I can't sleep, and I dare not sleep. I'm still very scared. Especially during this period, Hathaway was involved in the play, and her mind was full of horror scenes. Not to mention her as a girl, even a man would probably be scared in his heart. In fact, shooting horror movies will leave many sequelae. For example, the famous American horror movie The Exorcist. It is said that the filming of this movie lasted for more than a year, and many ominous things were rumored to have happened during this period, including the deaths of 9 people involved in the film's production, and the mysterious fire mentioned in the story destroyed the set for a week. Actors Jack McGowan and Vasilik Mariaras died before the film was released. As for the girl who played the heroine, she suffered from mental torture for many years, so much so that she had to use tranquilizers to stabilize her emotions, and even showed signs of suicide at one point. Although Yi Feiyang is a very utilitarian person, a person who can do anything to achieve his goals, his conscience is not bad enough. Seeing that his actors are affected in their hearts, he is still cold and ruthless. So, when Hathaway showed this timid and fearful like a frightened bird, Yi Feiyang's first reaction was shame. Yes, he was very ashamed. In order to shoot this play, he made the pure girl who originally had no obstacles in her heart become suspicious and haggard like the one in front of him. Yi Feiyang felt a little bitter. He wanted to reach out and touch Hathaway's hair, but his hand stopped in midair. He remembered his reckless behavior before, which made both parties very embarrassed. Sighing, Yi Feiyang put down his hand and said, "Don't be afraid. I told you that I will stay here and watch you until you fall asleep. But my heart is in a mess. As soon as I close my eyes, I will see the horror scenes we filmed." Hathaway's face turned slightly pale. Yi Feiyang felt the fear in her heart and knew that it was the shadow left by the filming. What's more hateful is that the filming of this play has not been completed yet, and she needs to continue to suffer like this. "I'm sorry, Annie," Yi Feiyang said sincerely. "Maybe I was really wrong. I shouldn't have let you be the heroine of this play from the beginning. Yes, it's all my fault." Hathaway was stunned. She didn't expect Yi Feiyang to say that. "No, it's not your fault. It was my own decision to agree to film this movie. I owe you one, don't I? Go to hell with your favors. Actually, I didn't do anything. You don't have to help me like this, understand?" Yi Feiyang really hoped that Hathaway would scold him a few times. At least it would make him feel better. He took advantage of this kind-hearted girl. Hathaway was obviously shocked by Yi Feiyang's sudden temper. After a while, she said, "I really can't sleep. Can you tell me a story?" Yi Feiyang was stunned and felt grateful that Hathaway took the initiative to change the subject. "Okay, what stories do you want to hear? Andersen, or the Brothers Grimm? Those are for children. Tell me some of your Chinese myths and legends. I heard some when I was in college, and I found them very interesting." "Chinese legends?" Yi Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "Well, I'll tell you a story about the cowherd and the weaver girl. A long time ago, in a beautiful mountain village in China, there lived a kind-hearted and well-built man. His name was Cowherd." Yi Feiyang looked at the flickering candle and leisurely told this beautiful Chinese myth story. "I don't know how much time has passed. So, after the old cow died, the cowherd put on its magical fur coat and flew to the sky. With the help of the magpies, he stepped on the beautiful magpie bridge to meet his wife, the weaver girl." Yi Feiyang's voice was deep and full of fantasy. Anne Hathaway had already been moved by this beautiful love myth. In her opinion, even those vivid Greek myths were not as moving as such a Chinese story. What a beautiful story. God, if I were the Queen Mother, I would definitely let the beautiful weaver girl and the cowherd be together forever. Yes, I would definitely do that. It is a shame to hinder other people's love. Even the merciful God would not forgive her. Hathaway sighed with her beautiful eyes dim. Yi Feiyang couldn't help but smile. This girl really took the myth as true. "Okay, the story is over. Can you have a good rest?" "No, I want to hear another one. Please help me. One more. Just one. I promise." Hathaway raised her hand and swore. Yi Feiyang had no choice but to say, "Okay, then I will tell you another one, but after this story, you have to go to bed obediently." After that, Yi Feiyang began to tell. A long time ago, there was a white snake in China. She practiced and became a beautiful girl in white. Yes, the story Yi Feiyang told at this time was the legend of the white snake. Originally, Yi Feiyang was very clever with his mouth, and he told the story with great emotion. Hathaway held her delicate chin, sometimes stunned, sometimes frowned, sometimes happy, sometimes troubled. In short, as Yi Feiyang told the story for longer and longer, Hathaway was completely immersed in the sad love myth of legend of the white snake. "Damn, that pastor, oh no, in your words, the monk, it's really too bad. Miss Bay and Mr. Zhu are in love, who cares about him, but he messes in the middle. Is that Li Feng pagoda still there? Oh god, if it is, I hope it will collapse," Hathaway said indignantly. After listening to the story, Yi Feiyang didn't expect her to be so into the play, and it took a long time to explain to her that these are all Chinese myths and legends, not true, and there is no need to be so angry. "Okay, I finished telling this story. Now, you should go to bed obediently, right?" Yi Feiyang said with a smile. "Well, yes, I will abide by the agreement with you, but I hope you can stay with me for a while, just a little while. I promise, I will fall asleep immediately, okay?" Looking at Hathaway's pitiful appearance, Yi Feiyang couldn't help but nodded. Seeing Yi Feiyang nodded and agreed to his request, Hathaway couldn't help but smile, and her originally beautiful cheeks looked even more brilliant. This night, Yi Feiyang didn't know how he survived. After listening to 2 stories, Hathaway finally fell asleep slowly in the flickering candlelight. Feiyang looked at Hathaway, who finally fell asleep, looking at her slightly frowned brows, wondering whether she was defending the story she told, or was still frightened by the ghost drama she filmed. Hathaway muttered in her sleep, then turned over, and her shoulders in her nightgown were exposed. Feiyang couldn't help but reach out and pull the quilt to cover her half-pulled shoulders. Coming back to his senses, Feiyang couldn't help but think of the various rumors that the crew had faced recently. This damn rumor. It made our crew restless. Is it possible to reverse the situation? Exclamation mark. Feiyang pondered. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69. Come, let me tell you our ghost story. Ding dang dang. There is a small bar on the road 5 kilometers away from the old building where Feiyang and his team took photos. This bar is mainly for the convenience of drivers on the road, and it is a type of roadside restaurant. On this day, a guy with a camera hanging around his neck came from outside. He was smoking a cigarette, with fluffy hair and a crooked tie. He looked like a reporter who was not doing well. Hey, man, give me a glass of whiskey. It's better to add more ice cubes. The down and out reporter raised his hand and said, originally, as the most promising entertainment reporter of the newspaper, Inja could have comfortably found materials in the prosperous Hollywood, instead of coming to this desolate area with no shit on the chronology, not only without foreign workers, but also without interview highlights. But who made him unlucky? He ran into the damn editor-in-chief and his female secretary having an affair. As a reporter, he couldn't help but spread the news. So the editor-in-chief's wife came to his house and slapped the female secretary in the face, calling her bitch. In the United States, adultery, slander, insults, and beatings are basically a series of action scenes. As you can imagine, the most unlucky person is the editor-in-chief. Not only was he beaten by his wife, but he was also sued by his lawyer, and the secretary mistress asked him for financial compensation. The editor-in-chief is a very vengeful person. He simply loves Inja to death. So, the guy who was originally talented and the most promising was exiled to this marginal area, either interviewing some widows having an affair, or interviewing some drivers who default on their debts, or kittens jumping up trees and unable to get down, or wild dogs being run over by trucks. Shit, is this my future? Inja drank whiskey gloomily. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Hey, man, can you buy me a drink? Inja looked back and saw an old black man looking at him with a smile, or rather, looking at the wine in his glass. This is a drunkard. Inja thought to himself and ignored him. The old black man, however, had no shame and had no intention of leaving. He rubbed his nose and said, hey, you look like a reporter, right? Inja, who was in a bad mood, snorted coldly and did not reply. The old black man laughed again, made a mysterious gesture, and said, hey, man, don't be so cool. By the way, do you want some good breaking news? With you have breaking news? Inja looked at him contemptuously and finally said something. Haha, I don't know if this news is good, but for you, at most you will lose a glass of wine, but you may get unexpected gains. The old black man sat down next to Inja. Inja thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers and called the boss. Give him a glass of wine, too. Haha, thanks, man. I don't need ice in mine. It's better to be pure, that way it's more flavorful. The black old man smiled like a chrysanthemum. In a moment, wow, good wine, really strong. The black old man wiped his mouth comfortably and almost drank a glass of whiskey in one gulp. This old man has a good alcohol tolerance. Inja thought to himself. Okay, friend, you've had your drink. Do you have any news to tell me? Look, you're anxious. Haha. In fact, there's really no good news in this wilderness. But I heard that there's a crew filming in an old house nearby recently. Inja sneered. A crew filming? Is this news? My god, don't you know this is Hollywood? There are so many things to film. Inja was sure that this was an old drunkard who was cheating for wine. Damn, I actually believed it. Haha, don't be impatient, my friend. I haven't finished my words yet. The black old man burped, then put his old face close to Inja and said stealthily, "You know, I heard that this crew encountered a ghost during filming." The last sentence made Inja raise his eyebrows involuntarily. "Encountered a ghost?" Exclamation mark. "Is it true?" Exclamation mark. Inja, who originally had no hope for such gossip, suddenly became interested. Seeing that Inja pricked up his ears and waited for him to continue speaking, the black old man closed his mouth cunningly, then shook the wine glass. "Wow, this wine is so good, but it's a pity that it's gone after just one sip." Inja took out a US bill. "Boss, give me another glass." Holding the refilled whiskey, the black old man sipped it happily, then relaxed his intoxicated brows and said, "I heard it from others. There was a crew of paranormal activity who came to the old building nearby to film, and then their crew encountered terrifying things. In the middle of the night, they heard someone crying secretly, and there were white figures on the windows. Water would flow quietly from the faucet, and the power would suddenly go out in the room. In short, it was very scary. Yes, even I have goosebumps now. Humph, these are just some common rumors. Maybe the crew members are playing tricks on them." Angel is a veteran reporter and has seen a lot. He has met a crew that claimed to have encountered ghosts before. The purpose of asking him to interview them is to do publicity. "Oh, no. Got, you don't know this. There is a very scary legend about that old building." The black old man shook his head. "Do you know that a long time ago, someone died there?" "Someone died?" Angel's cold heart warmed up again. Compared with the ghost crew, this dead house is more convincing. And Angel knows very well that American readers are most interested in those haunted houses, haunted buildings, haunted villas and so on. If it is really like what the old man said, there might be something to write about here. "Tell me, what is the accident?" Angel asked. "Oh, this matter is a long story." The black old man took a sip of strong liquor and then told a terrible story. It is said that the desolate old building was originally built 50 years ago and has been rebuilt many times in the past 10 years. It is said that the owner of this old building was originally a drug dealer who fled from Mexico to the United States. Because he was rich, he built it extravagantly and there was a mysterious basement. Many drug smugglers hid the stolen money in the dark room of this house. Later, the drug dealer's family was killed and all the bodies were hidden. It was said that the terrorist killer from Mexico came to recover the stolen money. Later, this place became extremely desolate. Occasionally, someone rented it, and strange things happened frequently. Pythons, rats, and frogs kept popping up one after another. There was often blood and water oozing out of the room and bathroom. There were gusts of cold wind in the house, and ghosts were everywhere. No one who rented here was not scared away. It must be said that this black old man was really good at telling stories, with both voice and emotion. What's more important is that he grasped the plot very accurately. Even Inja, a veteran who likes to arrange stories in newspapers, was attracted by him and couldn't stop. It's a very good ghost story. If the story is true. Inja had many thoughts in his mind. Why do Americans like vampires, zombies, and werewolf? Exclamation mark. To put it bluntly, it's because they have a strong curiosity, and this kind of haunted house legend is just what readers like. Is what you just said true? Inja suppressed his excitement and asked the black old man. "Oh, well, I said, I just heard it. Yes, man, I haven't seen a ghost. Damn, who knows what those ghosts look like." The black old man took a big sip of wine. Inja was already very interested. "Dear friend, can I ask you for a favor?" "What?" The black old man looked at him. "Tell me, I will help you, as long as I can. If nothing else, I'll buy you these 2 glasses of wine. I really want to go to the shooting site to take a look. Yes, to see the old building you mentioned. How about it? Can you help me?" "Well, okay, it's not far from here anyway, but I won't get close to that damn place. Only those idiots will film there." Driving an old Ford car, the black old man took Inja to the old building. More than 100 meters away, the black old man said, "Look, that's the old building. Do you see? Those guys walking around are the people filming. These unlucky guys don't know what kind of place they rented. Thank you, really, thank you very much." Inja got out of the car. "I may be back in about an hour. Can you pick me up?" This Just as the black old man was hesitating, Inja stuffed $50 in his hand. "Help me, man. It's hard to get a car around here. You can also wait here for a while. I will be back soon." "Ha, you are too polite. Go ahead. I'll just bask in the sun here. It's a rare good day." The black old man put the money in his pocket, kind, helpful, and said with a smile, "Okay, then, we've got it." Inja no longer had any worries, and walked towards the legendary haunted house with a camera around his neck. Behind him, the black old man was very proud. "Got, dear ye guess was really good. He made $50 for nothing, and drank 2 glasses of wine. This stupid reporter, haha." In front, Feiyang was arranging people to prepare for the next set of shots, and suddenly, there was a commotion. "Hey, you guy, what are you doing sneakily? Are you taking pictures secretly? Damn it, give me the camera." Then Cindy and others were seen surrounding a disheveled man, yelling, "What happened?" Feiyang walked over and asked. "We saw him taking pictures here with a camera, and we suspected he was a reporter," Cindy said to Feiyang. Inja was surrounded by people, and was worried about not being able to find the leader to explain. Seeing Feiyang coming, he said, "Hey, man, this is a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Feiyang frowned. "Yes, that's right. I'm a reporter. But I'm not taking pictures of your crew secretly. I'm taking pictures of this old building." Inja tried his best to explain the matter clearly. If Feiyang and the others ignored him and filmed here randomly, maybe Inja would suspect that they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to hype it up. But now it seems that the other party has no such intention at all, so he has to explain it clearly to avoid misunderstanding. "Filming this old building? Sorry, my crew has rented this place, so I'm sorry, you'd better leave here." Feiyang pretended not to want to pay attention to the other party. Inja was anxious. "What a crappy crew. Many crews invited me to go, but I was not happy, and you actually drove me away. Hey, friend, I'm really interested in this building. How about this? Let's discuss it. You help me introduce the story of this building, and by the way, I will do interviews for the drama you are filming." Feiyang, who was about to turn around and leave, stopped. Seeing that there was something interesting going on, Inja said, "Perhaps you are still doubting my identity. Look, this is my business card. I'm a reporter for the Los Angeles Entertainment Star. My name is Inja. Yes, my friend, I specialize in entertainment news. I think it is very interesting that you are filming in such a gloomy and scary place. I just heard, that you encountered some strange things, or supernatural events. I'm very interested in this." Feiyang smiled. "Okay, since you are so sincere, then I can have a good talk. As a reporter, in addition to reporting the news truthfully, it is more important to have the ability to exaggerate an originally insignificant little story into a well-known major event. As a senior journalist, Inja undoubtedly has this talent and means. So when Feiyang connected the paranormal activity filmed by his crew with this old building that was said to be haunted, Mr. Inja's rich imagination was immediately activated. All kinds of strange and bizarre materials popped up in his mind, such as the vampire-style Bram Stoker's Dracula and the supernatural haunted mansion, and they involuntarily enriched the story told by Feiyang. There are no ghosts in this world, but some people who are bored have made up a number of shocking ghost stories to please readers with low tastes. Mr. Inja is a good reporter. Because he is a good reporter, he will hold the reader's hearts even more tightly and add oil and spice to the stories he heard, cooking them into a feast. For example, now, Feiyang just told him a weird incident encountered during the filming in a simple and implicit way, and Mr. Inja immediately and consciously linked it to ghosts. What a good material this is. Inja, who knows the reader's interests well, was completely shocked by the news revealed by Feiyang. There are many kinds of haunted houses and stories about haunted houses in the United States, but what is lacking is this kind of real shooting opportunity. Let me ask you, isn't it enough to attract attention when a film crew encounters a ghost during filming? Inja's brain is definitely quick enough. In a short time, he realized that he had encountered a very strong revelation. Of course, this revelation is like a time bomb. It needs someone to exaggerate it. If it is done well, it will attract attention and directly make the headlines of the entertainment section. Yes, this person can only be himself. Inja thought. Who else but me? Haha, my miserable life is finally going to turn around. My mother has been hospitalized for only 3 days, and the consumption amount shown by the hospital has reached more than 00. Specifically, it is water infusion, penicillin, soil spores. I don't understand why medical expenses are so expensive now. Fortunately, there is the new Rural Cooperative Medical Scheme. But what about those real poor people who can't afford to see a doctor and can only prepare their own coffins? I saw a man squatting on the ground crying because his wife's medical expenses could not be reimbursed. Chapter 70. Halloween Strategy. In fact, Feiyang has been focusing on the promotion of buried, paranormal activity, and paranormal activity since the filming of these 3 movies. Don't forget, this is the United States, this is Hollywood. The depth of the film industry is enough to drown any big fish that wants to turn the tide. Feiyang deeply understands this truth. He also understands that, if he can't promote his movie like a brand, then there is only one way to go when waiting for his Halloween schedule. Yes, there is no doubt that he will die. Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about the following movies. For Feiyang, they are insurmountable mountains. The first is the Halloween movie Halloween 7, produced by Dimension Films. Needless to say, as the longest-lived horror movie in the history of Halloween, the Halloween series is about to break the historical record and become the most bloody, the most dog-tailed, and the most intriguing horror movie. This year, the British authoritative science fiction magazine SFX selected the scariest films in history. The 1978 film Halloween won the first place in the scariest film, officially declaring its status as the king in the world of horror movies. Stephen O'Brien, editor of SFX magazine, said, Halloween is the ancestor of the horror film genre for later generations. It is a landmark work of horror films in the following years. Stephen also added, horror films do not necessarily have to be full of blood. The best horror is associated with tension, atmosphere, and a visceral feeling. The development of the plot is completely unexpected, and even the director may not have thought of it. This low-cost horror film, which was released in late 1978, changed the face of the genre. Initially, many serious critics thought that the film was garbage that was not worthy of attention or praise. It seemed that the film was destined to be forgotten, and there was no hope of recovering the mere $300,000 investment. But a few months later, Tom Allen's insightful praise article published in The Village Voice changed the fate of the film. Suddenly, critics discovered many things that they had not discovered in the film at first. Because of the title, the film was often confused with other blood films in cinemas with immigrant populations in the late 1970s and early 1980s, but since it was considered the ancestor of modern dismemberment films, it was separated from this genre, and the sequels in the series belong to blood films. This is not a gruesome action film. The film has surprisingly little violence and almost no blood. Halloween is built on suspense, not blood, and inspired a large number of mediocre horror thrillers that followed, becoming the object of plagiarism for countless serial murder films. Just because of this long-lived Halloween has so far produced 6 sister films, with a total box office of over $300 million. It has been popular for 20 years, and has also made the return of the cold-blooded killer wearing a white mask in this year's Halloween season. Next to Halloween 7, the most eye-catching horror film is Scream 2, produced by Miramax Films. Sequel. Undoubtedly, Scream, which was born in 1996, is a representative work of youth horror films. While using horror film models, the film constantly ridicules these models. There are many jokes about horror films in the film. Although in terms of plot design, Scream still has not gotten rid of the old system of serial killers by perverted killers. But this has become a major feature of horror films, which is understandable. It is like a psychological horror film, placing the audience in a confusing suspense from beginning to end, and even ingeniously using the horror film plot rules summarized by the actors themselves in the film, to increase the atmosphere of horror and thrills. When college students sit together to watch a horror movie, and the murderer is really killing people as they say, the audience's nervous psychology is immediately aroused. If that were the case, Scream could only be said to be an entertaining film that could be watched, but in fact, its role is not as simple as the general horror film that makes people nervous and pursues a kind of sensory stimulation. For crime, the word often used is what is its motive. There is always a certain purpose for why criminals kill people, but this film undoubtedly surprised the audience. Two murderers, one of them has a reluctant reason, and the other has no motive at all. As college students, they cannot be said to have received enough education, but they just imitated the techniques of horror movies and killed people without purpose in pursuit of excitement and novelty. They designed a delicate and meticulous trap that made people impeccable. They used intelligent and brutal violence to regard killing as an entertainment. Their minds were twisted and perverted, and they even did not hesitate to self-mutilate. All of this is frightening and thought-provoking for the audience. Now, Halloween is coming, Scream 2 is freshly released, and the ghost-faced killer is once again showing off on the big screen. How is its box office? Everyone is waiting to see. In the Halloween New Year's Day box office, the third place is Child's Play 4, created by the Italian Boom Film Company. Since the debut of Child's Play in 1988, it has frightened countless audiences on the big screen. Who would have thought that the innocent and lovable toy hides the evil soul of a perverted killer? Chucky's possessed doll image soon became the spokesperson of the devil. Chucky won a huge success with the combination of childishness and horror. The film earned $40 million that year, and Chucky became a well-deserved horror star. Subsequently, several other films in this series were filmed and released one after another, and all achieved impressive box office results. In fact, the Child's Play series of movies should have its own place in horror movies. This idea alone is shocking enough. Even if you don't watch the movie, seeing the discarded dolls will make people feel inexplicably scared, not to mention the scarred, hideous face and evil smile of the doll in the movie. Now that Child's Play 4 has been refilmed, this terrifying toy doll is bound to wash Halloween again. The above three ghost movies alone are enough to dominate the Hollywood Halloween season and compete for the box office dominance. The so-called authentic Blah Witch are shot by Feiyang's mortal enemy, Dennis and Eduardo, with the support of Lionsgate, will also be released in the Halloween season. If you look closely, you will find that the above film companies are all mid-level Hollywood film companies. That's right, it is these mediocre film companies that have become the protagonists of the Halloween season, while the films produced by those big film companies will not gather here, because their target is the Christmas season, which is dozens of times stronger than Halloween. Because of this, big film companies such as MGM and Fox have almost no new films released on Halloween, giving Dimension Films, Lionsgate Films, Miramax and BIM film companies a stage to compete. Although these not so famous film companies are not as strong as big names like MGM and Fox, they each have their own brand Halloween projects. Didn't you see that most of the films they shot are sequels? These movies already have a fixed audience group. If more efforts are made in publicity, there is no doubt that it will bring a peak in movie watching. For this reason, the recently popular Lionsgate Films is said to have spent $3 million on the pre-publicity budget to launch the second shot of The Witches. Not to mention the other three companies, they are also sparing no effort to promote their upcoming movies. During this period, North American newspapers and magazines, as well as mainstream TV stations and news media, took turns to be the dealers, and almost all of the headlines were promotional advertisements for their respective movies. Fight your way out. What to watch on Halloween? Just watch Halloween 7. The Ghost Child is back again, Bride of Child's Play, which will make you feel scared. Halloween will make you scream again. If you want a thriller, watch Scream 2. The Witches are back. Please look forward to Blair Witch 2. In the variety entertainment programs of major TV stations, the wonderful clips and highlights of these movies that will compete for the Halloween schedule are played in turn. Under such a strong offensive low-cost movies like those shot by Feiyang have undoubtedly become cannon fodder in the mouths of many film critics. Yes, we are not optimistic about the three horror movies shot by China Yi, not only because these three movies had no reputation before, they are not sequels or second sequels, but more importantly, in terms of investment, I heard that these three movies are all low-cost small productions. Of course, after the baptism of the witch produced by China Yi, we will not easily look down on such small-scale movies, but dark horses are dark horses after all, and there are very few of them. It is impossible to say that, as long as it is a movie produced by China Yi, it will definitely create miracles and become a dark horse. Unless he is not China Yi, but Magic Yi, or Magician Yi. A commentator's article in Time magazine in Los Angeles, USA. Obviously, this Halloween period is dominated by sequels. Anyone with eyes can see that everyone is rehashing old stuff and selling old stuff. The most obvious one is the Halloween series. My god, this is already the 7th one. In comparison, these horror films that already have a fixed audience base, the 3 small films shot by China Yi will undoubtedly become cannon fodder in this period. As the Chinese say, they will die with their eyes open. A commentator's article for Los Angeles Entertainment Weekly magazine. We don't want to use too many predictions to guess the strength of the upcoming Halloween season. We just want to say that from the perspective of publicity, whether it is Moonlight, Scream or Child's Play, a lot of publicity expenses have been invested in the early stage, and even The Witch 2 has invested $3 million in advertising. In comparison, what did the newly established Dream Pictures of China Yi do? Poor newcomers, new movies, new companies, waiting for them may be the fate of being at the bottom. A commentator article from Los Angeles Entertainment Shinkansen. But just when all the media thought that China Yi Feiyang would treat the Halloween season publicity with silence and indifference, a short and powerful haunted house record was published in the entertainment newspapers. This article, like a sharp awl, broke through the heavy blockade of the 4 Halloween horror movies in newspapers and magazines, occupied a small space, and appeared in front of everyone. October 21st, 1998. Haunted House Legend. There has always been a lot of mysterious haunted house legends in the United States, from the Edlin Haunted House to the Slalin Villa, but this time I want to introduce to you the burial place located in a deserted area in Eastern California. Why is this haunted house called such a scary name? Because there is a very scary legend here. It is said that there was a Mexican drug lord who sneaked into the United States. After his death, the US dollars hidden by his boss and his own body disappeared in this strange house for no reason. This time, China Yi actually did not hesitate. I heard that the Chinese people respect ghosts and gods very much. Rented this old building full of ghosts to shoot paranormal activity. I can't help but wonder, how did they do it? Although, as a reporter, India did not promote paranormal activity shot by Yi Feiyang as the focus of this article, but indirectly, through the ghost stories he reported, people are more curious about what kind of miracles and effects will be achieved by shooting ghost dramas here? Exclamation mark. What is half covered? What is wanting to hide? What does seduce you without negotiation mean? Exclamation mark. Americans are also very interesting, especially for this kind of ghost drama full of topics. What is the content of China Yi's paranormal activity? We are very curious about China Yi's new drama. I heard there are 3 parts. Haha, we can watch it this time. Wait, we are very curious about what China Yi's new drama is like. Is it a ghost movie? The Grim Reaper, Buried Alive, Paranormal Activity. The names sound very special. Undoubtedly, Yi Feiyang moved the hearts of many audiences with novelty. Damn it, aren't you relying on your age? Why are you making a sequel? Then I will give you 3 new dramas to open your eyes. It must be said that Yi Feiyang is very cunning, very good at drilling holes, and also knows how to use people's new and old psychology. Yes, making a sequel has a stable audience base, but for the audience, new dramas are more attractive. As soon as India's accidental haunted house news came out, it immediately caused a small wave in Hollywood. At least, Yi Feiyang returned to everyone's sight and people have not forgotten him. Of course, it is impossible to hype up Yi Feiyang's 3 movies with just such a report. The investment is too small and there is nothing special. But Yi Feiyang is not anxious, because in his opinion, instead of competing with those highly publicized movies under a lot of pressure now, it is better to avoid the edge, and wait until the movie is released, and the public opinion of the opponent subsides, before making a decision. In one word, forbearance. This is Yi Feiyang's strategy, and also part of his plan for the decisive battle of Halloween. See, it will be more exciting later, Feiyang vowed. But in the eyes of Bill Rabbit and Jack Fatty, the publicity strength is really not enough. However, Feiyang told them that I still have 2 tricks to use. When the time comes, you will see a good show. Tricks? What tricks? Does Boss Yi have any tricks up his sleeve to make these 3 dramas a big hit? Exclamation mark. Oh, damn, I really can't figure him out. I have to spend this holiday with my mom in the hospital, but I still wish you all a happy Christmas. Chapter 71. Old Company Paramount, 1998. After more than 10 days of hard work, Feiyang's Dream Pictures finally completed the filming of Buried, The Ship, and Paranormal Activity within the time limit. During these 10 days, the person who paid the most attention to the progress of these 3 dramas, besides Feiyang himself, was Mr. Guster, the president of Lionsgate. As a former good friend, Guster has been paying attention to the new developments of Dream Pictures. The 3 dramas were filmed in more than half a month. This task, which was considered impossible by many professionals, was easily solved by Feiyang. Needless to say, Feiyang taught those guys who like to sneer at him a lesson, telling them what miracle is. Guster was also stunned by the work efficiency of Feiyang, this monster. Touching his beautiful mustache, thinking carefully, and then Guster made a decision. Go, call China Yi, and say that I have something to talk to him. Boss Guster ordered. Lionsgate Films. In the office of CEO Gustav, Feiyang looked around at the new decoration. It's pretty good, especially the soil painting, which depicts Napoleon riding a horse, so majestic. Feiyang commented. Yes, it's Napoleon. He is my hero and my idol. How should I put it? I think he is the most legendary emperor in France and even Europe. Gustav poured a glass of wine and handed it to Feiyang. Unfortunately, he lost in the end, lost at Waterloo. Feiyang said. Yes, that's because he was too careless. Just like me now, I was too careless about you. Gustav did not hide his feelings at all. I underestimated you. Really? I didn't expect you to come up with a novel haunted house story. It is undeniable that Americans like this tune, weird and strange. The more weird and scary, the better. In fact, in a sense, the 3 million publicity fees I spent are not as real as your little story. In other words, I have realized my mistakes, so I'm ready to make up for it. Guster paused. If you are willing, I can cooperate with your newly established Dream Pictures to help you release 3 movies, Buried Alive, The Ship, and Paranormal Activity. Yes, as long as you agree, we can still be friends. Friends? Feiyang took a sip of his wine glass. Then can I ask, if we work together again, then, how will you help me schedule the film during the Halloween period? Will you postpone The Witch, or postpone my 3 films? Guster smiled awkwardly and said, you are making it difficult for me. You know, even if we really sign a contract, we will only postpone your film to the period after Halloween. After all, The Witch is our main film. This has been made very clear. Feiyang's Dream Pictures can only have its films as second wives during the Halloween period. Guster will not dedicate the number of films for him. Facing Guster's answer, Feiyang smiled. I'm sorry, I can't accept your decision. Yes, it's a little different from my understanding. My film must be released during the Halloween period. I like this period very much. Hahaha. Guster laughed. Dear Yi, you are too embarrassed to say that. But then again. Guster stroked his beautiful mustache. Now that the Halloween period has arrived, who else can help you distribute those 3 movies except me? This is no longer a discussion. It's a threat. A naked threat. Yes, who else can help you release 3 movies on Halloween except our Lionsgate? Exclamation mark. It must be said that Guster is very proud of this. As a new generation of Hollywood film company, he is fully aware of the rules of the game in this circle. Especially rookies like Feiyang, who don't understand how important the proportion of film distribution is in the entire circle. Do you really think that you can win the period by making public opinion hot and hyping your own movie? Wrong, man. Big mistake. In addition to production, movies also have to be promoted and distributed. Undoubtedly, as a rookie, Feiyang has done a very good job. At least he has done the production and publicity to the extreme, making the best use of everything, making the most of a small investment. But what about distribution? Man, haven't you figured it out yet? As long as the movie can't be released, then everything you do is in vain. Facing Gusta's disguised blackmail attitude, Feiyang smiled, and then he said, "Thank you for your concern. Dear friend, I have actually found a partner. This is impossible." Gusta blurted out, "Who will cooperate with a new company like yours?" Seeing Gusta's extremely surprised look, Feiyang simply said, "Paramount." Immediately, Gusta was stunned. Paramount? How could it be? Yes, how could it be? How could Paramount cooperate with Dream Pictures? Exclamation mark. Not only Gusta himself couldn't think of it, in fact, Feiyang was also a little stunned after receiving the news. You know, Paramount is one of the 7 major film companies in Hollywood. The company is well known for its logo of a snow-capped mountain surrounded by stars. In fact, it is very appropriate to use a mountain to describe Paramount's position in the film industry. In the first 30 years of its establishment, the company has been sitting on the throne of Hollywood hegemony with many stars, high-quality films and chain theaters across the United States. The classic films it produced, such as The Godfather, Saturday Night Fever, Indiana Jones and Transformers, are both popular and well received, and are known as a peak that cannot be looked up to. Of course, every big company will have ups and downs in its development, and Paramount is the same. If it is said that Paramount's film development has reached the peak of its career before, then, precisely because it is too powerful, in recent years, Paramount has been targeted by the Antitrust Department of the US government, so that the federal Supreme Court issued the Paramount case, prohibiting Hollywood big companies from vertically operating production, distribution and screening businesses. Paramount had to sell a batch of cinemas, and this old company was seriously injured. To make matters worse, the media tycoon Murdoch from Australia stabbed Paramount in the back and poached Barry Diller, the most powerful executive of Paramount, to work on his 4th TV. Later, Michael Eisner and Jeffrey Katzenberg were also poached by Disney. For a period of time afterwards, Paramount officially entered a low period. There was a saying in the past life, what is the most important thing in the 21st century? Talent. Yes, now Paramount, the snowy mountain that once made people look up to, has now experienced an avalanche of talent. Without talent, Paramount is like a huge ship without a helmsman, lost in the vast ocean. During this period, few of the movies produced by Paramount were blockbuster level, and due to the lack of talent, the movies produced by the company itself were not particularly outstanding. Just then, its old friend 21st Century Fox came over and said, "Hey, man, do you want to work together and make a big deal?" Paramount CEO Mr. Raymond, who was worried about having no goals, no direction, and was confused about investment, was attracted after listening to Fox's plan. To be more precise, he was attracted by the huge investment plan and the director of this movie. The movie would invest $100 million, and the director was the famous Hollywood director James Cameron. As for the name of this movie, it is called Titanic. Mr. Raymond, who took over Paramount, was excited. He finally had a movie project to show his ability. If this thing is successful, who will say that I'm doing nothing and eating for nothing in the future? Exclamation mark. What's more, there is a big director like James Cameron to escort him, and his golden signboard is very good. So, this new Paramount executive finalized a cooperation agreement with Fox CEO to invest in the magnificent masterpiece Titanic together. The investment plan started. 1 year passed, 10 million was invested. 2 years passed, 10 million was invested. 3 years passed, 30 million was invested. But what about the ship that was said to be the greatest in history? It was not even built yet. Shit, this is too difficult. As the big director of this movie, the first thing Mr. Cameron talked about when he met him was no longer to report the progress of the shooting, but do you have money? At this time, Mr. Raymond of Paramount realized that he was not sailing on the ocean, but accidentally boarded a pirate ship. Fox had no good intentions from the beginning. This was not helping a brother, but cheating you without negotiation. It took 5 years to create a blockbuster, and the investment amount was increased from $100 million to $200 million, breaking the record of the largest film investment in history. Mr. Raymond of Paramount began to vomit blood. An investment of $200 million. What is this concept? Exclamation mark. Even if the film is released now, it is impossible to get back the money immediately. What's more, that money-burning director Cameron hasn't even finished filming yet. Oh my god, I greet your mother. Someone shouted. His mood at the moment, to use the term, that was very popular in his previous life. It's too bad. But fortunately, just last December, Titanic finally landed in major North American movie markets. The box office was not good at the beginning, and Mr. Raymond even had the urge to commit suicide. But then, the box office gradually showed miracles. Yes, the box office of Titanic began to improve, especially in overseas markets. It also received very good screening effects. The sensational effect made 1997 a turning point for Paramount. However, due to the excessive investment in Titanic, although the box office was good, it had a conflict with Fox in terms of profit sharing, and the two major companies were suing. This not only wasted time, but also money. The most annoying thing was that Paramount had been so aggressive before that the company's coffers were weak and there was no extra money to invest in other film projects. It could only go hunting outside, buying some films produced by small companies and using its own theaters to distribute and release them. Anyway, its own theaters were idle anyway, so it was a good idea to make a little money. It just so happened that the Halloween season was coming. It just so happened that Feiyang's ghost story to promote paranormal activity was beautiful enough. And the newly promoted Mr. Raymond of Paramount was a complete ghost story fan who liked to listen to some novel stories the most. So, naturally, Paramount, which was worried about not having a movie to be released, found Dream Pictures. To put it bluntly, it was like a whore meeting a good, and they hit it off. To put it nicely, it was like heroes cherishing heroes and helping each other. Feiyang signed a cooperation agreement on behalf of Dream Pictures with representatives of Paramount Pictures. The content was very simple, mainly to determine how the future box office should be divided. In fact, in Hollywood, there are 3 modes of box office sharing between film producers and theater distributors. The first is the traditional fixed share model. Regarding the traditional model of determining the 40:60 ratio of the movie box office once and for all, the Hollywood industry has 2 attitudes. One is that only some small-scale investment films and small film companies without much industry influence will give up the opportunity to adjust the movie share ratio. These film companies are already very satisfied with the opportunity of the film to enter the theater and will not actively request to float or change the share ratio. The other is that this method is more stable and will still be accepted by most film companies. The second is the box office tiered share model. This model is actually suitable for some high investment, high quality films with high audience expectations and high confidence of the film companies. The box office tiered share model represented by this year's Saving Private Ryan is to divide the share ratio according to the expected box office performance. Usually, the film company's share ratio will increase according to the increase in box office. For example, when the movie box office is within 200 million yuan, the distributor's share will remain at 43%. The part exceeding 200 million yuan will be divided at 45%, and the part exceeding 500 million yuan will be divided at 47%. Box office performance is the only standard in the United States to measure whether a movie is profitable or not. Only film producers with high box office strength have the strongest control over the box office. The box office tiered revenue sharing model is the most market-oriented floating movie box office revenue sharing model in Hollywood. A certain movie tycoon said. The third type is the release decreasing revenue sharing model. The release time tiered revenue sharing model can not only extend the release time for the film producers, but also give up a part of the box office share to the exhibitors. Therefore, it has always been considered by the industry as the most likely way to achieve a win-win situation for the film producers and the exhibitors. At present, most Hollywood blockbusters in the United States are popular in adjusting the revenue sharing ratio in this way. The box office share between the distribution company and the theater chain in the first week is 7:3, and the second week is 6:4, and so on. The longer the film is shown, the higher the proportion of the theater chain will get. However, when Feiyang signed the profit-sharing agreement with the Paramount Cinema line representative, he did not choose the above three models, but adopted a more novel or weird profit-sharing model, that is, 25% in the first week, 35% in the second week, 45% in the third week, and 55% in the fourth week. Seeing this profit-sharing proposal, the Paramount representative laughed. "Isn't this asking for trouble? You know, after a new movie is released, the box office is mostly concentrated in the first 2 weeks. As the release time gets longer, the box office will gradually decline. Even if you get a larger share, it will be useless if the box office is not good. What's more, the traditional profit-sharing model is at least 40% to 60%, that is, 40%. This Chinese Yi actually took the initiative to propose a profit sharing of 25% and 35% in the first 2 weeks. Haha, isn't this because he thinks the money is too much? Exclamation mark. So, before Feiyang, the Chinese fool, could understand, the Paramount representative hurriedly signed a profit-sharing agreement with him. After signing, the Paramount representative shook hands with Feiyang cordially, saying to himself, "You idiot." Feiyang also shook hands with him cordially, saying to himself, "You idiot." Chapter 72. Halloween, Demons Dance. After Feiyang and the Paramount representative reached an agreement on the profit-sharing contract, the review and classification of the film before its release were all handed over to the people on the Paramount side. After all, the theaters belong to them, and the classification they can be assigned can help them gain popularity in box office. In this regard, the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is anxious. Paramount should be more concerned than Dream Pictures. In the United States, there is a very strict film rating system. When a movie is ready to be released, it will be arranged to be reviewed by the Film Censorship Office of the American Film Association. In fact, at the beginning of the century, the American censorship system was also without standards, and it was purely wild. At that time, the US officials believed that movies were purely commercial and were not protected by the freedom of speech of the Constitution. Therefore, movies of that era had to be reviewed by local government departments, and the federal government did not care about these things. Each state and city issued its own regulations to censor movies. All kinds of movies about wild mules, wild horses, and wild turtles appeared. Violence was rampant and pornography was unlimited. The chaotic result of the movie market can be imagined. In 1952, the federal Supreme Court believed that movies should also enjoy the right of freedom of speech. Therefore, local governments lost their legal basis for censoring movies. However, the Supreme Court still retained the right to censor severe obscene content in movies. This censorship power, based on moral requirements, has made American movies stricter about pornography and more relaxed about other content such as violence. After the disappearance of the US government's censorship system for movies, facing social criticism of the content of movies, film censorship mainly became a self-disciplined behavior within the film industry. It was not until 1968 that the American Film Association began to develop a film rating system to clearly standardize film censorship. So far, this film rating system has been implemented for nearly 40 years. This time, the 3 films shot by Feiyang's Dream Pictures, Buried Alive, The Grim Reaper, and Paranormal Activity, were assigned different levels according to the film rating review requirements of the American Film Association. Both Buried and Paranormal Activity are rated PG-13, special guidance level, recommended for children over 13 years old. The new Paranormal Activity, which was tampered with by Feiyang and disguised as Paranormal Activity, was rated R, restricted level, recommended for people over 17 years old. Originally, Paranormal Activity was to be rated NC-17, based on its super scary content, which means that people under 17 years old, including 17 years old, were prohibited from watching it. However, Paramount is an old member of the Motion Picture Association and has great power. Through the back door, the Film Censorship Association relaxed the way In fact, backdoor review is very common in the American film review process. You should know that the American Film Association is a non-governmental organization with an ambiguous relationship with the government. Its main members include Warner, Universal, Disney, Century Fox, Paramount, Sony, etc. These large film companies control 95% of the film business in the United States. The parent companies or groups of these film companies own more than 90% of all media in the United States. Therefore, the MPAA rating system often causes losses to some of the producers outside the big film companies. In other words, the films produced by the MPAA are easily harmed by the rating system. An unsatisfactory rating can lead to the loss of money for the MPAA films, and the monopoly of the big companies can be unchallenged. Of course, MPAA films can also choose not to participate in the rating, because the rating is voluntary. However, if they do not participate in the rating, they can only be shown in a few theaters. Surveys show that more than 80% of theaters have formed an alliance with the MPAA, abide by the rating system, and refuse unrated films. The reason is simple. The main income of the theater system depends on the big film companies. In the United States, someone once compared the film lenses of the MPAA production with those of the big companies. It was found that almost identical lenses, if produced by the MPAA production, were classified as NC-17, and if produced by the big companies, they were classified as R-rated. However, there is an exception among them, that is Lust, Caution, shot by the Chinese directly and in the previous life. The producer of Ang Lee's Lust, Caution is the president of Focus Films, which was founded in 2004, and has very little experience. Therefore, we have no way of guessing whether the NC-17 rating is a warning to this younger generation. However, Focus Films is affiliated with Universal Pictures, which is an important member of the American Film Association. Will the rating system target its own people? After Lust, Caution was rated, the producer quickly expressed his acceptance of the result, and did not even ask for a re-rating after modification. It is a bit strange. The trick is very clear. Leon is not a blonde American, but a black-haired and black-eyed Chinese. Compared with the great Chinese director Leon in his previous life, Feiyang was very lucky in the 3 films he served as producer and director. At least that Paranormal Activity was rated R for the sake of Paramount, instead of the pitfall of NC-17. Of course, this is also because although Feiyang is Chinese, he is not popular enough now. Although he made the Blair Witch Project, which broke 200 million, he is a second-hand dealer. The actual film he shot has not yet shown how good it is, so he is not valued by the American film industry, so he himself will not be seen as a threat to American films. Now, the review and classification of the 3 films of Dream Pictures have been quickly completed under the interference of Paramount. Everything is ready, only the East Wind is missing. Just waiting for the Halloween schedule to be released on time. Dream Pictures is preparing for battle and making a solemn vow. After all, it is the first shot of the company's establishment. If it can get off to a good start, it will be great. What's more, it is a 3-shot combo. If you can hit the bullseye, it will be a big fortune. So how can the people of Dream Pictures not be excited? Exclamation mark. In contrast, Paramount, which arranges the theater distribution, looks at this very calmly, or even coldly. In fact, as a film industry giant, Paramount simply looked down on Feiyang's small film company, and would not put all its theaters on the 3 small films Buried, The Ship, and Paranormal Activity. Paramount only took out 1/10 of the total theaters to schedule these 3 movies, and the rest was all given to Halloween 7, which had a larger investment, a more awesome director, and an overall sense of making a lot of money. Halloween is a well-known horror series for Halloween, with a fixed audience group and low investment risk. Dimension Films is also relatively famous, so it is definitely a wise choice to support this movie. In other words, Feiyang accidentally became a fellow apprentice with Dimension Films, competing for the scheduling of Paramount theaters. However, from the beginning, Dream Pictures' starting point was a little low. The 3 movies only had 1/10 of the share respectively, while Dimension Films' Halloween accounted for 7/10. Although Paramount did not give Dream Pictures a lot of theater screenings, it was enough for Feiyang. Gold will always shine. A mule or a horse, it will always be pulled out for a ride. Feiyang was confident in the 3 movies he shot. He believed that, as long as his movies were released, he would definitely change the minds of those Paramount executives. Unless, that group of people were a group of fools who didn't want to make money. Ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. It must be said that Feiyang overestimated the potential of his 3 movies, or in other words, the reputation and box office of these 3 movies in his previous life too much affected his judgment of the effect after the release. November 1st, 1998. Western Halloween. This night, demons danced and ghosts howled on the big screen. Basically, all small film companies are crowded in this period of ghosts and wolves howling. Zombies, werewolves, vampires, and cold-faced killers wearing white masks all jumped out and performed their killing stunts on the screen, cutting open the intestines and stomachs, and blood flying everywhere. Halloween 7, Scream 2, and Child's Play, Chapter 4. These movies with fixed audience groups have attracted a large number of young people. And Blair Witch, which Feiyang once produced, has now attracted many young audiences with its unextinguished mystery and horror. In comparison, Feiyang's 3 movies are miserable. The attendance rate of Ghost Ship and Buried is less than 20%. In other words, in a movie theater with 100 seats, only 20 people chose to watch these 2 movies. The slow pace of the movie, the lack of bloody pictures, and the lack of visual impact are the biggest criticisms of the audience. Damn it, it's Halloween tonight, and they let us watch such a dull movie. We want blood, violence, and blood and flesh flying everywhere. We don't want this shitty burial alive and the repetitive cruise ship story. Are you kidding me? Is this also a horror movie? Why am I not scared at all after watching it? Although I only watched the beginning, I can be sure that this is definitely a bad movie. That Chinese Yi is really hopeless. I thought he was so great, but it turns out that he made such a bad movie. Ha, a middleman, a middleman. Look at this, the work of the shitty Dream Pictures is simply garbage. Chinese people are not suitable for making movies. That Chinese Yi is just an alvorish. Look at him now, his true colors are exposed. It can be said that many teenagers who have been fed with blood and gore find it difficult to accept Buried Alive and horror cruise shot by Feiyang during the Halloween season, thinking that such a play is too dull and monotonous. After the premiere, Bill Rabbit and Fatty Jack, the directors, the 2 brothers in distress, couldn't help but cry. It's too much of a bully. It's my first time filming a movie, and I've been scolded so badly. Woohoo. In contrast, Paranormal Activity, which was directed by Feiyang himself and incorporated the content of The Grudge, received unexpected results when it premiered. The reason for the lack of updates is that my elderly family member is sick and needs to be taken care of, and I have some manuscripts saved, so please understand. Chapter 73, Paranormal Activity premiere. In the cinema, Paranormal Activity has not started yet. Sitting in the premiere seats, Bill Rabbit was telling Fatty Jack a joke. It is said that an old nun took a group of young nuns on a bicycle trip. The young nuns were always making noises along the way. Finally, the old nun couldn't help it and warned the young nuns, "If you keep shouting, I will put the bicycle seats back." Damn, this joke is too outdated, it's not funny at all. Fatty Jack frowned. Recently, Fatty's movie has been cold received, and the box office is even more miserable. How can he listen to Bill Rabbit's jokes here? Bill Rabbit is also trying to make fun of the situation. His movie Ghost Ship is not much better than Fatty's Buried. Now he accompanies Feiyang to watch the premiere of Paranormal Activity, just wanting to adjust the atmosphere so that everyone will not be sad again after the movie is over. It's not that he has no confidence in Feiyang, but mainly because there are so many strong people in this Halloween period, and it is not easy for newcomers to stand out. Feiyang certainly understood Bill Rabbit's good intentions, but he still gave him a slap on the forehead without hesitation. Remember, don't tell such dirty jokes in the future. Secondly, even if you tell them, don't tell dirty jokes about nuns. Finally, even if you tell dirty jokes about nuns, don't tell them in front of Miss Hathaway. Do you understand? After saying this, Feiyang looked at Anne Hathaway beside him with some shame, which roughly meant that he did not discipline her strictly, and asked for forgiveness. Hathaway's pretty face turned red. She originally wanted to pretend that she didn't understand anything, but who knew that Feiyang would do this? Even if she wanted to pretend that she didn't know, it was impossible. She had to cough and put the hair that fell on her cheeks behind her ears and said with a red face, "The movie is about to start. Let's watch the movie." Bill Rabbit touched his forehead that was hit by Feiyang and looked at Hathaway in confusion, wondering why he couldn't talk about nuns in front of her. I had a wonderful piece about a nun helping a priest blow the trumpet that I hadn't shown yet, but it looked like I had to hide it now. Fortunately, with Hathaway's answer, the lights in the cinema were really turned off and they were going to show Paranormal Activity, and the noisy surroundings became quiet. There weren't too many people in the cinema, but compared to ordinary horror movies, it was still pretty good. In fact, the good attendance rate was thanks to the haunted house story that Feiyang had worked on before. Everyone wanted to see what kind of horror this ghost movie shot in the haunted house was. In fact, Feiyang's haunted house publicity strategy benefited not only the movie that was about to be shown, but also the old building where they shot it. Just as Feiyang had said to Mr. Smith, the landlord of the building, the venue has now become one of the must-go places for many young people who like to find excitement. Although it has not become a real tourist resort, it can earn $50 to $60 a day in visit fees. As the saying goes, a little bit adds up to a lot. Such sweetness makes Mr. Smith very happy. When he saw the Black Dad, he praised him for introducing a good crew. The Black Dad was embarrassed to see Smith. Originally, he introduced the crew to an old friend and wanted him to earn rent. But in the end, Smith was fooled by the cunning guy Feiyang and paid $500 out of his own pocket to pay the so-called publicity fee of the crew. But now, the Black Dad has to admire Feiyang. What is accurate prediction? What is turning decay into magic? Look, this is it. The movie was finally screened amid the anticipation of the public. On the big screen, a curvy mermaid jumped out of the blue ocean, splashing beautiful waves. The American audience who saw the title of Dream Pictures for the first time couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's beautiful and it's dreamy." However, some viewers questioned, is this the visual effect that a horror movie should have? Why not splash some blood and make some scary skulls? Yes, in Hollywood, many movie companies that are good at shooting horror movies almost make their opening titles very scary. For example, in the opening of Lionsgate, countless mechanical gears rotate and finally form a mysterious door eye, and then two doors engraved with lions open. The overall feeling of a secret room and darkness. The opening of Dimension Pictures is almost a retro darkness, and then a blue lightning appears to form the company name. The artistic conception is self-evident, and the most awesome one is that a skull appears on the big screen, staring at you fiercely, but Feiyang forgot which movie company's opening title it was. In any case, how well a movie company's opening title is done, and what its meaning is, can basically give people a strong psychological hint of what kind of film the company shoots, or what kind of film it is good at shooting. For example, the fairy tale castle type like Disney. Needless to say, the shooting location is of course an animated blockbuster. The mermaid logo of Dream Pictures gives people the first impression that it is either a fairy tale or a romance film, but everyone knows that the upcoming movie is a real thriller. What does this show? It shows that Dream Pictures is very ambitious and is not limited to shooting thrillers or horror films. It may also dabble in other types of movies in the future. For a newly established film company, this is not wise, because the filming of diversified film types is the patent of large film companies, because only large film companies have that kind of strength and cost. You are a small film company, and you want to make a big splash? Exclamation mark. Of course, such questions are only studied by professionals. The audience here now don't care about these. They are eagerly waiting for the movie to start. But invisibly, the mermaid logo of Dream Pictures has quietly transplanted into their hearts. Time will make people feel that it passes quickly as the thrilling plot develops. The nearly 90-minute movie ended quickly. During the entire screening, screams continued, and the atmosphere of tension, shock, and fear filled the entire cinema. Each audience member sitting in a chair could even hear each other's intense heartbeats. Yes, the thump heartbeats, along with the thrilling rhythm of the movie, seemed to jump out of the chest. If there were no one around, you would feel that you were not sitting in a movie theater, but in a cemetery where ghosts were floating. Everything on the big screen would make you shudder. In the movie theater, on the big screen, as the heroine Jian, played by Anne Hathaway, was attacked by an evil spirit that suddenly appeared. Then, the resurrected Jian smiled strangely and turned off the DV machine, and the movie ended. The mermaid logo of Dream Pictures appeared on the big screen again, and there were a few lines of small text under the logo. Producer, Feiyang, and any similarity to this film is purely fictional, but these words were very small and only stayed for 1 or 2 seconds, which was inconspicuous, and the audience was scared like dementia, and no one noticed those words. When the audience came to their senses, exclamations and discussions rang out, filling the entire movie hall. Although these people have been baptized by the pseudo-documentary The Blair Witch Project, Feiyang took a different approach this time, and implanted the most terrifying American version of the Grudge story in Paranormal Activity, making the whole movie a combination of the horror essence of these two movies, which is so scary that people can't close their mouths. You know, the original story of The Grudge is already scary enough, and Feiyang used the DV shooting technique of Paranormal Activity to make the audience mistakenly think that this is a movie adapted from a true story, not to mention a haunted house story told by reporter Inger in newspapers and magazines, which made the sense of substitution and fear of watching the movie reach its peak. It's crazy. Oh, God. When the evil spirit came out of the pool, I was so scared. Oh, God, are there really ghosts in this world? Yeah, I was scared too. Especially the guy who came out of the attic crawling on all fours. It's even scarier than the little girl in The Exorcist. We must call Johnson to see it. I can't wait to see how scared he will be. Needless to say, he will be scared to pee his pants. 2 white youths walked through the aisle between the seats. One of them still couldn't get rid of the fear brought by the movie. The other was excitedly preparing a scary plan. Oh, God, what kind of movie is this? That damn director must be a demon. He actually made such a terrible story. Oh, damn. This is the most terrifying horror movie I have ever seen. I regret coming to see it now. I think I will not be able to sleep, and I will have nightmares when I fall asleep. Shit. A black youth kept cursing at his friend as they walked through the aisle. Feiyang sat in his seat, listening to the words of the audience leaving the venue. He felt unprecedented fulfillment in his heart. He closed his eyes slightly, feeling and enjoying all of this. Why do some people like to be directors so much? Because directors can control people's joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness, can bring people joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness, and feel their own joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness. For example, now, Feiyang felt the breath of surprise in the air around him. The surprise brought by horror is definitely an irresistible toxin that will make you deeply addicted. Anne Hathaway next to him did not disturb him. She looked at Feiyang. Her elegant and beautiful face was peaceful. She could feel Feiyang's heart, the heart that touched his dream and achieved success. To be honest, Hathaway was very resistant to filming this play from the beginning. In her opinion, her dream was not to be an actor, but to be an excellent and outstanding nun. But now, for the first time, she felt the fun of being an actor. Yes, it was fun. The fun of touching people's horror nerves. As for Bill Rabbit and Fatty Jack, who were worried that the play would become cannon fodder and a laughing stock like themselves at the beginning, they looked at Feiyang with some disbelief and great admiration at this time. What is comparison kills? What is sharp contrast? This is it. After sitting for a long time, the audience left one by one, and then there were sporadic new audiences entering. Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes, exhaled, looked at Hathaway who was smiling, and Hathaway smiled at him. Congratulations, Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and said, Hathaway, thank you. Boss, congratulations, you succeeded. This play is really great. Bill Rabbit praised sincerely. Thank you too. Thank you for your support. Feiyang said sincerely. Okay, guys, let's not sit here anymore. This play is so good, shouldn't we go celebrate it? Fatty Jack said with a smile. That's a must. Let's go out for a drink, I'll pay. Feiyang said generously. As soon as the 4 of them walked out of the cinema, Feiyang's phone rang. It was Gao Jiabao who called. Gao Jiabao's voice on the phone was very excited. He shouted, "Feiyang, you can't imagine the scene here." Everyone was screaming, like they saw a ghost. An old lady next to me was so scared that her dentures fell out of her mouth, and the boy behind me, my god, he was so scared that he peed his pants. Damn, a smell of urine went straight to the sky. Anyway, Feiyang, I think we succeeded. At least this movie is thrilling and scary. Well, and photographer Cindy and others yelled at you to remember to share the dividends. Haha, these damn bastards are too greedy for money. I despise them. They don't even see how difficult it is to start a company. By the way, when will my salary increase? It turned out that Gao Jiabao went to another cinema to check the premiere effect, and it looked very good. Feiyang finished listening to Gao Jiabao's call, and Hathaway beside him also ended her call. She shook the phone in her hand and smiled and reported the good news. My friend who dances ballet said that she and her friends were scared to death, and their hearts have not calmed down yet. Feiyang said wow and laughed. Good news. It seems that our movie is really awesome. Rabbit Bill and Fatty Jack interrupted. Haha, of course. As long as you, Boss Yi, personally take action, won't you scare the shit out of those guys? Haha, Feiyang shrugged and laughed. We should be more modest. After all, there are so many masters in this period. Yeah, I don't know what the reviews will say tomorrow. Rabbit Bill held his chin and said deeply. Reviews? I think it shouldn't be too bad, right? Fatty Jack didn't care about that and was eager to drink to celebrate. Haha, there is nothing in this world that can be imagined. I only believe that man can conquer nature. Feiyang laughed. Yes, what is the review? Exclamation mark. No matter how bad it is, I can still turn it around. I have been accompanying my mother in the hospital these days, and I can only write when I get home in the morning. But what I promised must count. I will guarantee to update 10,000 words a day when the book is online. I will finish it without eating or sleeping. This is the only bit of my character left. Thank you again for your support and love. Thank you. Tears are flowing. Chapter 74. Box office. Light year difference. In fact, Feiyang was too worried about people's comments. After watching the movie Paranormal Activity, most people's reactions were basically scary enough and frightening enough. Oh my god, I can't bear to watch some of the scenes in it. They are too scary, said a hot girl. Well, how should I put it? I'm also a veteran of horror movies, but this movie is really scary, said a handsome guy. I highly suspect that the shooting method of Paranormal Activity is taken from the Blair Witch Project. Yes, absolutely. China Yi is very clever in using this pseudo-recording method to deceive the audience again, said a senior film critic. It is undeniable that this China Yi is very cunning. Not to mention how scary Paranormal Activity is. Just say that he is still following the old path of the witch, which makes us look down on him, said a senior executive of a film company. The shooting method is not very novel, but the story content is thrilling enough. Overall, Paranormal Activity is very good, said a famous reporter from a newspaper. Although the media has mixed opinions on Paranormal Activity, which was filmed by Feiyang, it cannot be denied that this film is very interesting and has a lot of highlights. At least it has caused a lot of controversy. Compared with the unusual excitement of Paranormal Activity, the two films produced and supervised by Feiyang, such as The Terror and Buried, were much worse. The number of viewers was not high, and it could even be said to be very miserable. Faced with this situation, Bill Rabbit and Fatty Jack immediately remembered that Feiyang once said that he had a trick to promote the movie, which was enough to shock the world. The two did not believe it at first, but now there was really no other way, so they urged Feiyang, "Boss, didn't you say you had a trick to use? Hurry up and use it, otherwise, we will be dead." "No hurry, no hurry," Feiyang said calmly and smiled. "It's not the time to use your ultimate move yet. No way, we are almost driven to death. What are you waiting for?" "I'm waiting for a turning point." "What turn?" Feiyang did not answer directly, but said, "Let me ask you, if I make our company's movie explode, but the number of screenings is still so small, what can we get?" Rabbit Bill looked at Fatty Jack. and the two stared at each other. At least the box office can be higher. You are too short-sighted. Feiyang sneered. Either it doesn't explode, or if it explodes, it must kill a lot of people. Faced with this sentence, Bill and Jack felt a chill. What does it mean? Does the boss want to launch a terrorist attack? Movies continue to be released, and the Halloween war continues. In addition to Paranormal Activity, the popularity of the other two movies of Dream Pictures under Feiyang is not good, and continues to decline. A week later, in downtown Los Angeles, the box office results for Halloween are finally freshly released. The North American box office rankings are as follows. First place, Miramax, Scream 2. This week's box office, $17.3 million. Second place, BIM Films, Child's Play, Chapter 4. This week's box office, $11.8 million. Third place, Lionsgate, Blair Witch 2. This week's box office, $7.5 million. Fourth place, Dimension Films, Halloween 7. This week's box office, $4.3 million. Fifth place, New Line Cinema, The Flying Ducks. This week's box office $3.5 million. Sixth place, Blue Ranger Films, Children of the Corn 5. This week's box office, $10 million. From this week's ranking, we can see that Miramax's Scream 2 took the lead, with a box office revenue of $17.3 million, which is equivalent to 1/3 of the total box office this week. BIM Films' Child's Play 4 followed closely behind, ranking second with $11.8 million. Lionsgate's Blair Witch 2 really lived up to expectations and ranked third, but judging from the audience's response, it is obvious that it still took the light of the first one. Dimension Films' Halloween 7 ranked fourth. This long and boring Halloween Phoenix was arrogant again, but this was also due to the huge amount of screenings given by Paramount. An insider revealed that, if Paramount cut the screenings of this movie by half, then this movie would probably only be at the bottom. Generally speaking, among the top 6, except for the 5th place Nightmare, which is a new story, the rest of the movies are basically sequels of sequels, and the series of movies almost dominated the entire market during the Halloween season. In addition, it is very sad that the 3 movies of Feiyang's Dream Pictures, including the well-received Paranormal Activity, did not even make the top 10 this week. Buried box office this week. $380,000. The Grim Reaper box office this week. $430,000. Paranormal Activity box office this week. $960,000. Such box office results are not just a general gap compared to the top 10, but a light year gap, said a senior filmmaker. If Dream Pictures wants to turn things around, it may have to wait until the day when Mars hits the Earth. It seems that the prospects of the 3 movies of Dream Pictures are not very good. No, not very bad, but very miserable. Many Hollywood filmmakers have given deep sympathy and pity to this newly established younger film company. Of course, there were more sneers and ridicules. Inside Lionsgate Films, President Gustav bit his cigar and seemed very silent. Next to him stood Mike, the distribution director, and the brothers Dennis and Eduardo who were filming The Witches 2. The statistics are out. In the past week, our company's new film Blair Witch 2 has earned a total of $7.5 million in North America, ranking third after Scream 2 and Child's Play, Chapter 4. Short Mike excitedly reported the box office results of the premiere to Gustav. Gustav exhaled a puff of smoke. This result is not bad. Although it is still a little far from my expectation, it can still be improved. Well, increase the publicity efforts a little more. New York, Boston, and Chicago, these big cities should pay special attention to them and build good relationships with the theaters there and try to get them to schedule more films. In terms of the share ratio, we can even make concessions. Given. That's not a good idea, Manager Mike said. Generally, the company and the theater chain share 40% and 60% of the profits. If we make concessions, it will be judged as malicious competition, which will cause counter-attacks from our peers. Manager Mike said cautiously. You are too naive. Gustav looked down on his subordinate. When did I say that this matter should be laid out on the table? Many things can be done privately. For the box office of The Witch 2 and the reputation of our Lionsgate films, this Halloween file must win. I understand, Mr. Gustav, I will do as you say. Yes, I promise you that this time I will definitely get good results. Manager Mike vowed. The brothers Dennis and Eduardo beside him also said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mr. Gustav, our movie is not that bad. What's more, everyone is playing sequels this time, such as Crazy Evil, Scream 2, and Moonlight 7, which are all old gimmicks of the past. Unlike us, the trend of Blair Witch has not passed yet, so we don't have to worry about the box office of this movie." Gustav bit his cigar, glanced at the two guys, and then said one sentence, a simple sentence, "You underestimate the enemy." No way, we are not underestimating the enemy, we are just despising the enemy. Yes, we are despising them. Whether it is in terms of publicity strength or story influence, our Crazy Evil 2 will definitely be able to take the lead. You see, although we are only ranked third now, soon we will be able to step on the damn Scream 2 and Crazy Evil 4 under our feet. Looking at the two high-spirited guys, Mr. Gustav laughed. Then he added, "Do you really think I'm worried about those two damn movies? No, I'm worried about China Yi and those movies by Yi Feiyang. Ha, you can rest assured about that. Look at his 3 movies. They were heavily promoted, and they even played the ghost story. After a week, the box office did not exceed $1 million. The most powerful Paranormal Activity only made $960,000. The short supervisor Mike laughed. Yeah, Mr. Gustav, you don't have to worry about him. That damn guy won't have such good luck again. Even the newspaper said that the box office gap between him and us is light years. Even if Mars hits the Earth, he can't turn over. So, he's dead this time." Dennis and Eduardo said proudly. $960,000? Gustav smiled. "Would you like to hear my exact statistics? Paramount only gave 1/10 of the theaters to each of Dream Pictures films, and the remaining 7/10 were given to Dimension Pictures' Moonlight. That is to say, the screening volume of Yi Feiyang's Paranormal Activity was only 1/7 of that of Moonlight. Now the box office of Moonlight is 4.3 million. If all these theaters were given to Paranormal Activity, do you know what the box office would be? Yes, at least 6 million. And other Witches 2 box office was $7.5 million. If calculated with the same publicity efforts, the first week box office of Paranormal Activity would at least triple, which is $18 million. $18 million? Oh my god. This data scared the fat supervisor Mike, Dennis, and Eduardo. Yes, if calculated based on the same number of screenings and publicity efforts, it seems that the performance of Paranormal Activity is better than that of The Witches 2. After all, Paranormal Activity is more pleasing than The Witches 2 in terms of word of mouth and film quality. Mr. Gustav, you are right. It seems that we underestimated the enemy. But it doesn't matter, the damn China Film Group can't make a big difference with just that little number of screenings. We will definitely win this Halloween season, if we are on top of it. Supervisor Mike said. Do you really think so? Gustav glared at him. Hey, I really don't know how I appointed you as the head of the distribution department before. Use your slow brain to think about it. If we can understand the potential of Paranormal Activity, then what about Paramount? Are their people all blind? If it were me, I would have decided to increase the number of screenings for this movie. No way. Paramount people, they can't be so smart, right? Only you like to treat others as fools, but in fact, I think you are the biggest fool. Gustav's ruthless evaluation made Mike blush. He muttered in his heart, these are all your own guesses. Everyone knows that Paramount is in a mess now. Can they really see the potential of that damn Paranormal Activity? Chapter 75. Movie Tycoon. Los Angeles, USA. Paramount Pictures headquarters. Now, with the film industry great Barry Diller being poached by media tycoon Murdoch for a large sum of money, Mr. Raymond has become the helmsman of Paramount. Raymond originally studied news advertising at Harvard University in the United States. After graduation, he worked in a not-so-famous advertising company, mainly doing advertising design and promotion work. Later, by chance, because of his excellent creativity, he was discovered by American media tycoon Sumner Redstone and became the head of the advertising department of his Viacom entertainment empire. Mr. Raymond has always been grateful to Tycoon Redston, worked diligently and vigorously, and made Viacom's advertising business in Europe flourish. Now, the big boss Redston said that he had an important task to give him and asked him to come back from Europe. After receiving the news, Raymond immediately prepared to return home. But the first thing he did when he returned to the United States was not to sit down and drink coffee or taste red wine, but to take over the declining Paramount. As we all know, in 1966, the oil capital group purchased Paramount and made it a subsidiary of Gulf and Occidental Oil. With the revival of the American film industry in the 1970s, Paramount produced films with high box office value such as The Godfather, Part 1 and 2, Grease, and Weekend Getaway. The company had a surplus year after year and reached a record figure in 1978. But the good times did not last long. Paramount began to decline until the genius Barry Diller took over, and it happened that Viacom, headed by entertainment tycoon Redston, acquired Paramount at this time. Redston had high hopes for Barry Diller, hoping that he could lead Paramount to a beautiful turnaround. Unfortunately, Barry Diller was poached by another media tycoon, Murdoch, Redston's old rival. Paramount fell into a trough again. There was no way, outsiders were unreliable. Redston could only trust his own people, and his most capable subordinate was undoubtedly Raymond. So Mr. Raymond was hurriedly recalled from Europe to the United States to take over as the president of Paramount. Damn it, when did I ever make a movie? You are simply forcing me to do something I was not prepared for. This was Mr. Raymond's first reaction after hearing the news. But the head office's meaning was very simple. Movies and advertisements are the same concept. They are both commodities. As long as you sell movies as advertisements, they will definitely sell well and help Paramount come back to life. Mr. Raymond's state of mind was still lingering on the idea that I'm a brick of the company and I will be moved wherever I'm needed. He had no choice but to obey the appointment of the head office. In contrast, Mr. Raymond's wife was particularly rebellious. What? Damn it. They didn't allow you to work at the head office, but sent you to Paramount. Everyone knows that the damn Paramount has been unlucky recently. It's been losing money on filming and producing. And what makes me most angry is that Paramount has so many female stars. You are weak-willed and can't resist temptation. What if you are bewitched by some vixen? How can I have a good life? Mr. Raymond could only spread his hands and smile bitterly. I don't want to do that, my dear baby. But if I'm not the president, who will be the president? So, in this very miserable atmosphere, Mr. Raymond took office. He originally thought that with talents like himself, Paramount would be able to revive, and he could display his talents. Unexpectedly, Fox cheated him in his first investment. The nearly $200 million in joint investment in the sinking of Titanic made Raymond completely fall into the abyss of venture capital. Mr. Raymond's heart was bleeding. No wonder so many people were unwilling to take over this mess. Paramount was in too deep a water. Fortunately, in December 1997, Titanic was finally released, and the box office was soaring. Mr. Raymond, who was originally bleeding from his heart, was really crying with joy, but the box office explosion was not a good thing. Fox started to play take and cheat again, wanting to get more profit sharing. Raymond was not a fool. Of course he would not do it. So, everyone took the most common procedure in the United States, suing. Profit sharing was delayed again and again. Capital recovery was delayed again and again. Mr. Raymond's heart was bleeding again. With the heavy lesson of Titanic, Mr. Raymond began to invest cautiously and no longer made big moves. He only started some low-cost film productions and occasionally bought some films with good potential to boost popularity, just waiting for the lawsuit to be over and to recover the hundreds of millions of investments. In fact, Mr. Raymond bought Dimension Pictures' Halloween 7 and 3 movies from the newly established Dream Pictures on behalf of Paramount. The reason was to let everyone know that Paramount was still very popular and had not been silent. Look, we have 4 movies released even on Halloween. As for whether it can make money, Raymond doesn't care much. At this stage, even if these movies can make money, how much can they make? 1 million? 100,000? Or 3 million? This is just a drizzle for Mr. Raymond, who is waiting for the 1 billion box office share of Titan. However, Halloween 7 performed well at the box office a week after its release on Halloween, ranking 4th on the list with $4.5 million US. At least it is not at the bottom, which makes Mr. Raymond feel a little more sunny. With a sigh of relief, Mr. Raymond put one hand in his pocket in the office, looking at the huge floor-to-ceiling window, with the bustling Los Angeles city below. There was a knock on the door, and the female secretary came in with a cup of coffee, and put it on the table. "Sir, this is the coffee you asked for." "Well, thank you, Nina, leave it there first." Raymond turned around. "By the way, has the movie data report for this week come out?" "It has come out, sir. Look, this is it." The female secretary took out a document from the many official documents, and handed it to Raymond. Raymond took the document, and sat down to check it carefully. The content of the document was very boring data, but in the eyes of professionals like Raymond, it was a symbol of fighting. Seeing the exciting part, Raymond couldn't help but pick up the coffee and take a sip. Suddenly, his eyes paused on the document, and the coffee in his hand shook and spilled some. The female secretary was standing next to him. She had served Mr. Raymond for so long, but she had never seen him so absent-minded. "Sir, is there anything wrong with this report?" "Oh no, I'm just a little curious. Is the weekly box office of Paranormal Activity really $960,000 US? Yes, this data is absolutely accurate. Then how many screenings do we have for this movie? It doesn't seem to be very high, less than 1/7 of Moonlight." The female secretary answered honestly. "Really, less than 1/7? Mr. Raymond's eyes narrowed. "Also, I heard that this movie is mainly scheduled to be shown in the morning." The female secretary added. Mr. Raymond's heart skipped a beat again. "Damn, showing in the morning? Exclamation mark. Everyone knows that the worst time for a movie to be shown is in the morning. Just imagine, who would run to watch a movie so early in the morning? Exclamation mark. Moreover, during the horror season like Halloween, the best time to show a movie is in the evening, and the worst is in the afternoon. Only ghosts would want this shitty time in the morning. Who arranged this? Why is it scheduled in the morning? Oh, I heard that it seems that the other party asked for it." "What?" This time Mr. Raymond was really shocked. "The other party asked for it? Why?" "Yes, why? Could it be that someone is afraid that their film is too profitable and has too high a box office?" Exclamation mark. Mr. Raymond's mind was confused for a while. Ahem. Mr. Feiyang said that the content of his film is too scary and it would be better to show it in the daytime. The female secretary explained. "The film is too scary, it's better to show it in the daytime." This answer once again made Mr. Raymond feel like he was struck by lightning. Mr. Raymond thought he was very calm, but he was repeatedly startled by Feiyang and his Paranormal Activity. Who can't calculate math problems? Raymond could calculate with his buttocks that if the screening volume of Paranormal Activity was increased by 7 times and scheduled to be released at night, then its box office would be a terrifying number. 16 million, 17 million, or even 00 million. Yes, maybe the box office champion next week will be this small production that he has never noticed. Raymond took a deep breath to calm himself down. As the president of Paramount Pictures, he knew what he had to do now. The phone call that Feiyang had been waiting for finally rang. Yes, the call that he had been waiting for a week finally rang when he was about to give up hope. The content of the call was very simple. Paramount president Mr. Raymond wanted to see him. "No problem, of course no problem." This was Feiyang's reply. So that afternoon, in Mr. Raymond's office, Feiyang met the legendary Paramount president. In fact, in Feiyang's opinion, Mr. Raymond was very young, at most in his 40s. He was well-mannered and gentle. He didn't wear any brand name watches or brand name suits. If you have to say what is the highlight of his body, it is the casual pin on his chest. Yes, it is a small and exquisite pin with a green vine growing vigorously upwards on it. If you have any insight, you can tell at a glance that this is the badge of the American Ivy League Club. There are 8 Ivy League universities in the United States, namely, Harvard, Yale, Columbia, Pennsylvania, Princeton, Dartmouth, Brown, and Cornell. These 8 universities have produced countless American presidents and economic and political stars, including Yale University alone, which has produced 13 presidents, and is known as the cradle of presidents, and Harvard University has produced countless economic bigwigs, so much so that some people say that the entire Wall Street is the main battlefield of Harvard University. As long as these guys from Harvard move their mouths, the Wall Street stock market will jump 3 times. The 8 universities form an invisible force, the Ivy League, and these people are actually in charge of the future national destiny of the United States. If there is an alliance, there must be communication, so the Ivy League Club came into being. Various celebrities gathered together to communicate with each other to decide the direction of development of the United States, political and economic reforms, and the next steps. It can be said that this is not just a pin, but a show of honor and strength. It represents the unknown powerful energy behind it, and represents the recognition of itself by the top elites in the United States. At this moment, such a pin that countless people dream of is pinned on a very ordinary suit without being conspicuous. This not only makes people feel that it is not matching. Yes, it is not matching. Especially Mr. Raymond's dress and behavior. There is no Hollywood tycoon style. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a very ordinary office worker. This is the first impression Mr. Raymond gave to Yi Feiyang. But Yi Feiyang knew that it was such a person who boldly invested in Titanic and replaced the genius like Barry Diller to completely support the originally weak Paramount and become the overlord of the revival. People should not be judged by appearance. Yi Feiyang reminded himself. Just as Yi Feiyang was looking at the other party, Mr. Raymond was also looking at Yi Feiyang. Judging from the profit-sharing agreement signed by Yi Feiyang and Paramount, this guy is obviously a brainless person. But judging from the situation that he managed the first part of the witches and made $200 million, the other party is as shrewd as a monkey. The huge contrast made Raymond more curious about this young man. Now, face to face, this Chinese Yi has a pair of deep eyes. Eyes are windows to the soul. Lei Ming has always believed in this, so he made a judgment that this Chinese Yi is definitely not an ordinary person. Hello, I'm Lei Ming. Hello, I'm Yi Feiyang. The two shook hands cordially. Nice to meet you, Mr. Lei Ming. I wonder what you want me to do today? Yi Feiyang asked with a smile. Oh, it's like this. Lei Ming guided Yi Feiyang to sit down and smiled. I read the movie data report this week. The 3 movies of your dream pictures have great potential. Yes, especially the Paranormal Activity. I'm very optimistic about it, so I want to discuss with you to increase the number of screenings of this movie. Haha, your suggestion is just what I want. Yi Feiyang did not hide his joy at all. Actually, I've been very depressed. I'm depressed because you scheduled too few screenings for me. Haha. So I want to apologize to you. Mr. Raymond was very approachable. I didn't think highly of your plays at first. To be honest, I just thought they were too cheap and the publicity was not very good. Don't worry about that, Mr. Raymond. As long as you are willing to increase the screenings of my 3 plays, I will make these 3 plays completely popular tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. Oh, is that true? Raymond looked at Yi Feiyang in disbelief, looking at this Chinese man who was full of weirdness. Haha, if you are familiar with me, you will know that I never like to brag. Yes, I'm an honest gentleman. I despise those who brag and spit all over the place. I like to speak with facts. So, as long as you are willing to increase the number of screenings of my 3 plays, I will definitely find ways to promote my plays and ensure that they are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside and fragrant. Oh, dear Yi, it sounds like you are cooking your famous Chinese dishes. Chinese dishes, I like them. Mr. Raymond praised. So how about this? I will immediately order people to increase your screenings by 3 times. As long as your plays perform well, I will continue to add more screenings for you. What do you think? This suggestion seems to me very good. Haha, then okay, Mr. Raymond, just do it according to your wishes. I believe that your decision is absolutely correct, because you will see miracles soon. Miracles. I look forward to it. Raymond stretched out his hand again, and Yi Feiyang shook it without hesitation. After another brief conversation, Yi Feiyang left. Looking at Yi Feiyang's departing back, Mr. Raymond shrugged. This is a cunning Chinese. I just don't know how he can hype up his own play. While thinking, Mr. Raymond sat down and took the profit-sharing agreement signed by Yi Feiyang and Paramount. Looking at the agreement, 25% profit in the first week, 35% profit in the second week, and 45% profit in the third week. No matter how you look at it, you feel that this Chinese is a complete fool, but for some reason, Mr. Raymond suddenly has a bad feeling, especially looking at this incredible brainless agreement. He can't believe that a cunning person can have such a low IQ. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.